The world began with a hum, soft, almost imperceptible at first, but it swelled like the first rays of dawn breaking over a silent forest. There was nothing but a vast, endless expanse of void, and within it, a single note vibrated, full of longing and power. This was the first song, the cradle of all things. It wove the threads of existence together, pulling stars from the darkness and rivers from the empty silence. The song belonged to Ilmatar, the goddess of the air. She drifted alone above the formless waters, her heart heavy with solitude. She gazed down at the swirling currents below and felt a stirring deep within her, as if the waters whispered promises of something greater. Unable to resist, she descended, sinking into the cold embrace of the ocean. The waves closed around her, and for 700 years she floated, her body moving in harmony with the tides, her mind alive with visions of creation. One day, a great bird appeared above her, a waterfowl, seeking a place to lay its eggs. It circled endlessly, its cries echoing across the empty world, desperate to find a resting place. Ilmatar, filled with compassion, raised her knee from the water's surface. The bird settled there, and with a gentle rustle of feathers, it laid its eggs, 6 of gold and 1 of iron. For a time, the eggs rested in stillness, warm under the bird's watchful gaze. Then, without warning, the heat grew unbearable. The eggs began to crack and sizzle. The bird cried out in alarm and took flight, scattering the pieces of shell into the void. From these fragments, the world began to take shape. The golden yolks became the sun, casting light for the first time. The whites formed the moon, pale and serene. The shards of iron became the stars, pinpricks of brilliance against the endless black. Ilmatar felt the world stirring around her, but she was not yet done. With her hands, she molded the shorelines, smoothing the jagged edges of the land. Her fingers carved rivers and lakes, her breath carried the winds to life, and her tears filled the seas. Yet as she shaped this new world, she felt its emptiness. In her longing, she sang again, her voice rich and full of sorrow and hope. From her song rose Väinämöinen, a being of great wisdom and power. His birth was unlike anything before. The melody brought him forth, fully grown, with knowledge already etched into his soul. He stepped onto the land with bare feet, feeling the earth's pulse beneath him. He gazed upon the work of Ilmatar and saw beauty, but he also saw that it was incomplete. Väinämöinen's voice carried through the land, summoning life from the earth. Trees grew tall and strong, their roots digging deep into the soil. Flowers bloomed in every color, their petals trembling in harmony with his song. Animals emerged from hidden corners, their eyes wide and curious. The world was alive now, yet something vital was missing. In the far reaches of the land, where the sky kissed the horizon, there was a stirring in the shadows. Spirits, ancient and untamed, began to rise. These were the guardians of nature's mysteries, creatures born of the elements themselves. Some were kind, their forms delicate like the flicker of a flame or the ripple of water. Others were fierce and wild, their eyes burning like embers. Among these spirits stood Louhi, a figure shrouded in ice and storm. She watched the unfolding creation with envy, her heart hardened by isolation. She claimed the northernmost lands, the frozen expanse of Pohjola, as her domain, and her name became a whisper of fear among mortals and spirits alike. And then there was Ilmarinen, the smith whose forge burned hotter than the sun. Born of fire and metal, his hands held the power to shape wonders. He crafted tools for the first mortals, helping them till the earth and tame its wildness. But it was his heart that burned brightest, for he dreamed of creating something so perfect, so pure, that it would hold the essence of life itself. The gods watched this new world with both pride and unease. Ukko, the father of the skies, wielded lightning and thunder, his gaze stern but just. He guarded the balance, ensuring that the chaos of creation did not spiral into destruction. Yet even he could not predict what lay ahead, for the seeds of discord had already been sown. The first mortals emerged from the soil, fragile and determined. They were children of the earth, their lives fleeting compared to the eternal gods. They built homes near the rivers and forests, their laughter echoing through the valleys. They sang songs to honor Väinämöinen, their voices trembling with gratitude and reverence. But they also feared the spirits, whose motives were as unpredictable as the wind. The world grew louder, fuller, as the songs of gods, spirits, and mortals intertwined. Yet, with every note of harmony, there was a discordant echo, a reminder that creation was not without its flaws. The gods' pride, the spirits' envy, and the mortals' ambition all pulsed beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to emerge. In the distance, where the light of the sun met the shadow of Pohjola, Louhi whispered to the wind. She had heard of Ilmarinen's dream, of a wondrous artifact that could harness the power of creation itself. She craved it, not for its beauty but for the control it would grant her. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she plotted in the cold silence of her realm. And so, the world sang on, each voice adding to the symphony of existence. Yet within that symphony, there was an undercurrent of tension, a growing sense that the notes might one day clash. For while the gods and spirits had created the world, they had also created desire, and with it, the potential for both greatness and ruin. Above it all, Väinämöinen stood, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the world was still young, fragile, and full of untold possibilities. He gazed at the horizon, where the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the land. Somewhere in the distance, he could hear a faint melody, a song yet to be sung, a story yet to unfold. The hum of creation lingered, softer now, but unbroken. The world was alive, and its fate lay in the hands of gods, spirits, and mortals alike. A whisper moved across the waters, faint but steady, like the breath of an unseen force. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the rhythmic lapping of waves against the timeless shore. Somewhere beneath the endless surface of the sea, something stirred, slowly at first, then with the insistence of a heartbeat awakening after a long slumber. It was the moment before the world changed, though no one yet knew it. Ilmatar floated within the depths, her body cradled by the cold embrace of the ocean. She had been there for centuries, her thoughts a mixture of wonder and sorrow. The vastness around her was beautiful but empty, a canvas waiting for something extraordinary to fill it. The solitude had wrapped around her heart, its weight growing heavier with every passing age. But in the quiet of her despair, a sensation bloomed, faint and fragile, a presence she could not explain. Her hand brushed against her stomach, and she froze. It was there. Life, small and powerful, thrummed beneath her palm. She closed her eyes, and for the first time in eternity, tears spilled from her lashes. The tears mingled with the ocean, swirling in radiant streams of silver light. A song grew in her chest, unbidden and unrelenting. It filled the water with vibrations so pure they echoed to the edges of the cosmos. Time itself seemed to pause as the song unfolded, slow and mournful at first, then growing stronger, richer, as though the very essence of existence were being written in its notes. The currents shifted, carrying the music across the waters and into the unknown reaches of the sky. Stars trembled, their light flickering as if they, too, were listening. Then came the pain. It was fierce, sharp, cutting through her like a blade. Ilmatar's body curled against the force, her voice breaking into gasps. But she didn't fight it, she let the pain consume her, knowing it was a necessary price for what was to come. The waves churned violently, and the air above darkened, clouds swirling in wild patterns. The world itself seemed to groan under the strain, as if it, too, felt the birth of something extraordinary. The light began as a faint glow, pulsing from her very core. It grew brighter, illuminating the ocean's depths in golden hues that danced and flickered. Ilmatar's cries mixed with the music, creating a harmony that resonated with the soul of creation itself. In one final, shattering moment, the light burst forth, brighter than the sun. And then there was stillness. In her arms lay a child, though no ordinary child by any means. He was full-grown, his presence commanding even in silence. His eyes, as blue as the deepest parts of the sea, shimmered with knowledge far beyond his years. His face held a quiet strength, his expression calm yet piercing, as though he could see the threads of fate unraveling before him. His hair flowed like sunlight breaking through the morning mist, and his breath came steady and measured. Ilmatar gazed at him, her heart filled with awe and love. "You are Väinämöinen," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You are the answer." He looked at her, and though he said nothing, his eyes spoke volumes. There was gratitude, yes, but also a weight, a burden of responsibility that he accepted without question. He rose from her arms, his movements fluid and graceful. The sea parted before him as he walked, each step leaving ripples that carried across eternity. The land welcomed him as he emerged from the waters, his feet touching the earth for the first time. It was as if the world itself recognized him, bending to his will, eager to serve. Trees leaned toward him, their leaves rustling with a music of their own. The wind swirled around him, gentle and curious. Birds, sensing something sacred, circled overhead, their cries a tribute to his arrival. Väinämöinen stood in the center of it all, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. His voice, when he spoke, was like the first thunder after a long drought, low, resonant, and filled with promise. "Awake," he commanded. "Rise, grow, flourish." And the world obeyed. Grass shot up from the barren ground, green and lush, spreading like wildfire across the plains. Rivers, sluggish and lifeless before, surged with renewed vigor, their waters sparkling as if kissed by starlight. Flowers of every color bloomed at his feet, their petals trembling with joy. The animals came next, emerging cautiously from hidden places, their movements slow but certain. Väinämöinen sang as he worked, his voice weaving life into the fabric of creation. The song was unlike anything heard before, melancholy yet hopeful, ancient yet timeless. It spoke of the beauty of the world, of its fragility and its strength. It was a song that bound everything together, a song that could not be undone. But even as he sang, a shadow flickered at the edge of his awareness. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. The feeling was brief, vanishing as quickly as it had come, but it left him uneasy. Something was watching, waiting, its intent hidden but undeniable. He turned his focus back to the land, though the shadow lingered in the back of his mind. There was still much to do, and he could not afford to falter. His song rose once more, this time stronger, more resolute. The earth answered with equal fervor, its beauty growing with each passing moment. In the distance, the first humans emerged, their forms delicate and uncertain. They looked to Väinämöinen with wide eyes, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. He approached them slowly, his movements careful and measured. When he spoke, his voice was gentle, soothing. "Do not fear," he said. "You are part of this song, as I am. Together, we will make this world whole." The humans nodded, their trust in him absolute. They began to mimic his song, their voices clumsy at first, but growing stronger with each note. They sang of their hopes, their fears, their gratitude. Väinämöinen smiled, knowing they would carry the song forward, even after he was gone. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land. Väinämöinen stood tall, his figure bathed in golden light. His heart was full, but his mind was restless. The shadow had not returned, but he knew it would. There were forces in this world that would not be tamed by song alone. Forces that would challenge everything he had built. But for now, he let the music flow, his voice steady and unwavering. The world was young, and the song was just beginning. The forge was alive, roaring with heat and light, as if the sun itself had taken refuge there. Sparks leapt into the air, wild and brilliant, before dissolving into the shadows that loomed in the corners. A figure stood at its heart, bare-chested, his hands gripping a glowing piece of metal that writhed like a living thing. His face, streaked with soot and sweat, was a mask of focus, his eyes locked onto the fire as though it held the answer to some unspoken question. Ilmarinen was not born of ordinary means. He came into existence in a time when the world was still finding its shape, his being pulled from the raw chaos of creation. The gods had crafted him with purpose, his essence forged from the same flame that birthed the stars. Yet, from his first breath, Ilmarinen was no mere instrument of the divine. He was more than that. He was a dreamer with fire in his veins and a vision that burned brighter than the forge he would one day command. As a child, Ilmarinen had always been drawn to the heat, the glow, the endless dance of flame. While others marveled at the beauty of the forests or the majesty of the mountains, he was captivated by the spark of creation itself. He would gather fragments of stone and iron from the earth, their cool weight resting in his palms like promises waiting to be fulfilled. There, beneath the open sky, he began to shape them, not with tools, but with his bare hands, driven by an instinct that neither he nor anyone around him could fully understand. One day, as the skies churned with storm clouds and the winds howled with fury, Ilmarinen heard a voice. It wasn't a voice of words, but of sensation, a hum that resonated deep within his chest. It led him to a place no mortal had ever seen, a cavern hidden beneath the roots of the oldest tree. There, in the dark, he found the forge eternal, a gift left behind by the gods themselves. Its fire never dimmed, its heat never waned, and within it lay the power to shape the world. Ilmarinen approached the forge, his steps hesitant but filled with wonder. As he reached out to touch its edge, the flame surged, wrapping around his hand like a serpent. The pain was blinding, searing through flesh and bone, but he did not pull away. Instead, he gritted his teeth and held firm, his will unyielding. The fire tested him, its heat searching for weakness, but it found none. At last, it relented, sinking into his skin and leaving a mark that glowed faintly with a light of its own. From that moment, Ilmarinen was changed. The forge had become part of him, its fire woven into his very soul. He began to work, day and night, his hands never idle. The anvil rang with the rhythm of his hammer, each strike sending vibrations that seemed to ripple through the fabric of existence. He crafted tools of unimaginable precision, blades that could split a single hair, and ornaments that shimmered with an otherworldly beauty. Yet, for all his creations, he was restless. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Ilmarinen sat before his forge, staring into its depths. He had shaped the unyielding metal into wonders, but he knew it wasn't enough. There was something missing, something greater waiting to be brought into the world. His heart ached with the weight of his ambition, the longing to create something so perfect, so extraordinary, that it would transcend the bounds of mortality itself. It was during this time of yearning that the gods came to him. They appeared not as thunderous beings of light, but as whispers in the fire, their voices threading through the crackle of the flames. They spoke of the Sampo, an object of unimaginable power, capable of bestowing prosperity and fortune upon all who possessed it. The gods described its creation as impossible, its essence too complex, too divine for any mortal hands to craft. But Ilmarinen was no ordinary mortal. The challenge consumed him. He began to experiment, pushing the boundaries of his craft. He worked tirelessly, his hands blistered and raw, his mind teetering on the edge of exhaustion. He sought materials not from the earth, but from the elements themselves, iron from the core of a fallen star, silver drawn from the veins of the moon, and gold that shimmered with the light of 1,000 dawns. Each piece was precious, imbued with the essence of its origin, and each came at a cost that weighed heavily on his spirit. The nights were the hardest. Alone in the silence, he would hear the whispers of doubt, the shadows of his own mind questioning whether he could succeed. But he silenced them with the rhythm of his hammer, each strike a declaration of defiance. The fire became his companion, its warmth a solace against the chill of uncertainty. Ilmarinen's work was not without its trials. There were moments when the metal refused to yield, when the fire seemed to turn against him, roaring with fury as though mocking his efforts. Once, the forge itself exploded in a burst of flame, its heat scorching the walls of the cavern and throwing him to the ground. He lay there, coughing and battered, his hands trembling as they clutched the shattered remnants of his creation. But he did not give up. He rose, his resolve hardened by the fire's defiance. "If I must command the elements themselves," he muttered, his voice a growl, "then so be it." The anvil sang once more, its song echoing through the cavern as Ilmarinen worked with a ferocity that bordered on madness. He poured his very essence into the metal, each strike of the hammer forging not just the Sampo but his own spirit. When the first glimmers of dawn broke through the cracks in the cavern walls, Ilmarinen stood before his creation, his chest heaving with exertion. Though incomplete, it pulsed with a life of its own, its surface shimmering with an iridescent glow. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool metal, and felt a surge of power unlike anything he had known. It was raw, untamed, and full of potential, a promise of what was to come. The forge crackled softly, as if in approval, and Ilmarinen smiled. His hands bore the scars of his labor, his body ached with the toll of his ambition, but his heart was steady. He had taken the first step toward the impossible, and though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, he would not falter. The Sampo was not yet born, but the spark had been lit. And in the hands of Ilmarinen, the master smith, the impossible no longer seemed beyond reach. The wind howled, a low and mournful wail that carried with it the weight of ages. Snow swirled in a frenzy, blinding and relentless, as if the sky itself sought to bury all who dared tread upon this forsaken land. Pohjola was not a place for the faint-hearted. It was a land of shadows and ice, where the sun dared only to glance briefly before retreating behind thick, unyielding clouds. Every breath here felt heavy, laden with frost and the unshakable sense that something unseen was watching. The trees stood as sentinels, ancient and twisted, their branches clawing at the heavens. Their bark was blackened, as if burned by a fire that had never touched them, and their roots coiled deep into the frozen earth like the fingers of a giant gripping its prey. Beneath them, the ground lay cloaked in snow so pure it shimmered like crushed diamonds under the rare, pale light of the moon. But this beauty was deceptive, for beneath the surface lurked a cruelty that seeped into the bones of anyone who lingered too long. In the heart of this frozen wilderness stood Louhi's fortress, an edifice as foreboding as the land it ruled. Its walls rose jagged and uneven, carved not by human hands, but by forces older and darker than memory. The stones were dark gray, almost black, and they shimmered faintly with a sheen of ice that never melted. Towers pierced the sky, their tops lost in swirling mist, and from their heights came the occasional screech of unseen creatures, their cries sharp enough to send shivers through even the bravest of souls. Inside the fortress, the air was no warmer. Shadows danced on the stone walls, cast by flickering torches that seemed to burn reluctantly, their flames dim and sullen. The halls were vast and empty, their silence broken only by the echo of footsteps or the distant creak of a door swinging on rusted hinges. It was said that Louhi could hear every sound within her domain, no matter how faint, and that she listened, always waiting, always plotting. Louhi herself was as much a mystery as the land she ruled. To some, she was a queen, her beauty cold and unyielding, her presence commanding and impossible to ignore. Her hair, dark as a starless night, flowed like a river of silk, and her eyes gleamed with an intelligence that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone, reaching the very soul. To others, she was a sorceress, her power drawn from the shadows and the whispers of the wind. Her voice could summon storms, they said, and her touch could freeze the heart of any who dared defy her. But to most, Louhi was simply fear. She ruled Pohjola with an iron will, her word law and her wrath swift and merciless. The people of Pohjola lived under her shadow, their lives bound to her whims. They were a hardened folk, their faces weathered by the biting wind and their eyes hollow with the burden of survival. They spoke little, their words weighed down by the ever-present fear that even the air carried her ears. Yet, in the darkest corners of their homes, they whispered of rebellion, their words no louder than the crackle of a dying fire. Louhi's power was more than mere strength or magic. It was woven into the land itself, into the frozen rivers that snaked across the plains and the mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels. It was said that she could speak to the ice and command it to crack beneath her enemies' feet or to seal them in a tomb of frost. The beasts of Pohjola, wolves with eyes like burning coals, ravens larger than men, and serpents with scales of steel, answered her call, their loyalty unquestioning and their ferocity unmatched. Yet for all her might, Louhi was not invincible. There were whispers of a weakness, though no one dared to speak it aloud. Her fortress, it was said, held a secret chamber, hidden deep within its labyrinthine halls. There, beyond doors bound with chains of frost and guarded by creatures born of nightmares, lay the source of her power. What it was, none could say, a relic of the gods, perhaps, or a fragment of the ancient fire that had shaped the world. Whatever it was both her greatest strength and her most guarded vulnerability. The land itself seemed to conspire with her. Storms would rise without warning, their winds howling with a fury that tore through even the sturdiest of shelters. The rivers, frozen solid, would shift and groan as if alive, their surfaces cracking like thunder beneath the weight of an unseen force. The nights were long and unforgiving, the darkness so absolute that it felt as if the world had been swallowed whole. But it wasn't just the cold or the storms that made Pohjola so fearsome. It was the sense that the land itself was alive, watching, waiting. Every shadow seemed to move, every whisper of wind carried a hint of laughter that was not entirely human. The people of Pohjola spoke of spirits that wandered the plains, their forms half seen in the corner of the eye. Some were harmless, merely echoes of the past, but others were said to be vengeful, their icy fingers reaching for any who dared trespass where they did not belong. One such spirit was the White Woman of the North, a figure who appeared on the coldest nights, her form cloaked in snow and her voice a lullaby that could freeze the blood. She was said to be Louhi's servant, her very presence a warning to those who dared defy the sorceress's will. Those who saw her never returned, their bodies found days later, frozen solid, their faces twisted in expressions of terror. And yet, Pohjola was not without its allure. There was a strange beauty to its desolation, a purity to the endless snowfields that stretched beyond the horizon. The auroras danced across the sky, their colors shifting and shimmering in ways that defied explanation. It was a land of contrasts, where beauty and terror walked hand in hand, each amplifying the other. Louhi stood at the center of it all, her figure framed by the flames of a reluctant fire. Her gaze was steady, unyielding, as she looked out over her domain. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows like the wail of 1,000 lost souls. She did not flinch. This was her land, her kingdom, and nothing happened here without her knowing. Her lips curved into a faint smile, cold and sharp as the edge of a blade. The firelight flickered in her eyes, casting shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. Pohjola was more than her home, it was her power, her strength. It was a land shaped by her will, and in its cold embrace, she was queen. The fire in the grand hearth flickered with an unnatural light, casting long, restless shadows across the stone walls of Louhi's hall. The flames danced as though alive, twisting and writhing in strange patterns, their movements whispering secrets only she could understand. She sat motionless on her throne, a figure carved from ice and steel, her dark eyes fixed on the fire with an intensity that could pierce the thickest veil of time. The air around her was heavy, tinged with the faint scent of burnt herbs, and the silence pressed down like a physical weight. Then it came. A sound, faint at first, like the distant beat of a drum. Louhi's eyes narrowed. The fire pulsed in time with the rhythm, the shadows around her growing darker, denser, until they seemed ready to devour the light entirely. She leaned forward, her hands gripping the armrests of her throne, her nails biting into the frost-laden wood. The sound grew louder, resonating in her chest like the pounding of a great heartbeat. It wasn't coming from the fire or the hall, but from somewhere far beyond, something that was neither here nor there, neither now nor then. Louhi inhaled sharply, her breath visible in the freezing air. She could feel it, a disturbance, a tremor in the fabric of her dominion. Something was coming. Her lips parted, and she began to chant. The words spilled from her mouth like the rustling of dry leaves, harsh and guttural, carrying the weight of ancient power. The fire responded, its flames leaping higher, turning shades of green and blue. The shadows recoiled, swirling around her like a storm as her voice rose in a crescendo. The rhythm stopped. Silence fell, absolute and deafening. In that silence, Louhi saw. The vision struck her with the force of a gale, and for the first time in her life, she flinched. The hall dissolved around her, replaced by a shifting landscape of images and sounds. She saw three figures, indistinct but radiant with purpose, standing on the edge of her world. Their faces were blurred, but their eyes burned with determination, their voices a distant roar that she could feel vibrating through her bones. They were coming for the Sampo. The word echoed in her mind, a name that carried with it both promise and peril. The Sampo, a creation of impossible beauty and power, an object that held the balance of prosperity and ruin in its grasp. Louhi had long coveted it, her thoughts consumed by the idea of its power pulsing in her hands, its light bending to her will. The Sampo would make her dominion unassailable, her name eternal. And now, these strangers dared to seek it. The vision shifted again, showing her glimpses of what was to come. She saw forests shrouded in mist, rivers roaring with icy fury, and storms tearing across the skies. The figures pressed on, undeterred by the trials before them, their strength growing with each step. One of them, taller than the rest, carried a blade that shimmered with a light not of this world. Another, cloaked in shadows, moved with a grace that made the air itself seem to part for him. The third, smaller but no less formidable, held a staff that crackled with the energy of the heavens. They would come to Pohjola, to her gates. They would stand before her, demanding what was hers by right of desire. Louhi's jaw tightened. She could almost hear their voices now, challenging her, defying her. Her chest tightened with fury, but beneath it lurked something far more dangerous, fear. The fire flared violently, the vision breaking apart into shards of light and sound. Louhi gasped, her hand clutching at her chest. The shadows in the room had stilled, the air thick with the aftermath of the revelation. She rose slowly, her movements measured, as though the weight of the vision had aged her. The Sampo. Her footsteps echoed as she moved through the hall, each step deliberate and heavy. Her mind raced, piecing together what she had seen. The heroes were not ordinary men, they carried the essence of destiny itself, their arrival a thread woven into the tapestry of fate. And fate, Louhi knew, was not easily unwound. She ascended the stairs to her private chamber, the cold biting at her skin despite the heavy fur draped over her shoulders. At the center of the room stood a basin of polished obsidian, its surface smooth and dark as a starless sky. She reached out, her fingers brushing its edge, and whispered a single word. The surface rippled, light blossoming from within as images began to take shape. This time, she saw more. She saw the forest where they would first gather, the mountains they would cross, the trials they would face. She saw the blood they would spill, the bonds they would forge, and the fire that would ignite in their hearts. But she also saw fractures, moments of doubt, of weakness, of fear. Louhi's lips curved into a cold smile. They were strong, but strength alone would not be enough to claim the Sampo. They would have to contend with her, and she was no stranger to power. She had ruled Pohjola for centuries, bending it to her will, mastering its secrets and its terrors. The Sampo was hers by right, and she would see it remain so. But even as her confidence surged, the vision's final image lingered in her mind. A great battle, the air thick with the sound of clashing steel and the cries of the wounded. Fire and ice collided, the ground beneath them cracking and groaning as the world itself seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. And then, the Sampo, its light blinding, its power uncontained, rising above them all. Louhi clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The vision had not shown her an end, only possibilities. And that uncertainty, that sliver of doubt, gnawed at her like a wolf at a carcass. The heroes were coming. But so was she. The air shimmered with a peculiar light, as if the very fabric of the world had grown thin, revealing something vast and incomprehensible just beyond reach. Beneath the sky, in a place neither fully real nor entirely imagined, a forge blazed with a heat that seemed to come not from fire, but from the very essence of creation itself. In this place, timeless and eternal, the Sampo was born. It was not crafted with mere tools, nor was it shaped by ordinary hands. The Sampo was a work of art and power, forged by a will that sought to bind the forces of existence into a single, perfect form. Some said it was shaped by Ilmarinen, the master smith, who hammered it into being with blows so precise they echoed through the heavens. Others whispered that it had come into existence by the decree of the gods, their voices weaving together to summon it from the void. But no one could deny what it was, a thing of unparalleled beauty and unimaginable power. The Sampo was a mill, or so it was said, though no earthly comparison could capture its essence. Its three great arms spun endlessly, grinding out whatever was asked of it, grain for food, gold for wealth, and salt for the sea. But its gifts were not limited to these alone. The Sampo was a source of abundance, an artifact that could bring unending prosperity to its keeper. Crops would grow without toil, treasures would pour forth without limit, and peace would settle over all who lived beneath its shadow. It was perfection made manifest, the answer to humanity's every longing. But even as it radiated promise, the Sampo carried with it a warning, a shadow that lingered in the light. For its power was not neutral, it demanded wisdom, balance, and restraint. In the wrong hands, it could become a weapon as destructive as it was miraculous. It was said that the Sampo's blessings, if taken without care, would twist into curses. Gold would turn to ash, the sea would rise to swallow the land, and harmony would give way to chaos. Once, long ago, the Sampo had brought peace to those who held it. The land flourished, its people thriving under skies that always seemed blue and fields that never went barren. But the tale did not end there. Greed, envy, and the unrelenting desire for more crept in like a thief in the night. Factions formed, each vying for control, their hands outstretched to claim the Sampo's limitless gifts. What had been a source of unity became a spark of division, setting brother against brother, friend against friend. The Sampo, in its silent wisdom, began to resist. It grew heavier, its arms turning more slowly, as if burdened by the weight of the strife it had caused. Some said it wept, its tears falling as glistening beads that scattered across the earth. Where they landed, strange things grew, plants that bore no fruit, stones that sang mournful songs when touched by the wind. The Sampo, it seemed, could not bear the sorrow of its misuse. In time, the artifact disappeared, spirited away by those who sought to protect it, or to hide it for their own ends. It passed into legend, its location a mystery, its power a distant memory. But its story did not fade, for the Sampo was more than an object. It was a symbol, a reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, between the blessings of plenty and the dangers of excess. Even now, whispers of the Sampo lingered in the corners of the world, in the lullabies sung to children, in the prayers murmured by farmers beneath the stars. Some claimed to have glimpsed it in dreams, a radiant beacon spinning in the darkness, its hum resonating with the very heartbeat of the earth. Others spoke of its guardians, figures cloaked in mist who moved unseen through the forests and mountains, their lives devoted to keeping the Sampo safe from those who would misuse it. But for all its wonder, the Sampo remained elusive, as if it had a will of its own, as if it chose who might come close and who would be turned away. Those who sought it often found themselves tested, their resolve and character laid bare before forces they could scarcely comprehend. Some returned empty-handed, their spirits broken. Others never returned at all, their names swallowed by the silence of the wild. Yet the legend persisted, drawing the brave and the desperate alike. For those who yearned to hold the Sampo believed they could tame it, that they could wield its power without falling victim to its dangers. They dreamed of a world transformed, their names etched in history as the ones who had mastered the mill of the gods. But the Sampo was no ordinary treasure. It was a paradox, a thing that gave as much as it demanded, that blessed as much as it cursed. To possess it was to be both a king and a servant, to shoulder a burden as heavy as it was glorious. Those who sought it did so not only out of desire, but also out of hubris, the belief that they could succeed where so many before them had failed. And so, the legend of the Sampo endured, a tale of hope and caution passed down through the ages. It was a story that refused to die, as alive and vibrant as the artifact it described. For the Sampo was more than a thing of power, it was a reflection of humanity itself, a mirror that showed both the heights of our aspirations and the depths of our flaws. Somewhere, perhaps, the Sampo still turned, its arms grinding out its gifts in secret, waiting for the day when it might be found again. Waiting to see whether its next keeper would bring ruin or renewal, darkness or light. The night was unnaturally still, the kind of stillness that presses against the soul and demands silence. The stars above Kalevala burned with an eerie brilliance, their light unblinking, as if bearing witness to something beyond mortal understanding. Väinämöinen lay beneath the vast sky, his ancient frame resting on a bed of moss, his mind heavy with questions that had no answers. The wise bard, who had shaped rivers with his song and called the winds to heal, felt a disquiet he could not name. Sleep came reluctantly, creeping over him like a shadow. His breath deepened, his chest rising and falling with a rhythm that matched the gentle sigh of the forest. Yet his mind did not find peace. In the space between wakefulness and slumber, he felt a presence, something vast and all-encompassing, pressing into the edges of his consciousness. Then the dream began. It started with a sound, low and resonant, like the hum of a great wheel turning. It grew louder, filling his mind until it drowned out all other thought. Suddenly, he was no longer lying beneath the stars, but standing in a place that defied understanding. The ground beneath his feet glowed faintly, a shimmering expanse of light and shadow. The air buzzed with energy, alive with a force that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. Before him loomed a mill unlike any he had ever seen, its arms vast and unending, spinning with a grace that seemed almost alive. It wasn't made of wood or stone, but of something luminous, something that shimmered and shifted as though it were woven from the very fabric of existence. The sound of its turning filled the air, a melody so perfect it brought tears to his eyes. He took a step closer, and with every movement, the vision sharpened. He could see the mill's arms grinding out treasures beyond comprehension. One arm poured forth golden grain, each kernel glowing with the light of the sun. Another spilled silver and jewels, their brilliance blinding. The third brought forth a fine, crystalline salt that sparkled like frost. It was a bounty without end, a promise of wealth and prosperity that could transform even the bleakest land into a paradise. But as Väinämöinen watched, he felt the weight of something deeper, something that stirred in the pit of his stomach. The Sampo, for he knew now what it was more than a machine of abundance. It was alive in a way that defied explanation. Its power was not merely to create, but to shape the fate of those who sought it. As it spun, he saw visions flicker within its light, fields rich with crops, rivers flowing with gold, villages filled with laughter and song. And then the light shifted, darkened. The fields withered, the rivers dried, and the villages crumbled into ash. The laughter turned to cries of despair, and the spinning arms of the Sampo began to slow, their movement burdened by the weight of greed and discord. Väinämöinen's chest tightened as he saw figures, shadowy and indistinct, grasping at the mill, their hands clawing and desperate. The more they took, the more the land around them suffered, until the beauty and harmony the Sampo had created were consumed by chaos. A voice, soft and ancient, filled the air. It was neither male nor female, neither kind nor cruel, but it carried the weight of truth. The Sampo does not choose its master. Its master chooses their fate. Väinämöinen turned, seeking the source of the voice, but found only the endless expanse of light and shadow. He felt a sudden pull, as if the dream itself were drawing him deeper. The mill loomed closer now, its arms spinning faster, their hum rising to a deafening roar. He reached out instinctively, his hand trembling as it approached the radiant artifact. As his fingers brushed its surface, the vision shifted again. He was standing on the shores of his beloved Kalevala, the land he had nurtured with his songs and protected with his wisdom. But the land was not as he remembered it. The forests were dark and twisted, the rivers sluggish and foul. The people of Kalevala wandered aimlessly, their faces pale with hunger and despair. They looked to him, their eyes pleading, their voices crying out words he could not hear. He felt a terrible weight settle on his shoulders, a sense of responsibility so profound it threatened to crush him. He understood now. The Sampo was not merely an artifact of power, it was a test, a challenge, a gift that carried with it both promise and peril. If brought to Kalevala, it could restore the land, bring prosperity and harmony to its people. But in the wrong hands, it could destroy everything he held dear. The vision blurred, and Väinämöinen found himself once again standing before the mill. Its arms slowed, their hum fading to a low, steady rhythm. He stared at it, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what it represented. The Sampo was more than a thing of beauty or power. It was a choice, a responsibility, and perhaps even a burden. As the dream began to fade, he felt the presence again, vast and knowing, pressing against his mind. "Seek the Sampo," the voice said, soft but insistent. "For your land, for your people. But beware, its power is not without price." The words lingered as the light around him dimmed, the mill fading into the shadows. The hum grew softer, slower, until it was no more than a whisper. And then, silence. Väinämöinen awoke with a gasp, his breath catching in his throat. The stars above him still burned brightly, the forest still whispered its gentle song, but the world felt changed. He sat up, his heart pounding, his mind racing with the images and words that still lingered. The vision was no mere dream. It was a calling, a warning, and a promise all at once. And the Sampo was waiting. The flames of the great hall flickered, casting restless shadows that danced across the faces of the gathered villagers. The room was silent except for the occasional crackle of the firewood and the murmurs of the wind pressing against the wooden walls. Väinämöinen stood at the center, his presence commanding yet unassuming, as though the weight of the world rested lightly on his shoulders. His face was etched with an intensity that none could ignore, and his voice, when it came, carried the force of the river carving through stone. "The land speaks to me," he said, his words rippling through the air like the first notes of a song that demanded to be heard. "The soil cries out for its children. The rivers, once strong and clear, grow weak and murky. The forests whisper of days when they thrived under skies of endless promise. Our Kalevala hungers for life, for prosperity, for the hope that once nourished it." His words lingered, hanging in the smoky air as the villagers exchanged uneasy glances. Men and women who had worked the fields, hunted in the forests, and raised their children in the shadows of Kalevala's hills now sat with furrowed brows and weary hearts. They felt the truth of his words deep in their bones, even as they struggled to grasp their meaning. Väinämöinen raised a hand, calling for their full attention. "There is an answer," he said, his voice steady and sure. "A gift, forged in the fires of creation, blessed with the power to heal the land and restore what has been lost." The Sampo. A hush fell over the hall. The name stirred something ancient and half-forgotten in their minds, like the memory of a song sung long ago. Some had heard the tales of the Sampo, told by their elders in hushed tones by the fireside. Others knew it only as a word, a faint echo of something mysterious and powerful. But none among them could claim to understand its true nature. Väinämöinen's eyes swept over the crowd, his gaze penetrating and filled with purpose. "I have seen it," he continued, his voice carrying a gravity that left no room for doubt. "In a vision as clear as the rising sun, I beheld the Sampo's light. Its power is beyond measure, and its blessings could transform our home. The land would flourish, and our children would know a life free of want." A murmur rose from the crowd, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. One of the elders, a stooped man with a voice like creaking timber, leaned forward. "But the Sampo is no mere trinket," he said, his tone cautious. "It is said to belong to Pohjola, to the sorceress Louhi. How could we hope to claim such a thing? And at what cost?" Väinämöinen nodded, acknowledging the weight of the question. "Louhi guards the Sampo, this much is true," he replied. "But she guards it for her own gain, hoarding its gifts while our land withers. Is this right? Should the lifeblood of creation itself be locked away in a cold and distant land, serving no one but its keeper?" His words struck a chord, stirring a fire in the hearts of those who listened. The idea of such power, such abundance, trapped and unused while their fields lay barren, was a spark that ignited their sense of injustice. Yet fear lingered, a shadow that refused to be banished. A young farmer, his hands calloused from years of toil, rose to his feet. "But what if we fail?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Louhi is no ordinary foe. Her sorcery is said to be as vast as the night sky. To go against her, would that not bring ruin upon us?" Väinämöinen stepped closer to the farmer, his expression softening but losing none of its resolve. "Fear is the gatekeeper to greatness," he said, his voice low but firm. "And courage is the key. Yes, the path will be perilous. But have we not faced hardship before? Have we not endured storms that tore our homes apart, winters that froze our very breath? We are the people of Kalevala, and we do not shrink from what must be done." The fire crackled louder, as if in agreement, its flames leaping higher. Väinämöinen's voice rose, carrying the weight of his conviction. This is not a task for one man or woman. It is a calling for us all. For the smiths who shape the tools of our survival, for the farmers who coax life from the earth, for the warriors who stand guard against the darkness. Together, we are stronger than any sorcery. Together, we can bring the Sampo to Kalevala. A swell of emotion swept through the hall, and the people began to stir. The fear that had gripped them was loosening its hold, replaced by a flicker of hope. The young farmer who had spoken sat down, his eyes shining with a mixture of determination and wonder. Mothers held their children close, whispering words of encouragement, while the elders exchanged nods of approval. But Väinämöinen was not finished. He turned to Ilmarinen, the master smith, who sat quietly near the edge of the gathering, his hands folded and his gaze thoughtful. Ilmarinen, Väinämöinen said, his voice heavy with respect, your skill is unmatched. The Sampo was forged by hands such as yours. Will you lend your strength to this cause, to reclaim what was wrought by craft and song? Ilmarinen looked up, his eyes meeting Väinämöinen's. For a long moment, he said nothing, his face unreadable. Then, slowly, he stood, his movements deliberate and filled with purpose. If the Sampo is to be brought to Kalevala, he said, his voice steady, then it will be so with my hammer in hand. I will forge what is needed, and I will fight if I must. A cheer erupted from the crowd, filling the hall with a sound that was equal parts relief and resolve. Väinämöinen raised his hands, quieting them once more. Then it is decided, he said, his voice carrying over the noise. We will seek the Sampo, not for greed or glory, but for the life and future of Kalevala. Each of you will play a part, for this is not the work of a single soul. This is the work of a people united. As the fire burned low and the moon rose high, the villagers of Kalevala began to prepare. Väinämöinen's words had planted a seed in their hearts, a seed that would grow into action. They gathered tools, shared plans, and sang songs that filled the night with a defiant hope. The quest had begun. The wind howled through the frozen cliffs of Pohjola, a mournful cry that echoed against the jagged stone. Snow swirled in the air, sharp and biting, as if the land itself sought to repel intruders. Väinämöinen stood at the edge of Louhi's domain, his cloak pulled tightly around him, though it did little to shield him from the icy touch of the north. His breath misted before him as he gazed at the towering fortress, its spires glistening like cruel daggers of ice under the pale light of the northern sky. The gates of Louhi's stronghold loomed before him, carved with ancient runes that seemed to shimmer and shift, as if alive. Beyond them lay the sorceress's lair, a place of both wonder and terror, where the air was thick with the weight of her power. Väinämöinen's heart beat steadily, not with fear but with a quiet determination. He had not come to this desolate land lightly, nor was he unprepared. Words, not weapons, would be his armor in this encounter. The gates creaked open with an eerie groan, and a chill that went deeper than the snow swept over him. A voice, soft and serpentine, called out from within. Väinämöinen, it said, his name curling like smoke through the air. What brings the bard of Kalevala to the doorstep of Pohjola? He stepped forward, his boots crunching against the frozen ground, and entered the hall. The interior was bathed in an otherworldly glow, a cold, silver light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. Louhi sat at the far end, her throne carved from black ice, her figure cloaked in shifting shadows. Her eyes, sharp as broken glass, fixed on him with an unblinking intensity. I come bearing songs, Väinämöinen said, his voice clear and steady. Songs of wisdom and power, of creation and eternity. They are not merely words, but the breath of the world itself, woven into melody. Louhi tilted her head, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Songs, she repeated, her tone laced with skepticism. And what do you seek in return for these gifts of sound and air? The Sampo, Väinämöinen replied, his voice unwavering. The words hung in the air like a challenge, daring her to dismiss them. Louhi's laughter rang out, sharp and bitter. It filled the hall, mingling with the faint echoes of the wind outside. The Sampo, she said, her amusement giving way to something darker. A treasure beyond measure, forged by the hands of gods and mortals alike. And you think to barter for it with your songs? Väinämöinen stepped closer, his gaze locked with hers. The Sampo is a marvel, he said, his tone calm but insistent. Its power is undeniable. Yet power left to stagnate in isolation serves no one, not even its keeper. The Sampo was made to create, to give life and abundance. Let it fulfill its purpose. Louhi's expression hardened, her eyes narrowing. You presume much, Bard, she said, her voice cold as the air around them. The Sampo is mine, as is its purpose. It brings me wealth, it brings me power. Why should I part with it for songs, no matter how sweet? Väinämöinen reached into the folds of his cloak and withdrew a small harp, its strings shimmering like threads of starlight. He began to play, the notes soft and haunting, filling the hall with a melody that seemed to transcend the physical. The music spoke of the wind whispering through the trees, of rivers carving their paths through ancient stone, of life and love and loss. It was a song that captured the very essence of existence, weaving emotions so raw and profound that even Louhi could not remain untouched. Her fingers tightened on the arms of her throne, her expression flickering between defiance and something more vulnerable. The shadows around her seemed to waver, their edges softening as the music wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Väinämöinen sang then, his voice rising to meet the harp's melody. The words were in a language older than time, their meaning felt rather than understood, and they carried a promise, a glimpse of a world not bound by the chains of fear and greed. When the last note faded into silence, the hall was still. Louhi's face was unreadable, but her eyes glistened as if some long-buried part of her had been stirred to life. She rose from her throne, her movements slow and deliberate, and descended the steps to stand before Väinämöinen. Your songs are indeed powerful, she said, her voice quieter now. But the Sampo is no mere trinket to be traded on a whim. Its value is beyond measure, and its loss would leave a void not easily filled. Väinämöinen inclined his head. Then let us not speak of loss, but of exchange. What would you ask in return for the Sampo? Name your price, and if it is within my power, it shall be yours. Louhi's gaze bore into him, and for a moment it seemed as though she could see into his very soul. You are clever, Bard, she said, a faint smile returning to her lips. And bold. Perhaps too bold for your own good. She turned and walked slowly back to her throne, her steps measured. When she spoke again, her words were heavy with intent. If I am to part with the Sampo, it will not be for songs alone, no matter how stirring. I will grant you this, if you bring me something of equal value, something that rivals the Sampo in its power and wonder, then I will consider your request. And what would such a thing be? Väinämöinen asked, his voice steady though his mind raced. Louhi's smile widened, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. That, dear Bard, is for you to discover. But know this, the Sampo is guarded by more than just my will. It is bound by enchantments older than you can imagine. If you wish to claim it, you will face trials that will test every ounce of your strength, wisdom, and resolve. The challenge hung in the air like a storm cloud, its weight pressing down on both of them. Väinämöinen met her gaze, unflinching. Then so be it, he said. The people of Kalevala have need of the Sampo, and I will not falter in my task. Louhi inclined her head, a gesture of both respect and dismissal. Then go, Väinämöinen. Seek what you will. But remember, the path to the Sampo is fraught with peril, and its cost may be greater than you can bear. Väinämöinen turned and walked from the hall, his steps firm despite the weight of her words. The wind greeted him as he stepped into the open air, cold and relentless. Yet there was a fire within him that no storm could extinguish. The Sampo was within reach, and he would see it brought to Kalevala, no matter the cost. The frost in Louhi's hall seemed to deepen as she leaned forward on her black ice throne, her eyes glinting like shards of steel. The silence was thick, charged with an unspoken tension, and the air itself seemed to tremble. Väinämöinen stood motionless, every muscle taut as he awaited her response. You asked for the Sampo, she began, her voice as cold and sharp as the northern wind. A thing of unimaginable power, forged by hands touched by the divine. You dare to ask this of me, Väinämöinen, Bard of Kalevala? Do you know what it means to possess such a thing? Her words slithered through the chamber, wrapping around him like invisible chains. He did not flinch. It means prosperity, he answered steadily. It means abundance for the people who have struggled long enough. Louhi smiled then, a thin, cruel curve of her lips. You speak of prosperity, yet you ask for it to be torn from my grasp. Tell me, Bard, what would you sacrifice to make your plea more than mere words? What would you endure to prove your worth? Her question hung in the icy air, and Väinämöinen met her gaze without hesitation. Whatever is required, he said, his voice firm. Louhi rose from her throne, her movements slow and deliberate, like a predator circling its prey. Her shadow stretched across the room, twisting and curling against the silver glow of her enchanted hall. Then hear my terms, she said, each word a dagger aimed at his resolve. Her first demand came like a thunderclap. Forge for me a golden artifact, she said. Not just any trinket, but a masterpiece worthy of the gods themselves. It must shine brighter than the sun, yet carry the weight of wisdom within its form. Väinämöinen felt a flicker of unease, but he remained outwardly calm. A golden artifact, he repeated, his tone measured. It shall be done. Louhi's smile widened, and her eyes burned with a dangerous light. Ah, but that is not all, she said, her voice laced with mockery. You must also bring to me the Tuonlin swan. At the mention of the swan, the room seemed to darken, and a chill seeped into Väinämöinen's bones that no fire could banish. The Tuonlin swan was no ordinary creature. It glided through the black waters of the underworld, its feathers shimmering like ghostly frost, its song haunting enough to freeze a man's heart. To capture it was to defy death itself. Even Louhi's voice softened, as if savoring the impossibility of her demand. The swan of Tuonela sings for no mortal. Its voice is a hymn of despair, its wings untouchable by any who live. Yet this is what I require. Väinämöinen's mind raced, but he showed no outward sign of his turmoil. He knew the dangers that lay in Tuonela, the land of the dead, and the unyielding nature of Louhi's challenge. But he also knew the stakes. The Sampo was not just an object, it was hope. And hope demanded sacrifice. You set a heavy price, Väinämöinen said, his voice steady, though his heart pounded like a war drum. But I will meet your terms. Louhi tilted her head, studying him with an expression that was equal parts amusement and respect. We shall see, she said, her tone dripping with doubt. Your courage is commendable, but courage alone does not conquer the impossible. Leave my hall, Bard. Return only when the golden artifact gleams in your hand and the swan of Tuonela bows to your will. Väinämöinen bowed slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than submission, and turned to leave. The gates of the hall groaned open, and the frozen wind bit into him as he stepped outside. He paused for a moment, his breath visible in the frigid air, and gazed at the endless expanse of snow and ice. The weight of Louhi's demands settled on his shoulders like a shroud, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. The path ahead was treacherous, filled with trials that would test his limits. He thought of the golden artifact, its form still undefined in his mind, and the immense skill it would require to create such a thing. He thought of the Tuonlin swan, its mournful song echoing in his imagination, and the shadowy waters of the underworld where it dwelled. But most of all, he thought of Kalevala, its fields barren, its people weary, their dreams withering under the harshness of the world. The Sampo was more than a treasure, it was a chance to breathe life back into the land, to banish hunger and hardship. For that, no price was too great. As Väinämöinen began his descent from Pohjola, the snow crunching beneath his boots, his mind was already working, crafting songs of power and calling forth the strength he would need. The journey would be long, and the challenges formidable, but he was not a man who turned from the call of fate. The wind howled louder as if mocking his determination, but Väinämöinen did not falter. His steps were steady, his purpose unshakable. He would face Louhi's impossible conditions and return, no matter the cost. The moon hung high in the sky, its silver light spilling over the cold earth, casting long shadows upon the land of Kalevala. In the quiet stillness of the night, the wind whispered secrets to those who would listen. But for Väinämöinen, the silence held only one truth: the time had come to call upon the one who could bring the Sampo into being. His breath fogged the air as he stood on the edge of the forest, his heart heavy with the weight of his task. Louhi's demands echoed in his mind like a drumbeat, an impossible price for the treasure he sought. A golden artifact, crafted by hands that had never known error. And the Tuolman swan, a creature that belonged to the underworld itself, whose song could steal the breath of men. But it was Ilmarinen who would shape the heart of the Sampo. Väinämöinen's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the distant fires of Ilmarinen's forge flickered like the glint of stars. The master smith's hands were legendary, his skill unmatched. Yet this task would stretch even his formidable abilities to their limits. The Sampo was no mere object, it was a key to prosperity, a talisman that could shape the fate of nations. It was more than gold, more than riches. It was hope, bound in metal and fire. Väinämöinen took a deep breath, his voice low, steady, but carrying the weight of the world. He stood alone in the cold, but the magic of the moment thrummed around him, rising like a storm within his chest. And then, in a voice that rang clear and true through the still night, he began to sing. The Song of Summoning. His words flowed like the river of time, ancient and powerful. His voice rose and fell in a cadence that seemed to stir the very earth beneath his feet. The wind stilled, the trees bowed their heads, and even the stars seemed to pause, watching in reverent silence. For when Väinämöinen sang, the world itself listened. He called to Ilmarinen, the master smith, whose heart was as fierce as the fire in his forge. He called to the spirit of creation that burned within the man's soul, the fire that could shape the unshaped and forge the impossible. He called to the one whose hands had bent iron and stone, whose skill could carve through the very bones of the earth. He called to Ilmarinen, to awaken the great smith from his rest and turn his craft to the forging of the Sampo. The words of the song wound through the night like tendrils of smoke, carrying with them the weight of Väinämöinen's plea. The air thickened, the winds curling with a restless energy, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. In the distance, the forge of Ilmarinen flickered brighter, flames dancing in time with the rhythm of the song. The sound of hammer on anvil, of metal striking metal, was faint but unmistakable. Väinämöinen's song swirled and spun around him, filling the night with a pulsing energy. His voice rang like a bell, a call that no man, no creature, no god could ignore. He sang of the Sampo, its power, its promise, its potential. He sang of the land of Kalevala, a land barren and cold, a land that thirsted for the prosperity the Sampo could bring. He sang of the task at hand, and the price that must be paid. His song carried not just a request, but a plea, a desperation that reached into the very heart of Ilmarinen, wherever he might be. Väinämöinen's words were woven from the threads of fate itself, tying them together in a bond that could not be broken. He called not just to the smith, but to the spirit of creation that lived within the forge, within the fire, within the metal itself. He called upon the power of the world to answer. And then, as the final notes of his song echoed through the air, something stirred in the distance. The glow of the forge brightened, as if responding to the call, and a figure emerged from the darkness. At first, it was a shadow, a silhouette against the orange glow of the flames, but then the figure took shape, revealing the broad shoulders and strong arms of Ilmarinen, the divine smith. His face was set, his expression unreadable, but there was a spark in his eyes, one that Väinämöinen knew well. It was the spark of creation, of ambition, of the drive to shape the impossible. Ilmarinen had heard the song, had felt the call, and now he stood before the bard, his powerful form illuminated by the light of the forge. Väinämöinen did not speak at first, only nodded toward the smith, a silent acknowledgement of the bond between them. Ilmarinen stood still, as if weighing the words that had been sung, the power they carried, the weight of the task at hand. "It is done," Ilmarinen finally said, his voice low and steady, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "I have heard the call. The Sampo shall be forged." Väinämöinen's heart soared with relief, though his mind was still heavy with the knowledge of what lay ahead. The task was far from over. The golden artifact, the swan of Tuonela, those demands still hung over them like a shadow. But the first step had been taken. The forge of Ilmarinen was ready, and with it, the power to shape the future. The two stood in silence for a moment, the only sound the crackling of the fire and the distant song of the wind. Väinämöinen could feel the weight of the world resting on his shoulders, but there was a spark of hope now, a flicker of possibility. Together, they would forge the Sampo. And with it, they would bring life back to the land of Kalevala. The fire burned hotter than the sun itself, crackling and popping, sending sparks into the air like shooting stars. The forge had never known such heat, such intensity. Ilmarinen stood before it, sweat dripping from his brow, his muscles aching from the weight of the task at hand. His hands were steady, sure, as they gripped the tools that would shape destiny itself. The Sampo was not just a thing to be forged, it was the heart of the land's hope, the key to the future of Kalevala. The air around him shimmered with heat, bending the light into strange patterns as if the flames themselves were alive, watching, waiting. The spirits of the earth had heard the call, and now they had come to answer. Their presence was subtle at first, like a whisper on the wind, but soon, the very air around the forge seemed to hum with their power. Ilmarinen could feel them now, the elemental spirits, their power flowing through him, guiding his hands. The fire spirit, hot and fierce, crackled around the forge, its heat feeding the blaze. The spirit of earth stood heavy and steady beside him, lending weight and strength to the metal. The water spirit, cool and clear, swirled in the air like mist, bringing the purity of the rivers and lakes into the heart of the forge. And the spirit of air, light and free, danced like a breeze, carrying away the smoke and carrying the promise of new beginnings. With each strike of his hammer, the metal began to take shape. It was as if the very substance of the earth was responding to his touch, reshaping itself under his command. Ilmarinen worked in silence, his mind and soul fully absorbed in the task. He did not think of the swan of Tuonela or the golden artifact; those challenges could wait. For now, there was only the Sampo, only the forge, only the fire. The fire spirit whispered in his ear, its voice like the crackling of dry wood. Strike true, it urged, and so Ilmarinen did. With each blow, the metal grew stronger, purer. The earth spirit rumbled beneath him, its presence grounding him, keeping him steady. It was as if the earth itself knew the weight of what was being created, this object that would bring life and death, hope and despair. The spirit of water wove its way through the forge, sending cool streams of mist over the hot metal, shaping the molten gold and iron, calming the heat, letting the metal cool into perfect form. The air spirit danced lightly above the forge, carrying the scent of pine and rain, the scent of new beginnings, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Ilmarinen's body moved in rhythm with the elements, the hammer striking the anvil like the heartbeat of the world. Each blow was a step closer to the creation of the Sampo, but also a step deeper into the unknown. He could feel it in the air, the weight of the task, the vastness of the power that was being forged. The Sampo was not just a tool, not just a machine. It was an entity in itself, a being that would take shape in the flames, a being whose destiny was bound to the very life force of Kalevala. And then, as if in response to his thoughts, the forge began to hum louder, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through his bones. The fire leapt higher, and for a moment, Ilmarinen thought he saw a flicker in the flames, something almost alive, something ancient and powerful, something that had been waiting for him to call upon it. He paused, his hand hovering above the anvil, the hammer still in his grasp. He could feel the spirits around him, watching, waiting, as if they, too, were unsure of what would happen next. But the moment passed, and the forge returned to its steady hum. The fire spirit crackled in approval, the earth spirit rumbled, the air spirit danced, and the water spirit coiled around the Sampo like a protective shroud. Ilmarinen returned to his work, his mind clearing, his focus narrowing. He had already given so much, his strength, his skill, his heart, but now it was time to give more. The Sampo was not just for the people of Kalevala. It was for the land itself. With each strike of the hammer, Ilmarinen poured his soul into the Sampo. His sweat mixed with the heat of the forge, and the sparks that flew from the metal were like stars falling from the sky. He did not see them, his gaze was fixed on the shape forming before him, his hands moving almost on their own accord. The Sampo was becoming real, taking form, becoming something more than just a creation of metal. It was alive. Ilmarinen could feel it now, the pulse of the Sampo, beating with the rhythm of the earth, the fire, the air, the water. The world itself seemed to hold its breath as the Sampo took shape before him. He could hear the distant sound of waves crashing on the shore, the wind rustling through the trees, the fire crackling in the forge, and it was all as if the Sampo was drawing energy from the very world around it. But with this power came a cost. Ilmarinen knew it deep in his bones, and the marrow of his very being. The Sampo was not a gift, it was a pact, a deal with forces that could not be understood, forces that could change the world in an instant. The spirits whispered in his ears, their voices gentle but firm. "Be careful," they warned. "The Sampo is both a blessing and a curse." But it was too late for hesitation. Ilmarinen had already poured everything he had into the creation of the Sampo. The hammer fell one final time, and the molten metal cooled into a solid form. The Sampo was finished. The forge fell silent, the flames licking the air one last time before they too quieted. The spirits stood still, their presence lingering like the echo of a song that had already ended. Ilmarinen stood before the Sampo, his chest heaving with exhaustion, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what had been created. In the silence of the forge, there was only the Sampo, standing before him. Its form was perfect, gleaming with a strange light that seemed to come from within. It was a thing of beauty, of power. A thing that could change the fate of Kalevala itself. And yet, as Ilmarinen gazed at the Sampo, he knew that no matter how brilliant it was, it could never be controlled. The forge had given birth to something that could neither be tamed nor contained. It was a force of nature. And the world would never be the same again. The forge was alive with energy, the flames licking the metal like hungry tongues, their heat a fiery embrace. Ilmarinen's hands were steady, each strike of the hammer precise, the sound of metal meeting metal ringing through the air like a sacred song. The Sampo was nearly complete, its shape beginning to take form in the heart of the fire. It had taken days, even weeks, but now, as the fire grew ever hotter, the Sampo was a thing of beauty, something that could change the fate of Kalevala. But the moment of triumph was not to be. A sudden, chilling gust of wind swept through the forge, carrying with it a coldness that made the flames flicker and the heat recede. The fire spirit howled in confusion, its light dimming for a brief moment, while the earth spirit rumbled uneasily beneath the ground. Ilmarinen looked up, his brow furrowing in concern. He had been so absorbed in his work, in the creation of the Sampo, that he hadn't noticed the shift. The air felt thick now, heavy with an unfamiliar presence. And then it happened. The hammer slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground with a deafening clang. Ilmarinen's hands trembled as he reached for the metal again, but the tools felt wrong in his grip. The Sampo itself seemed to shimmer, its form warping in the heat as if something was pulling it apart, distorting it. The flames flared up once more, but they burned black, no longer warm and inviting, but fierce and unnatural. Something was wrong. A voice, low and deep, echoed through the forge, the words like a dark song that chilled Ilmarinen's bones. It was the voice of a rival spirit, one that had long been lurking in the shadows of the forge, biding its time, waiting for the right moment to strike. "You think you can create something so powerful without consequence?" The voice rumbled, its tone mocking, dripping with ancient malice. "You think you can shape destiny itself without paying the price?" Ilmarinen's heart skipped a beat. He had known the forge was a place of power, where the spirits of the elements ruled, but never before had he felt the sting of a spirit's wrath like this. He could feel it now, the weight of the curse settling over him like a dark cloud. The forge, once his ally, now seemed to turn against him. The spirits that had helped him before now watched in silence, as if they too were powerless against the rival spirit's wrath. The rival spirit, the one of shadows and cold, had taken its place, and its power was like an invisible hand, grasping at the very heart of the forge. Ilmarinen gritted his teeth, determination flooding his veins. He had to finish the Sampo. He had to. The fate of Kalevala rested on its creation. But the spirit was not done. It was only just beginning. The air thickened, the forge trembling as if it too were afraid. Ilmarinen's heart raced as he turned back to the Sampo, willing his hands to steady. But the metal was no longer the warm, malleable substance it had been before. It had become stubborn, resistant, as though it, too, felt the curse taking root. He hammered again, his muscles straining, his sweat pouring down in rivulets. But the shape of the Sampo shifted once more, warping in ways that should have been impossible. The rival spirit laughed, a cruel, mocking sound that reverberated through the forge. You cannot create what is not meant to be. The Sampo will never be yours. It will never serve your people. Not while I live. Ilmarinen stood tall, though his legs trembled. His mind raced, his thoughts swirling like a storm. The Sampo had to be forged. Kalevala depended on it. But the cold spirit, the one who thrived in darkness, was too powerful, too ancient. He could feel it in the very air now, the weight of the curse that the spirit had laid upon him. His strength began to wane, his body betraying him, the exhaustion of days spent at the forge now taking its toll. But there was no turning back now. He had come too far. He had given too much. Ilmarinen closed his eyes for a moment, trying to focus, trying to remember the feeling of the fire, the earth, the air, the water, the spirits that had guided him this far. They were still there, he could feel them, but they were fading, retreating from the coldness of the rival spirit's influence. He had to fight it. With a cry of defiance, Ilmarinen gripped the hammer once more, his resolve hardening like the metal in the forge. He lifted it high, summoning the power of the fire spirit, the earth spirit, the water spirit, and the air spirit. He called to them, his voice trembling but strong. "Help me," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "Help me finish what I have begun." The forge seemed to pause for a moment, as though listening. Then, slowly, the flames began to return to their normal warmth, the earth beneath him growing steady again, the water spirit's cool mist swirling back into the air. The rival spirit's icy grip began to loosen, though it was not gone. It would not go quietly. But the warmth of the forge began to push against it, slowly, steadily. Ilmarinen did not pause. He worked with every ounce of strength he had left. His strikes were fueled not only by his skill, but by his will, by his hope for Kalevala's future. With every blow, he forged not just a metal artifact, but the future itself. The rival spirit howled, its voice cracking as the flames grew stronger. It knew its time was running out, that its hold on the Sampo was slipping away. And then, with one final strike of the hammer, the Sampo took shape. For a moment, the forge went silent, still as death. The rival spirit's presence was gone, banished by the sheer force of Ilmarinen's will. The flames burned bright once more, their warmth filling the forge, and the Sampo stood before Ilmarinen, shimmering, radiant, and whole. But Ilmarinen knew the price had been paid. The curse of the forge would never be forgotten. The Sampo was complete, but so was the rival spirit's warning. Power, when taken too lightly, would always come with a cost. The hammer fell one last time, and in that single, resounding strike, the work of many days, no, many lifetimes, was complete. Ilmarinen stepped back, his chest heaving, the forge's heat still clinging to him, but a strange coldness in his bones. His hands, worn and trembling, had crafted the Sampo, and now it stood before him. It was not just a creation of metal and fire, but something far greater, something that pulsed with an otherworldly power. The light that emanated from it was unlike any glow Ilmarinen had ever seen, soft yet bright, a shimmering aura that seemed to fill the air with both warmth and a deep, unsettling sense of awe. The Sampo was no mere object. It was a promise. A promise of prosperity, of abundance. A promise of power, and with it, an untold responsibility. The forge was silent now, the only sound the faint crackling of the dying embers. Ilmarinen stood motionless for a moment, gazing at the Sampo, his heart heavy. His eyes stung with the weight of what he had created. It was a thing of beauty, yes, but it was also a thing of power, and power, as he had learned, was never without consequence. The Sampo pulsed again, and its light seemed to stretch beyond the forge, reaching toward the darkness that lay beyond Pohjola's gates. It was as if the land itself had been waiting for this moment, for the arrival of this magical object. A new dawn was breaking, one born from the heart of fire and the skill of the smith. But even as Ilmarinen marveled at the Sampo's beauty, something deep inside him stirred. He could feel the weight of what he had done, the shadow of a curse that clung to the very edges of the Sampo's brilliance. The power it offered was undeniable, but so too were the dangers it carried. A strange wind howled outside the forge, pulling at the edges of his cloak, and the ground beneath him seemed to tremble. He could feel it, like the breath of a distant storm approaching, a force he could neither control nor fully understand. But for now, the Sampo was his creation, and he had done what had been asked of him. The light from the Sampo grew brighter still, stretching, expanding, until it filled the entire forge, spilling out into the cold, dark night beyond. The land of Pohjola was bathed in the glow of the magical artifact, and for a moment, everything seemed still, quiet, as if the world itself held its breath. The trees, the earth, the waters, they all seemed to lean in, drawn to the power that now radiated from the Sampo. And then, from the darkness, a figure appeared. Louhi, the lady of Pohjola, stepped into the forge, her eyes glinting with a mixture of pride and calculation. She had watched Ilmarinen work, and now, the moment had arrived. The Sampo, her Sampo, was complete. Her gaze swept over the glowing artifact, and a slow smile curled at the corners of her lips. The power that lay within it was almost too much to bear, and yet, it felt right. It was hers by right, and the land of Pohjola would thrive under its influence. There was no limit to what could be achieved with such a treasure in her grasp. Ilmarinen stood tall, his chest heaving with the exhaustion of creation. His heart was still heavy with the knowledge of the Sampo's power, but he felt a certain sense of relief. The work was finished. He had kept his word, forged what was asked of him, and now the Sampo would go to its rightful place. But Louhi's presence reminded him of the fine line between triumph and tragedy. "You have done well, Ilmarinen," Louhi said, her voice soft, almost sweet. "But remember this, the Sampo was not made for you. It was made for me, and it will bring great wealth to Pohjola." Ilmarinen met her gaze, his eyes sharp. "The Sampo was made for all who are worthy, not just for one," he replied, his voice steady despite the unease that gnawed at him. Louhi's smile widened, but there was something cold in her eyes. "We will see," she said cryptically, her hand moving toward the Sampo. "But for now, it is mine." As her fingers brushed the surface of the Sampo, the light from the artifact pulsed once more, brighter than ever before. The forge flickered in response, as if the very flames were dancing to its rhythm. Ilmarinen could feel the pull of the Sampo, its power reaching deep into the earth, into the skies, as if calling upon the very forces of nature itself. The Sampo was alive, breathing, pulsing. The land of Pohjola was transformed before their eyes, bathed in the glow of its magic. It was a wealth beyond measure. Crops would grow in abundance, the rivers would flow with fish, the skies would offer endless winds to fill the sails of the ships that would now sail these waters. The people of Pohjola would prosper as never before. And yet, as the light spread further, Ilmarinen felt a deep unease settle over him. The power of the Sampo was not merely a gift, it was a temptation, a test of those who would seek to control it. Louhi's eyes gleamed with greed, but beneath that, Ilmarinen saw something darker, a hunger, a thirst that could never be satisfied. The Sampo was a gift, yes, but it was also a curse, a force that would take as much as it gave. The light from the Sampo grew so bright that it seemed to swallow the forge itself, the walls of the room shimmering and distorting in its radiance. Outside, the land of Pohjola was bathed in a golden hue, the fields, the forests, the lakes now shimmering with unnatural beauty. The very air seemed to vibrate with life and magic. Ilmarinen stepped back, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what he had created. The Sampo was a thing of wonder, but it was also a thing that could destroy. He had seen the way Louhi's eyes had lit up when she touched it, and he feared what she might do with its power. The fire in the forge still flickered, though now it seemed distant, a fading memory of the warmth it had once offered. The Sampo's light was the only light now, and in it, Ilmarinen could see the future of Pohjola unfolding. It was a future of plenty, yes, but also a future of struggle and conflict. The Sampo had the power to give, but it also had the power to take away. And so, Ilmarinen stood there, watching as Louhi claimed the Sampo as her own. His triumph was not the glory he had imagined. It was a triumph shadowed by the weight of what had been created. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale light over the land of Pohjola. The once vibrant glow of the Sampo now seemed duller, muted in comparison to the brightness it had once emitted. The light was no longer a warm, inviting beacon of hope. It was cold, distant, like the heart of the woman who stood before it. Louhi's eyes glinted as she gazed down at the Sampo, her fingers tracing its surface with a possessiveness that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared look upon her. The great promise of prosperity, of wealth and harmony, was now in her grasp. But what had once been a shared vision, a gift for all, had turned into something darker, something only she would control. She had sworn, she had promised, that the Sampo would bring wealth and bounty to all who would respect its power. But promises had a way of changing when power was involved. And Louhi was nothing if not driven by a desire for more. More power. More control. More for herself, and nothing for anyone else. Väinämöinen, Ilmarinen, and the others had done their part. They had crafted, they had toiled, they had sacrificed. They had given everything to bring this moment into existence. And now, standing in the heart of her cold fortress, Louhi knew exactly what she would do. The Sampo was hers. And no one would take it from her. The air in the stronghold felt thick, as if the very walls were closing in on those who stood witness to the scene unfolding. Väinämöinen's heart grew heavy as he watched Louhi stand before the Sampo, her cold laughter filling the room. It was a sound that made his skin crawl, a sound that seemed to echo in the corners of his soul. "You came for the Sampo," Louhi said, her voice calm, almost sing-song. "But what you didn't understand is that it was never yours to take. It was mine from the very beginning." Her words struck like a blow. Väinämöinen, the wise bard, who had seen so much in his life, now felt something deeper than the wisdom of the ages. He felt betrayed. The Sampo was not just an artifact, it was a symbol. A symbol of trust, of unity, of the land's hope for a future where all would prosper. And now, in Louhi's hands, it was a tool for her own selfish desires. "You promised," Väinämöinen said, his voice quieter than he intended, a tremor betraying the anger beneath. "You promised that the Sampo would bring peace and prosperity to all of us. You said it would be shared." Louhi's laugh rang out again, this time sharper, more cruel. She tilted her head, studying the bard as if he were a mere child who didn't understand the ways of the world. "You think I make promises to anyone but myself?" she sneered. "No, Väinämöinen. The Sampo was never meant for all. It was never meant for you or your people. It is mine, and mine alone." Väinämöinen's heart sank, but the weight of his own words, his own failure, pressed down even harder. He had known the dangers of power. He had known the risks of trusting someone like Louhi. But never had he imagined that the Lady of Pohjola would be so ruthlessly cold. Ilmarinen, who had crafted the Sampo with his own hands, stepped forward, his face etched with disbelief. "You cannot keep it," he said, his voice raw with emotion. "You cannot just take what was meant to be shared by all." But Louhi merely smiled, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Watch me." With a wave of her hand, the air around the Sampo seemed to shimmer, like the very fabric of reality was bending. The great artifact trembled, its surface flickering with energy, before it began to sink into the ground, as if the earth itself was swallowing it whole. Ilmarinen lunged forward, reaching for the Sampo, but before his fingers could graze its surface, the ground hardened like stone, forming an impenetrable barrier around the artifact. Louhi's laughter echoed through the hall again, and the sound seemed to vibrate in their bones. The Sampo was locked away, imprisoned deep within the heart of her stronghold. "You'll never see it again," Louhi said, her voice now colder than the winter winds that howled outside. "Not while I draw breath." The Sampo is mine, and it will remain in Pohjola, where it belongs. Väinämöinen stood there, his mind racing, his heart pounding in his chest. The very air felt heavy with the weight of betrayal. The Sampo, the symbol of their hopes, had been turned into a prison for them all. Louhi had done what she always intended to do, twist the promise into something that served only her. She had fooled them all. Väinämöinen turned to Ilmarinen, whose face had drained of color. His hand shook as he reached out, but there was nothing left to touch. The Sampo was gone, hidden away in a place none of them could reach. They had built it, had forged it, and now it was locked away, a secret treasure in the hands of a woman who cared nothing for the world's well-being. How could she do this? Ilmarinen whispered, as if speaking the question aloud would somehow make sense of the treachery. We gave everything to make it, and now she has locked it away. The silence that followed was deafening. The weight of the betrayal hung in the air, thick and oppressive, pressing down on them all. Väinämöinen closed his eyes, the anger swirling inside him like a storm. He had trusted Louhi. They all had. They had believed that she would honor her word. But now they understood. She was not the queen they had hoped for. She was a ruler of greed, of selfishness, and power. And that power would consume them all, unless they found a way to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. The road ahead was unclear, shrouded in the darkness of Louhi's deception. But Väinämöinen knew one thing for certain: the Sampo was not just a symbol of wealth. It was a symbol of hope, and that hope was not so easily destroyed. As Louhi stood over her victory, basking in the silence she had created, Väinämöinen and Ilmarinen exchanged a single, solemn glance. This was not the end. Not yet. The silence in the stronghold of Pohjola was suffocating, broken only by the faint rustle of the wind outside. It carried a biting chill, whispering through the cracks of the stone walls, but none of it could touch the cold that gripped Väinämöinen's heart. He stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the ground where the Sampo had disappeared. Every fiber of his being ached with failure, and yet, in the shadows of his despair, something stirred. The room was heavy with tension, the others unsure of what to say or do. Ilmarinen sat by the forge, his head in his hands, staring at the tools that had once shaped the Sampo. Lemminkäinen leaned against the wall, his restless energy drained to a defeated stillness. It was as if the very soul of Kalevala had been silenced by Louhi's treachery. And then, from that oppressive quiet, came a sound, low, soft, and filled with sorrow. It started as a hum, almost imperceptible, rising from Väinämöinen's throat. The melody trembled at first, as if unsure of itself, but it grew stronger with each note. It was a song that seemed to carry the weight of the entire world, a lament for what had been lost, and for what still might be. His voice was unlike any other, deep and resonant, with a timbre that wrapped around the hearts of all who heard it. It was a voice forged by the winds of time and tempered by the wisdom of countless years. As the melody wove through the room, it seemed to pull at the very essence of those present, drawing them into its sorrowful embrace. He sang of the Sampo, its light a beacon of hope, now hidden away in darkness. He sang of the sacrifices made, the dreams built upon the promise of its power. Each note carried the pain of betrayal, the bitterness of trust broken by greed. But beneath the sorrow, there was a thread of something more, a yearning, a belief that not all was lost. The song was raw and unflinching, and it bared the vulnerability of a man who had always seemed unshakable. Väinämöinen's voice rose and fell like waves crashing upon a shore, each swell of sound filling the room with its mournful beauty. The air seemed to hum with the power of his words, and even the stone walls of Pohjola felt less unyielding under the weight of his song. The others listened, their hearts caught in the tide of his lament. Ilmarinen lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lemminkäinen pushed off the wall, his fists clenching at his sides as he drew closer to the bard. Even the wind outside seemed to pause, as if the very world held its breath to hear Väinämöinen's sorrow. The melody shifted, and with it came a new tone, one of defiance. The lament was not only a mourning of what had been lost, but a reminder of what remained. Väinämöinen's voice swelled with a fiery resolve, the sorrow tempered by a growing determination. He sang of Kalevala's strength, its people's unyielding spirit. He sang of the earth that gave them life and the skies that watched over them. The notes struck like lightning, sharp and bright, igniting something in the hearts of his allies. The melody no longer lingered in despair but surged forward, an unrelenting tide that refused to be contained. It was a call to arms, a summons to courage in the face of overwhelming odds. Lemminkäinen stepped forward, his voice breaking through the spell of the song. "We are not beaten," he said, his tone fierce. "Not while we draw breath." Ilmarinen stood, his hand steady once more. He looked to Väinämöinen, his expression hardened with determination. "We forged the Sampo once," he said. "We can fight for it now." The bard's song faded into silence, but its echoes lingered, filling the room with an energy that had been absent moments before. Väinämöinen lowered his gaze, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. When he looked up, his eyes met those of his companions, and in them, he saw the spark of hope rekindled. "We will not leave it here," he said, his voice steady, carrying the weight of his song. "The Sampo belongs to all of Kalevala, and we will see it returned." A murmur of agreement passed among them, their resolve now as solid as the stone beneath their feet. The sorrow that had gripped them was still there, but it no longer held them captive. It was a fuel, a reminder of why they fought, and for whom. Outside, the wind picked up again, howling against the walls of Pohjola. But inside, there was warmth, a flicker of light that burned brighter with each passing moment. Väinämöinen's lament had transformed the room, turning despair into determination. They were no longer simply victims of Louhi's treachery. They were warriors, bound by a common purpose, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The clash of steel against steel echoed through the forest, shattering the stillness of the dawn. Lemminkäinen moved with a ferocious grace, his sword slicing through the air like a viper's strike. His golden hair, damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, and his piercing eyes gleamed with the fire of battle. Across from him, his opponent staggered, struggling to keep his footing on the blood-slit ground. With a final, decisive swing, Lemminkäinen disarmed the man, sending his blade skittering across the dirt. Lemminkäinen stepped forward, his breath steady despite the exertion. He pressed the point of his sword to his opponent's chest, the hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "Yield," he commanded, his voice low and steady. The man dropped to his knees, clutching his side, and nodded in defeat. Lemminkäinen sheathed his sword and extended a hand, pulling the fallen man to his feet. "Next time, keep your guard up," he said with a chuckle, slapping the man on the back before turning away. The crowd that had gathered around the makeshift arena erupted in cheers, hailing Lemminkäinen as their victor. He raised a hand in acknowledgement, his brash confidence as unshakable as the mountains. But beneath the surface, there was more to him than the swagger and bravado. He was a warrior with a fire in his soul, one that burned brighter with every challenge he faced. Later that day, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Lemminkäinen stood alone by the riverbank. The cool water lapped at his boots as he stared into the distance, his expression unusually solemn. He had heard whispers of Väinämöinen's quest and the Sampo, whispers that stirred something deep within him. The Sampo was no ordinary treasure, it was a symbol of hope, prosperity, and unity. Lemminkäinen's heart, though often cloaked in arrogance, was not immune to the struggles of his people. Kalevala needed the Sampo, and for all his brashness, he knew he could not stand by and do nothing. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lemminkäinen made his way to Väinämöinen's hall. He pushed open the heavy wooden doors with a flourish, the faint creak announcing his arrival. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. "I hear you need a warrior," Lemminkäinen declared, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "Well, here I am." Väinämöinen, seated at the head of the table, regarded him with a thoughtful gaze. The old bard's piercing eyes seemed to see straight through Lemminkäinen's bravado, into the heart of the man beneath. "Lemminkäinen the Bold," he said at last, his tone calm and measured. "Your reputation precedes you. But this is no ordinary battle, and no place for recklessness." Lemminkäinen stepped forward, meeting Väinämöinen's gaze without flinching. "You want the Sampo?" Then you need someone who can face the dangers ahead without hesitation. Someone who knows how to fight, how to lead, and how to win. A murmur rippled through the room, some voices questioning his audacity, others nodding in agreement. Väinämöinen leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded. Very well. If your heart is true, and your sword is steady, then you may join us. A grin spread across Lemminkäinen's face, and he clapped his hands together. Good. When do we leave? The days that followed were filled with preparation, each member of the group bringing their unique skills to the task. Lemminkäinen's boundless energy and unshakable confidence proved infectious, lifting the spirits of even the most solemn among them. He sparred with Ilmarinen, honing his skills and testing the smith's strength. He shared tales of his past exploits around the fire, his laughter ringing out like a challenge to the darkness. But there were moments when his bravado faltered, revealing glimpses of the man beneath. In the quiet hours of the night, when the others had drifted to sleep, Lemminkäinen would sit by the fire, staring into the flames with a distant look in his eyes. He carried the weight of his own burdens, though he rarely spoke of them. Perhaps it was this unspoken pain that fueled his relentless drive, his refusal to back down in the face of any challenge. As the group prepared to depart, Lemminkäinen stood at the edge of the camp, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The wind tugged at his cloak, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and earth. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he gazed out at the horizon. He could feel the pull of the Sampo, its significance tugging at his very soul. This was more than a quest for glory. It was a chance to fight for something greater than himself, to prove that even the boldest of warriors could be driven by a cause worth fighting for. The forest stood silent, its towering pines casting long shadows over the narrow path. A chill clung to the air, the kind that sank deep into the bones and whispered of unseen dangers. The heroes moved cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen needles. Each carried their own doubts, hidden beneath masks of resolve, but the tension between them was as sharp as the biting wind. A rustling sound broke the stillness, and every head snapped toward its source. Lemminkäinen's hand flew to the hilt of his sword, his fiery spirit refusing to be cowed. Ilmarinen tightened his grip on his hammer, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. Väinämöinen, ever watchful, raised a hand to still them. "It's only the wind," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Stay focused." The group pressed on, yet the unease lingered. It was not just the shadows that stalked them. It was the weight of unspoken words, the friction of clashing wills. They had all sworn to retrieve the Sampo, but their unity was a fragile thread, frayed by pride, suspicion, and fear. As night fell, they set up camp in a clearing, the firelight carving flickering shapes into the darkness. Ilmarinen busied himself with maintaining his tools, his movements precise and methodical. Lemminkäinen, restless as ever, paced the perimeter, his energy too wild to be contained. Väinämöinen sat apart, his thoughts veiled, the faint hum of an old tune rising from his lips. It was Lemminkäinen who broke the silence, his voice sharp and challenging. "We've been wandering these woods for days with no sign of progress. Are we sure this is the right way?" Väinämöinen looked up, his gaze steady. "Doubt is the first step toward failure. Trust the path, even when it seems uncertain." Lemminkäinen scoffed, his bravado bristling. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one itching for a fight while we stumble around in circles." "Enough," Ilmarinen said, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Arguing won't get us anywhere. If we're going to succeed, we need to work together." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. For a moment, the only sound was the crackling of the fire. Then, as if answering their unease, the earth beneath them trembled. A low growl rumbled through the clearing, sending a chill down every spine. They rose as one, their weapons drawn, as the darkness seemed to come alive. From the shadows emerged a massive beast, its eyes glowing like embers, its claws raking the ground with terrifying force. It was a test, a trial conjured by the ancient magic of the forest to measure their strength and their unity. Lemminkäinen charged first, his sword flashing like lightning, but the beast was faster than it appeared. It swiped at him, forcing him to leap back, his bravado momentarily shaken. Ilmarinen swung his hammer with all the force of his craft, but the creature evaded him, its movements unnaturally fluid. Väinämöinen, standing at the edge of the fray, began to sing. His voice, rich and commanding, wove a melody that filled the clearing with an otherworldly power. The song bolstered his allies, sharpening their focus and steadying their hands. Together, Väinämöinen called, his voice rising above the chaos. Strike together. The words pierced through their pride, their doubts, their fears. In that moment, they were no longer individuals vying for control or glory. They were a single force, united against a common foe. Lemminkäinen feinted left, drawing the beast's attention, while Ilmarinen moved in from the right, his hammer striking with precision. The creature howled in rage, its movements becoming erratic as it struggled to fend off attacks from multiple sides. Väinämöinen's song swelled, guiding their strikes, binding them together in perfect harmony. Finally, with a mighty blow from Ilmarinen's hammer, the beast staggered. Lemminkäinen seized the moment, driving his sword into its heart. The creature let out a final, shuddering growl before collapsing, its massive form dissolving into the earth. The heroes stood in the clearing, their breaths ragged, their weapons slick with the remnants of battle. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Lemminkäinen let out a triumphant laugh, his boldness returning in full force. Now that's more like it. Ilmarinen shook his head, a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. If only you listened as well as you fought. Väinämöinen approached, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. You see now what we can accomplish when we trust one another. The fire burned brighter that night, its warmth chasing away the lingering shadows. They had faced the test and emerged stronger, their bonds forged anew in the heat of battle. Yet the path ahead was still fraught with uncertainty, and the trials to come would demand even more of their fragile unity. For now, though, they allowed themselves a moment of rest, their shared victory a reminder of what they could achieve, together. The sky was heavy with clouds, a brooding gray expanse that seemed to mirror the weight pressing on the hearts of the travelers. They stood at the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and the air turned colder, a harbinger of the treacherous path ahead. Beyond lay the lands of Pohjola, a place of shadow and enchantment, where nature itself conspired to test the courage of those who dared intrude. The wind carried a sharp, whispering voice, threading between the heroes like a warning. Väinämöinen tightened his grip on his staff, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Stay vigilant, he said softly, though his voice carried the gravity of a command. The land here knows our purpose, and it will not let us pass easily. They moved forward, the uneven ground crunching beneath their boots. The forest grew denser, the branches of the towering trees intertwining to create a canopy that blocked out the light. Shadows danced around them, shifting in ways that defied the flickering firelight of their torches. Ilmarinen, ever the pragmatist, glanced at the darkened path. If this is the way, then let us not linger. The sooner we reach Pohjola, the better. But the path itself seemed to resist their advance. The ground beneath them turned to slick mud, pulling at their feet with every step. Lemminkäinen growled in frustration as he nearly lost his balance, catching himself against a gnarled tree. This land mocks us, he said, his tone brimming with defiance. Let it try, I won't falter. The air thickened with an unnatural chill, each breath leaving a faint mist. Then came the first sound, a low, rumbling growl that seemed to echo from all directions. They halted, their hands moving instinctively to their weapons. From the shadows emerged creatures with glowing eyes, their forms shifting between beast and mist, as if they were born of the land itself. Lemminkäinen drew his sword, his boldness unwavering. Let's see how these phantoms handle steel. Wait, Väinämöinen said, his voice cutting through the tension. He stepped forward, his staff raised, and began to sing. His words, ancient and resonant, wove through the air like a thread of light, unraveling the spectral forms before them. The creatures recoiled, their shapes dissipating into the dark. But the respite was brief. As they continued, the land presented new challenges, a river swollen with ice, its current swift and merciless, a field of thorns that tore at their clothing and skin, a dense fog that obscured the way forward. Each obstacle demanded strength, cunning, and trust. At the river, it was Ilmarinen who found a way. Using his skills as a craftsman, he felled a tree to create a makeshift bridge, his hammer ringing against the frozen trunk as he worked. Quickly now, he urged as the ice began to groan beneath the weight of their crossing. In the thorn field, it was Väinämöinen's songs that guided them, his voice steady and sure, soothing the branches until they bent away. And in the fog, Lemminkäinen's keen instincts led them forward, his sharp eyes catching faint markers that others might have missed. Still, the land fought back, as if it sensed their resolve and sought to break it. Storm clouds gathered above, and the wind turned into a howling gale. The rain came suddenly, sharp and cold, pelting them like stones. Their cloaks soaked through, and the ground turned treacherous beneath their feet. A flash of lightning illuminated the path ahead, a narrow pass carved into the side of a jagged mountain. The sight filled them with equal parts relief and dread. It was a way forward, but it was perilous, the kind of path where one wrong step could spell doom. As they ascended, the wind grew fiercer, tugging at their cloaks and threatening to unbalance them. Lemminkäinen led the way, his courage unshaken, though even he grew cautious on the slick, narrow ledge. Ilmarinen followed, his hammer slung over his shoulder, his movements deliberate and steady. Väinämöinen came last, his staff bracing against the crumbling rock. Halfway up, the wind let out a sudden, piercing wail, and a massive boulder broke free from above, tumbling toward them. Lemminkäinen shouted a warning, his voice barely audible over the storm. They pressed themselves against the cliffside, the boulder missing them by mere inches as it crashed below. They paused only briefly, their hearts pounding, before continuing. The top of the pass offered a momentary reprieve, a small plateau where they could catch their breath. But even there, the danger lingered. Strange shapes moved in the distance, their outlines blurred by the storm. Väinämöinen raised his staff, murmuring a protective chant that kept the figures at bay. When they finally descended into the valley below, the storm eased, but the air remained heavy with unease. Pohjola's fortress loomed in the distance, its spires piercing the sky like jagged teeth. The sight of it sent a chill through the group, but it also ignited a flicker of determination. "Almost there," Ilmarinen said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. Lemminkäinen grinned, though it was a weary grin. "Let's hope Louhi's ready for us." Väinämöinen did not speak, his gaze fixed on the fortress. He could feel the land watching them still, its trials far from over. But they had come this far, and their resolve burned brighter than ever. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. Together, they would reach Pohjola. The first sign that something was amiss came as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fire and shadow. The heroes had pressed on toward Pohjola's looming fortress, their spirits buoyed by their shared resolve. But as twilight deepened, the air seemed to shift, thickening with a strange, stifling energy. Väinämöinen paused, his sharp eyes scanning the darkening landscape. "Do you feel it?" he asked, his voice low but urgent. Ilmarinen tightened his grip on his hammer, his gaze sweeping the area. "A heaviness," he murmured. "It's as if the air itself is watching us." Before anyone could reply, the ground beneath their feet rippled like water. Lemminkäinen let out a startled curse, drawing his sword. The once firm earth twisted and stretched, forming jagged cliffs and gaping chasms where none had been moments before. The path to the fortress was gone, replaced by a labyrinth of shifting rock and shadow. "It's her," Väinämöinen said grimly. "Louhi is toying with us." The realization settled like a weight on their shoulders. Louhi, the cunning mistress of Pohjola, was a master of deception. She needed no army to defend her fortress, her sorcery alone could twist reality to her will. The heroes had expected resistance, but this was something else entirely. A mocking laughter echoed through the air, distant and yet intimate, as if it came from everywhere at once. The sound chilled them to their bones. Lemminkäinen raised his sword defiantly. Show yourself, witch, he shouted, his voice cutting through the eerie silence that followed. The laughter faded, replaced by whispers that swirled around them like a swarm of invisible insects. The words were indistinct but carried a cruel, taunting edge. Shadows began to gather at the edges of their vision, coalescing into forms that were both familiar and wrong. Shapes of loved ones long lost, their faces twisted into expressions of sorrow and reproach. Ilmarinen's breath caught as one of the figures stepped closer. "Mother," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It's not real." Väinämöinen barked, his voice cutting through the illusion like a blade. "She's playing with your mind. Look away." But the shadows pressed closer, their voices growing louder, more insistent. Lemminkäinen swung his sword at one of the figures, but his blade passed through it as if through smoke. The specter only laughed, its eyes glinting with malice. Väinämöinen raised his staff and began to sing, his voice steady and commanding. The melody wove through the air like a golden thread, unraveling the illusions. The shadows shrieked and dissolved, retreating into the darkness. But as the illusions faded, new dangers emerged. The ground began to quake, and the air filled with the sound of grinding stone. Massive boulders detached themselves from the cliffs, rolling toward the group with unnatural speed. Ilmarinen, quick on his feet, swung his hammer, shattering one of the boulders into a spray of rubble. "Keep moving!" Väinämöinen shouted, leading them toward what appeared to be a narrow passage between two towering rocks. But as they approached, the passage shimmered and transformed into a solid wall. A trap. Lemminkäinen growled in frustration. "She's toying with us," he said, slamming his fist against the rock. "How do we fight something we can't see?" Väinämöinen didn't answer. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. The others watched in tense silence as he began to hum, the sound low and resonant. The melody grew, filling the air with a sense of clarity and purpose. The wall before them shimmered again, then dissolved, revealing the true path beyond. But their reprieve was short-lived. Louhi's voice echoed through the air, laced with venomous amusement. "You may have passed my first test, but the night is young," she said. "Let's see how far your courage takes you." The path ahead was treacherous, flanked by jagged cliffs that seemed to lean inward, as if conspiring to crush them. The wind howled through the narrow pass, carrying with it the faint sound of weeping. It was an eerie, mournful sound that tugged at their hearts, making them hesitate. "Keep moving," Väinämöinen urged, though even his voice carried a note of unease. They pressed on, the weeping growing louder with each step. It seemed to come from everywhere, wrapping around them like a shroud. Then, without warning, the weeping turned into a deafening wail. The cliffs around them trembled, and cracks began to form in the rock. From those cracks emerged tendrils of shadow, writhing like living things. They lashed out at the heroes, forcing them to fight. Lemminkäinen was the first to strike, his sword cutting through the tendrils with fierce precision. Ilmarinen followed, his hammer smashing against the shadowy forms. But for every tendril they destroyed, two more seemed to take its place. "This isn't working," Lemminkäinen shouted, his frustration mounting. "Hold them off," Väinämöinen said, his voice calm despite the chaos. He planted his staff firmly in the ground and began to chant. The words were ancient and powerful, resonating with the very essence of the earth. The shadows recoiled, their movements slowing. With a final, thunderous note, Väinämöinen's chant reached its climax. The tendrils shattered like glass, their remnants scattering into the wind. The cliffs grew still, and the path ahead was clear once more. The heroes paused, their breaths ragged. The air was heavy with the aftermath of Louhi's magic, a lingering reminder of her power. Lemminkäinen sheathed his sword, his jaw set in determination. "She'll have to do better than that," he said, though his voice betrayed the strain he felt. "She will," Väinämöinen said quietly. This was only the beginning. The air around them was thick and cold, carrying an unnatural stillness that seemed to press against their chests. The three heroes stood at the edge of a jagged cliff, their eyes fixed on the sprawling fortress below. Louhi's stronghold rose from the barren land like a wound in the earth, its dark spires piercing the sky. No stars dared shine above it, and the moon hid behind thick clouds, casting everything into shadow. The walls of the fortress glistened as if coated in ice, but the shimmer felt alive, like the skin of some great beast. Väinämöinen's sharp eyes narrowed. "There it is," he said, his voice steady but grim. "Pohjola." Ilmarinen tightened his grip on his hammer, the weight of their task pressing down on him. "It looks like it's waiting for us," he said, his words heavy with tension. "It's more than waiting," Lemminkäinen growled, his sword drawn and ready. "It's daring us to enter." The ground beneath them felt treacherous, every step toward the fortress a calculated risk. The path twisted and narrowed, as if the land itself sought to dissuade them. But they moved forward, their determination cutting through the oppressive air like a blade. Each man carried the marks of their journey, scars, weariness, and the burden of unspoken fears, but none faltered. As they approached the great iron gates of the stronghold, a low hum began to fill the air. It started faint, like the murmur of distant waves, but grew louder with each step until it was a deafening roar. The sound seemed to come from the gates themselves, a warning or a challenge. "Do you hear that?" Ilmarinen asked, his voice barely audible over the noise. Väinämöinen nodded, his expression unreadable. "It's the song of the gates," he said. "Louhi's magic guards this place." Lemminkäinen smirked, though his grip on his sword was tight. "Then let's answer her call." He stepped forward, raising his sword to strike the gates, but Väinämöinen stopped him with a firm hand. "Wait," he said. "Brute force won't work here. This is a spell, not just steel." Closing his eyes, Väinämöinen raised his staff and began to sing. His voice was deep and resonant, weaving through the cacophony of the gates like a thread of light in the darkness. The song was old, older than the fortress itself, a melody that spoke of truth and will. The gates shuddered, the hum faltering as if uncertain. Ilmarinen and Lemminkäinen watched in tense silence as Väinämöinen's song grew in strength. The gates began to glow faintly, their icy surface melting away to reveal the iron beneath. With a final, powerful note, the song ended, and the gates swung open with a groan that echoed into the night. "Stay alert," Väinämöinen said as he stepped through the threshold. "This is only the beginning." Inside, the fortress was a labyrinth of shadows and flickering light. The walls were etched with runes that pulsed faintly, casting an eerie glow that danced like firelight. The air was colder here, biting at their skin and making their breaths visible. The sound of their footsteps echoed unnaturally, as if the walls were listening. They moved cautiously, every corner and corridor a potential trap. The fortress felt alive, its very structure shifting subtly as if responding to their presence. Hallways stretched longer than they should have, doors appeared where none had been moments before, and faint whispers seemed to drift from the walls. "This place is a maze," Ilmarinen muttered, his eyes scanning for hidden dangers. "No," Väinämöinen said. "It's more than that. It's testing us." As they turned a corner, the ground beneath them trembled, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was tall and cloaked, its face hidden, but its presence was suffocating. The figure raised an arm, and the shadows around it surged forward like a tidal wave. Lemminkäinen was the first to act, charging at the figure with his sword. The blade cut through the shadows, scattering them like smoke, but the figure remained untouched. It turned its gaze on him, and Lemminkäinen froze mid-strike, his body stiff as stone. "Lemminkäinen!" Ilmarinen shouted, rushing to his side. But as he reached for his friend, the shadows lashed out, forcing him back. Väinämöinen stepped forward, his staff glowing with a soft, golden light. "Enough," he said, his voice commanding. He struck the ground with his staff, and the light flared, driving the shadows back. The cloaked figure hissed, retreating into the darkness. Lemminkäinen collapsed, gasping for air. "What was that?" he managed to say, his voice shaking. "A sentinel," Väinämöinen replied. "One of Louhi's creations, meant to guard this place." They helped Lemminkäinen to his feet and continued deeper into the fortress. The halls grew narrower and darker, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. Every step felt heavier, as if the fortress itself sought to sap their strength. Finally, they reached a massive chamber. At its center stood a pedestal, and atop it rested a faintly glowing object. Though it was obscured by shadows, there was no mistaking what it was. The Sampo, Ilmarinen whispered, his voice filled with awe. But before they could approach, the room erupted in chaos. The walls trembled, and from the shadows emerged creatures twisted and unnatural. They were the stuff of nightmares, their forms ever-shifting and their eyes gleaming with malice. Väinämöinen raised his staff, Ilmarinen his hammer, and Lemminkäinen his sword. Together, they faced the oncoming storm. The chamber was eerily silent, the kind of quiet that screamed of something waiting to strike. The air was thick, carrying a metallic tang that clung to their tongues. At the center of the vast room, bathed in an otherworldly glow, the Sampo rested on its pedestal. It pulsed faintly, as though alive, as though sensing their presence. But they were not alone. Without warning, a low, guttural growl echoed from the shadows. Lemminkäinen tightened his grip on his sword, his knuckles white. Ilmarinen hefted his hammer, his face set in grim determination. Väinämöinen's sharp eyes scanned the room, his staff glowing faintly, ready for whatever might come. From the darkness, the first creature emerged. It was a wolf, but no ordinary one. Its eyes burned like molten gold, and its fur shimmered as though spun from silver threads. Each step it took seemed to ripple with raw power, the ground trembling faintly beneath its weight. It was massive, its head level with Lemminkäinen's chest, and its growl vibrated in their bones. Before they could react, a second figure slithered into the light. A serpent, impossibly large, its scales gleaming with a deadly green hue. It coiled around the chamber, its forked tongue flickering in the air. The sound of its movements was a soft, menacing hiss, like whispers of a curse spoken in the dark. From above, wings beat the air, and a shadow passed over the group. A giant hawk descended, its talons like blades and its feathers sharp enough to cut the wind. It circled above them, its shriek piercing, its gaze locked on the intruders. "They're guarding the Sampo," Väinämöinen said, his voice calm but urgent. "We'll have to get past them." The wolf struck first, leaping with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. It went straight for Lemminkäinen, its jaws wide and teeth glinting like daggers. Lemminkäinen met it mid-air, his sword flashing. The clash of blade against beast sent sparks flying, and the wolf howled, retreating momentarily, only to circle back with renewed ferocity. The serpent lunged at Ilmarinen, its fangs dripping with venom that sizzled when it hit the ground. Ilmarinen swung his hammer, the blow striking the serpent's head and sending a reverberating thud through the chamber. But the creature was relentless, its body twisting and coiling, aiming to ensnare him. Above, the hawk swooped down, its talons reaching for Väinämöinen. He raised his staff, a barrier of light flaring up to deflect the attack. The hawk screeched in frustration, beating its wings to create a whirlwind that whipped through the room, sending dust and debris flying. The battle was chaos. Each hero fought with everything they had, their movements precise yet desperate. Lemminkäinen danced around the wolf, his sword slicing through the air. The beast was cunning, feinting and dodging, its growls echoing like thunder. It lunged again, this time faster, its jaws closing around his shield. With a mighty shove, Lemminkäinen forced it back, his blade striking its flank and drawing a spray of glowing ichor. Ilmarinen struggled against the serpent, its coils wrapping around him, threatening to crush the life out of him. He gritted his teeth, using every ounce of his strength to keep his hammer moving. Each blow he landed caused the serpent to hiss and loosen its grip, but it wasn't enough. The venom dripped closer, its fumes stinging his eyes. Summoning a surge of willpower, he swung his hammer in a wide arc, the strike landing squarely on the serpent's jaw. The creature recoiled, its body unraveling in pain. Väinämöinen kept his focus on the hawk, his staff glowing brighter with each strike. The bird was fast, its talons a blur as they clawed at his defenses. He sang under his breath, an ancient melody that wove itself into the air, strengthening his shield. The hawk shrieked in anger, diving with blinding speed. This time, Väinämöinen's light met it head-on, the collision creating a burst of energy that knocked the hawk back, its feathers singed. But the beasts weren't finished. They regrouped, their eyes glowing brighter, their movements more coordinated. It was as if they shared one mind, their attacks synchronized to overwhelm the intruders. The wolf howled, a sound that shook the chamber and sent a chill through the heroes. The serpent hissed louder, its coils rising higher, and the hawk's wings beat with a fury that darkened the room. The heroes exchanged a glance. They were weary, their breaths labored, but their resolve was unshaken. Väinämöinen stepped forward, his voice rising above the noise. He began to sing, a song of courage and strength, its melody wrapping around his companions like a shield. The light from his staff grew, illuminating the chamber and forcing the shadows to retreat. Lemminkäinen roared, his sword blazing with newfound energy. He charged the wolf, his strikes precise and unrelenting. The beast snarled, its movements growing sluggish under the onslaught. With a final, powerful swing, Lemminkäinen drove his blade deep into the wolf's chest. The creature howled one last time before collapsing, its body dissolving into shimmering light. Ilmarinen, emboldened by the song, faced the serpent with renewed determination. He gripped his hammer tightly, his arms burning from the effort. As the serpent lunged, he dodged and countered, each strike of his hammer sending shockwaves through the chamber. The serpent coiled for one last attack, but Ilmarinen was ready. With a mighty leap, he brought his hammer down on its head, the impact shattering the air and leaving the serpent lifeless. The hawk, the last of the guardians, screeched in defiance. It dove for Väinämöinen, its talons glowing with a fiery light. But Väinämöinen's song reached its crescendo, and the room was filled with a blinding brilliance. The hawk faltered mid-flight, its wings losing strength. With a final cry, it fell to the ground, its body fading into sparks. The chamber was silent once more. The heroes stood amidst the fading light of the defeated beasts, their breaths heavy, their bodies battered but victorious. The Sampo still glowed on its pedestal, its light steady and serene, as if acknowledging their triumph. The air felt heavy with unseen tension, each breath laced with an unshakable sense of foreboding. Before them loomed the walls of Louhi's stronghold, jagged and forbidding, pulsating faintly with an ancient magic that defied time itself. The fortress shimmered, wrapped in layers of enchantments that shimmered like a living, breathing entity. It was a barrier born of centuries of sorcery, unyielding and defiant. The faint hum of its power filled their ears, a grim reminder of the peril they faced. Väinämöinen stood at the forefront, his gaze unwavering. The air around him seemed to shift, a quiet power radiating from his form. He planted his staff firmly into the ground, its base sinking slightly into the earth as if anchoring him to the very bones of the world. The others watched him, their faces a mix of hope and unease. They had seen Väinämöinen's magic before, but never like this. He closed his eyes, drawing in a deep breath, the world around him holding its own as if it too waited. When he opened them, they glowed faintly, his voice rising in a low, haunting melody that sent chills racing down their spines. It wasn't a song meant to entertain or uplift, it was a weapon, sharp and unyielding, forged from the depths of his spirit. The melody crept into the night, weaving its way through the air like tendrils of smoke. The magic in Louhi's walls sensed the song immediately. The shimmering barriers flared brightly, their colors shifting erratically as though in pain. The hum that had filled the air grew louder, a deep, discordant note trying to drown out Väinämöinen's melody. But he didn't falter. His voice grew stronger, his words ancient and powerful, each syllable a hammer striking the unyielding defenses. The song was not a simple chant, it was a story woven into sound. It spoke of the earth and sky, of rivers carving through mountains, of storms breaking the stubborn silence of the heavens. It drew on the power of the elements, coaxing them to rise and join his cause. The wind picked up, swirling around him, carrying his voice to every corner of the stronghold. The ground trembled faintly, as though responding to the resonance of his words. Within the stronghold, Louhi's magic reacted violently. The shimmering walls flickered, their once perfect surface crackling with fractures of light. The illusion she had cast faltered momentarily, revealing glimpses of the dark stone beneath. The fortress groaned as if alive, straining against the relentless force of the song. Väinämöinen's allies stood at a distance, awestruck. Lemminkäinen, bold and brash, tightened his grip on his sword, feeling a surge of courage he hadn't expected. Ilmarinen, the smith, watched with quiet intensity, his hand resting on the hammer that had crafted the Sampo. They felt the power of the song wrapping around them, a shield and a sword in one. Suddenly, the magic of the fortress lashed out. A burst of energy shot forth, aimed directly at Väinämöinen. The others cried out in alarm, but he didn't flinch. His voice rose in defiance, the song shifting in tone, a sharp crescendo that met the attack head-on. The two forces collided in a dazzling explosion of light, the ground beneath them trembling from the impact. For a moment, it seemed the song might falter. The barriers of Louhi's magic surged, their brilliance blinding. But Väinämöinen's voice never wavered. He pressed forward, his melody becoming sharper, more focused. He sang of the unbreakable wool of the forest, of the endless endurance of the sea. His song reached into the cracks of Louhi's defenses, prying them open with a gentle but unrelenting force. The wind howled around him now, carrying with it the faint scent of salt and pine. The sky above seemed to darken, as though the stars themselves leaned closer to witness the battle. Louhi's magic shuddered, its barriers dimming with each passing moment. The fortress trembled, its once impenetrable walls losing their sheen. But Louhi was not one to surrender easily. From within the stronghold, a shadow emerged, coalescing into a spectral form. It was a guardian spirit, summoned to protect the fortress. Its eyes burned with a cold, unfeeling light as it charged toward Väinämöinen, its form wreathed in crackling energy. Before Lemminkäinen or Ilmarinen could react, Väinämöinen's song shifted once more. His voice softened, taking on a mournful quality that stopped the spirit in its tracks. It hesitated, its form flickering as if caught between two worlds. The song spoke to it, not as an enemy but as a fellow being bound by duty and pain. For a moment, the spirit's cold light dimmed, and with a final whisper of the melody, it dissipated, its energy returning to the ether. The barriers of Louhi's magic were failing. The once brilliant defenses now flickered weakly, their light dim and uneven. Väinämöinen's song reached its climax, a final, powerful note that reverberated through the night. The fortress shuddered violently, cracks spidering across its surface. The ancient enchantments that had protected it for centuries crumbled, leaving the stronghold vulnerable at last. When the song ended, the silence was deafening. Väinämöinen stood tall, his staff glowing faintly, his face calm but weary. The others rushed to him, their voices filled with admiration and relief. But Väinämöinen raised a hand, his gaze fixed on the fortress ahead. The way was open, but the battle was far from over. Louhi was waiting. The hall was silent, but the silence carried weight, pressing down on those who stood within it. Torches lined the walls, their flames flickering and casting jagged shadows that danced as if alive. At the far end of the room stood Louhi, her piercing gaze fixed on Väinämöinen. Her presence was a storm contained, her aura crackling with an energy that spoke of both power and danger. In her hand, she held no weapon, for she needed none. Her words were her blade, her wit sharper than steel. Väinämöinen stepped forward, his staff tapping lightly against the stone floor. The sound echoed, a steady rhythm against the taut stillness. He met Louhi's eyes, his expression calm, yet behind it was the wisdom of countless ages. This was not a clash of swords or fists, but a battle of minds, one that would be fought with words sharper than any weapon. "You stand defiant, Väinämöinen," Louhi began, her voice smooth, laced with subtle venom. "You dare to breach my walls and claim what is mine. But tell me this, what gives you the right? What claim do you have over the Sampo, forged by your hand yet paid for with my promise?" Her words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in reason, designed to disarm. But Väinämöinen was not so easily swayed. He took a step closer, his voice low yet resonant, carrying the weight of the earth beneath their feet. "The Sampo was forged for the prosperity of all, not to be hoarded in shadow," he replied. "It is not the strength of your hold that binds it here, Louhi, but your fear of losing what you cannot truly own." Louhi's lips curled into a thin smile, her sharp features catching the light. "Fear," she repeated, the word rolling off her tongue with deliberate mockery. You speak as if you know my heart, old one. But it is not fear that drives me, it is foresight. The Sampo, in the wrong hands, would bring chaos. I alone have the strength to keep it safe. The room seemed to tighten around them as her words settled. But Väinämöinen did not falter. His eyes softened, not with weakness, but with an understanding that cut deeper than accusation. And yet, he said, his voice steady, what is safety without freedom? What is prosperity if it is confined to a single hand? You speak of foresight, Louhi, but do you not see that the Sampo's song is muted in your grasp? It yearns to breathe, to give freely as it was meant to. Louhi's expression hardened, though her posture remained poised. Beautiful words, Väinämöinen, she said, her tone laced with disdain. But beauty does not shape the world, power does. You wield your songs and your wisdom, but here, within these walls, my will reign supreme. Do you think your riddles can break it? Her challenge was a gauntlet thrown, daring him to counter. Väinämöinen paused, his silence deliberate, drawing the moment taut like a string about to snap. When he spoke, his voice carried the quiet power of a rising tide. Your will is strong, Louhi, he admitted, his tone neither mocking nor yielding. But strength untempered by wisdom is a storm that consumes itself. You build walls, cast spells, weave shadows to keep the world at bay. Yet, even the mightiest fortress crumbles when its foundation is fear. Louhi's eyes narrowed, the faintest flicker of unease breaking through her polished facade. And what of you? She countered sharply. You speak of freedom, yet you seek to take what I have fought to protect. Do you not impose your own will, just as I do? The question was a knife, aimed to pierce, but Väinämöinen caught it with a deftness born of ages. I seek not to take, but to restore, he answered, his voice rising slightly, carrying a conviction that filled the room. To restore balance, where one hoards and others starve. To restore harmony, where silence has been forced upon a song meant to be shared. The Sampo is not yours, Louhi. It belongs to the world. Louhi's jaw tightened, her composure slipping just enough to reveal the storm roiling beneath. And if the world destroys itself with it, she snapped. If the Sampo's gifts lead to greed, to bloodshed? Would you bear that burden, Väinämöinen? Would you carry the weight of its misuse? The question landed heavily, the air thick with its implications. Väinämöinen inclined his head, acknowledging the gravity of her words. But when he spoke, his voice carried a quiet, unshakable certainty. I would, he said simply. Because to live in fear of what might be is to deny the world what it could become. The Sampo's gifts are not meant to be shackled by caution, they are meant to inspire, to create, to heal. Yes, there is risk, but without risk, there can be no growth, no hope. For a moment, Louhi said nothing. The room seemed to hold its breath, the torches flickering as if uncertain which way the winds of fate would blow. She studied Väinämöinen, her eyes sharp and probing, searching for weakness, for hesitation. But there was none. His words, his presence, were unyielding, a force as steady as the mountains and as enduring as the stars. You are a stubborn old fool, she said at last, her voice softer, though her tone still held its edge. But perhaps there is wisdom in your foolishness. Perhaps. Her words trailed off, leaving a thread of possibility hanging in the air. But even as her tone shifted, the tension did not ease. The battle was not yet over, the decisions made in that hall would shape the fate of all who lived beyond its walls. The night was still, but a heavy tension hung in the air like the weight of a storm about to break. The darkened skies above were dotted with stars, each one a witness to the quiet, relentless march of time. The heroes, Väinämöinen, Ilmarinen, and Lemminkäinen, stood in the shadow of Louhi's fortress, hearts pounding in unison, ready for the task that had brought them to this moment. The Sampo was within their grasp, its power, its promise of riches, its magnetic pull that had drawn them from across the lands. But it was also a curse, a thing that would bring darkness and light in equal measure. And tonight, under the cover of night, they would steal it. The wind whispered through the trees, a sound that felt like a warning. The fortress loomed ahead, its high walls carved from jagged stone and guarded by fierce beasts. The place was a fortress of illusions, designed to keep out those who would dare to take what Louhi had claimed as hers. But tonight, there was no turning back. The path had been set, and they would walk it together or fall apart trying. Väinämöinen turned to his companions, his face set with the seriousness of one who had already seen too many battles, too many losses. The Sampo must be freed. But we must not be careless, he warned. Trust each other. Trust your instincts. Lemminkäinen gave him a grin that was equal parts cocky and determined. I don't need anyone's trust. I've got my own back. His voice was sharp, his steps sure. He was ready for the fight, for whatever came next. Ilmarinen, the quiet one, simply nodded. His mind was already focused on the task ahead, on the Sampo, on the prize, and the price they would all pay. His hands itched for the work to be done, to feel the weight of the Sampo in his grasp. He didn't speak, but his silence was a kind of strength. The kind that said more than words ever could. Together, they moved silently through the trees, their steps a quiet whisper against the soft earth. Every rustling leaf, every creaking branch was a reminder of the danger that lay ahead. They were about to challenge Louhi herself, to take what she had guarded so fiercely for so long. And though the odds were stacked against them, the thrill of the heist, the promise of victory, pushed them forward. When they reached the fortress gates, they paused. The towering walls loomed like a beast waiting to pounce. But there was a way in, a crack in the stonework, a tiny opening that seemed to beckon them. Väinämöinen's sharp eyes caught it first. With a gesture, he motioned for the others to follow. As they crept through the narrow opening, a rush of cold air met them, cold enough to make their breath visible. Inside the fortress, the air was thick with magic, the very walls humming with the power that Louhi had woven into them. The heroes moved cautiously, their senses heightened, as they crept deeper into the stronghold. Every step felt like a heartbeat, louder and louder, echoing in the silence around them. They moved swiftly but carefully, guided by the dim light that filtered through cracks in the stone. Somewhere ahead, beyond the endless corridors, lay the Sampo, the object of their desire, the treasure that would tip the scales of power in their favor. But danger was everywhere. The fortress was not empty. Enchanted creatures patrolled the halls, creatures that would not hesitate to tear them apart if they were discovered. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural light, their movements swift and predatory. But Väinämöinen had the power of song, and with a quiet hum, he soothed their minds, lulling them into a trance-like sleep. Slowly, carefully, they passed each guardian without a sound. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the air became. It felt as though the very walls were watching, as if Louhi's eyes were on them, though they had not yet seen her. The Sampo's presence was like a magnet, pulling them closer, and yet, they could feel the weight of the trap closing in around them. And then, there it was. The Sampo. It rested upon a pedestal in the center of a vast chamber, bathed in a soft, golden light that seemed to shimmer in the darkness. The sight of it stole their breath away. The magical artifact glowed with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat, casting strange shadows across the stone floor. It was both beautiful and terrifying, its power unmistakable. But as they moved closer, they heard the sound. The softest of whispers, like a voice carried on the wind. It was Louhi's voice, laced with venom and malice, calling to them through the walls. "Fools," she hissed. "You think you can take what is mine? You are nothing but thieves in my house." A flash of light erupted, and the air grew thick with magic. Louhi had known they were coming. The trap had been set, and now they were caught in it. But the heroes were not easily deterred. Ilmarinen's eyes burned with resolve as he strode forward, his hands raised. He summoned his craft, his power over the forge, calling upon the magic within him to break the barrier. The walls shook, a deep rumble echoing through the chamber, but still, the Sampo remained in place. Then, with a mighty roar, Lemminkäinen sprang into action, his sword flashing in the dim light as he cut through the enchantments that sought to hold them back. Every step he took was a challenge, every swing of his blade a defiance of Louhi's hold over the fortress. And all the while, Väinämöinen sang, a song of strength and power, a song to break the bonds that held them. Slowly, with every ounce of their combined will, the heroes brought the Sampo closer. But Louhi would not let them take it without a fight. Her magic lashed out, crackling and sparking, the very stones of the fortress alive with her fury. Väinämöinen's voice rose higher, more powerful than ever before. "This is not your kingdom, Louhi," he cried, his words breaking through the storm of magic. "This belongs to the world." With one final, desperate cry, the Sampo broke free, its glow blinding, its power overwhelming. The fortress trembled as the Sampo was lifted from its pedestal, and for a moment, everything seemed to stop, time itself holding its breath. And then, the heroes turned and ran, the weight of their prize in their hands, their hearts pounding with the thrill of victory. Behind them, Louhi's fury echoed through the halls, but the Sampo was no longer hers. It was theirs, and nothing could take it from them now. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air thick with the sting of magic. The heroes ran, their breath coming in sharp, desperate gasps, hearts pounding with the weight of their prize. The Sampo, now clutched in their hands, glowed like a burning star, its power radiating in waves. But with it came a force more terrifying than any storm, Louhi's wrath. She had watched them, felt the thread of their plan unraveling, and now there would be no mercy. The walls of her fortress shook with the fury of her magic, the very earth beneath their feet seeming to buckle under the weight of her anger. A roar echoed from deep within the stronghold, and it was a sound that chilled the bones, the kind of sound that made the hairs on the back of the neck stand straight. Louhi, enraged and vengeful, was coming for them. Väinämöinen, ever calm, but now with a fire burning in his chest, glanced over his shoulder. "She's coming," he muttered, his voice low and grim. There was no doubt in his eyes, he knew what was coming. Louhi would stop at nothing to reclaim what they had taken. His hands tightened around the Sampo as if he could hold back her fury with sheer will. Lemminkäinen was already moving ahead, his footsteps quick and sure, a wild energy in his eyes. "Let her come. I'll take her down myself," he spat, eager for the fight. His sword was already drawn, the blade gleaming with anticipation, its edge ready to taste the battle that was to come. Ilmarinen, the quiet one, didn't speak, but his eyes were hard, unblinking. His mind raced, calculating their best course of action as they navigated the twisting hallways. Behind them, the thunderous sound of Louhi's wrath grew louder. She was closing in, and each step they took felt like a countdown to disaster. And then, without warning, the walls themselves seemed to come alive. The stone began to crack and shift, twisting like serpents under the weight of Louhi's magic. The very air around them grew thick, suffocating, as if the fortress itself was trying to swallow them whole. The Sampo pulsed with a frantic energy, as if it, too, was aware of the storm bearing down upon them. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared before them, a shadow so dark, it seemed to absorb the light. The beast, part serpent, part wolf, its eyes glowing with a malicious red light, lunged at them with terrifying speed. Its jaws snapped shut, narrowly missing Lemminkäinen as he darted to the side. Väinämöinen didn't hesitate. With a single word, he called forth the magic that had been passed down through generations. His voice rang out, a low, powerful chant that carried with it the weight of ancient knowledge. The beast paused for a moment, as if caught in a trance, before it howled and lunged again, its claws raking the air. But the creature was no match for Väinämöinen's song. The air seemed to shimmer, and with a wave of his hand, the magic swept out, forcing the beast back into the shadows. The creature writhed, its body dissolving into nothingness as the spell tore through the fortress. But even as it vanished, they knew Louhi's wrath would not be so easily quelled. The fortress around them groaned, its foundations cracking, as if something even more terrifying was on its way. And then, the ground trembled violently beneath them. It felt as though the very heart of the earth was splitting open. From the darkness, Louhi herself emerged. Her eyes were glowing, blazing with an otherworldly fury. Her face twisted in a snarl, and the power of her rage was almost visible, swirling in the air like a storm cloud, black and roiling. The very ground beneath her feet buckled as she stepped forward, her hands raised, summoning the forces of magic that only she could control. "You think you can steal from me?" Louhi's voice was a hiss, a serpent's whisper that carried an icy edge. "You will pay for your audacity, for your trespass." Her words cut through the air like a blade, and the power in them was palpable, crackling around them. The heroes faltered for a moment, the weight of her magic pressing down on them. Her power was like nothing they had ever felt before. It was as if the world itself had turned against them, and in that moment, it seemed there was no way out. Väinämöinen held his ground, his face set with determination. "We do not fear you, Louhi," he said, his voice steady despite the storm around him. "Your magic may be strong, but we have our own strength. We will not let you have the Sampo back." Louhi's lips curled into a cruel smile, a smile that held the promise of destruction. "Your courage is admirable, old man. But you forget, I have the power to undo everything you've worked for." With a flick of her wrist, the air shimmered, and from the shadows, more beasts emerged, wolves, serpents, creatures twisted and warped by her magic. They charged forward, their eyes glowing with malice. Lemminkäinen's sword flashed through the air, cutting down the first creature that lunged at him. But more followed, relentless and hungry for battle. He fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his every strike fueled by the need to survive, to protect his companions and the Sampo. Yet, despite his skill and strength, the creatures kept coming, each one more vicious than the last. Ilmarinen, his hand still gripped tightly around the Sampo, stepped forward. "We must stop her magic," he said quietly, his voice cutting through the chaos. He understood that their only hope lay in weakening Louhi's power, only then would they stand a chance. Väinämöinen nodded, raising his staff. "I will weaken her," he said, his voice low but filled with power. "Hold the line, both of you. Keep the beasts at bay." With that, he began to sing, his voice rising in a powerful, hypnotic chant. The magic in his voice swirled through the air, a soothing balm against the storm of Louhi's rage. The earth beneath them trembled as the two forces collided, Väinämöinen's ancient power against Louhi's furious wrath. For a moment, it seemed as though the storm might tear the world in two. And then, something changed. The Sampo, glowing brighter than ever, pulsed in Ilmarinen's hands. The energy of the artifact began to merge with Väinämöinen's magic, filling the air with an electric charge. Louhi's eyes narrowed in disbelief as the power of the Sampo, now fully awakened, began to push against her magic. For the first time, Louhi hesitated. Her fury had met its match. But the battle was far from over. The storm raged on, the fight far from decided. Louhi's wrath was as relentless as the wind, and the heroes could feel the weight of her fury pressing down upon them. But they had the Sampo now. And no matter the cost, they would not let it go. The sea was a restless, living thing beneath the pale light of the moon, waves crashing with a force that seemed to echo the turmoil in the hearts of the fleeing heroes. Their small ship creaked as it cut through the cold waters, each splash against its hull a reminder of the relentless pursuit behind them. The Sampo, their hard-won prize, rested at the center of the vessel, glowing faintly like a captured star. Its light was beautiful, but its presence was a beacon to the wrathful sorceress who would not let them escape. The silence of the sea was shattered by a deafening roar. From the distant horizon, a storm gathered, dark clouds twisting and boiling as though alive. A cold wind whipped through the sails, and in the chaos of the sky, a single shadow loomed larger and darker than all others. It was Louhi. Her voice thundered across the waves, a chilling mix of fury and incantation. "You will not escape me." Her cry echoed, carrying power that made the water ripple and the stars above seem to dim. Väinämöinen gripped the ship's rudder, his eyes sharp, unyielding. "Steady now," he said, his voice calm but urgent. "The sea is hers, but we must outwit her." Suddenly, the waves began to rise unnaturally, forming shapes that should not exist. A massive whirlpool opened ahead, swirling with a force meant to pull the ship under. The crew barely had time to react before the water churned violently around them. From the heart of the whirlpool emerged a monstrous leviathan, its scales glistening like molten steel. It was Louhi, transformed into a beast of legend. Her eyes glowed red, her mouth opening to reveal rows of teeth as sharp as swords. She lunged toward the ship, her jaws snapping mere inches from the stern. Ilmarinen, the sails! Väinämöinen shouted, steering the ship hard to the left to avoid the beast's strike. The blacksmith turned, his hands moving with the precision of his craft as he adjusted the ropes and mended the torn sails with quick, deft movements. Lemminkäinen stood at the prow, his sword in hand, shouting defiantly into the storm. "Come on, Louhi! Is that the best you can do?" His voice was bold, reckless, and full of the fire that had always driven him. Louhi roared in response, the sound vibrating through the air and sea alike. She dove beneath the waves, her massive form vanishing into the depths. For a moment, there was silence, the calm before the next strike. The crew braced themselves, each man gripping the sides of the ship, their breaths held as they scanned the dark waters. Then she rose again, this time as a monstrous eagle, her wings spanning the sky, blotting out the stars. Her talons, like spears, slashed through the air, aiming for the sails. She screeched, a sound so piercing it felt as though it could tear the very fabric of the night. With a mighty flap of her wings, she created a windstorm that sent the ship lurching sideways. Water flooded the deck, and for a moment, it seemed the vessel might capsize. Lemminkäinen, undeterred, swung his sword upward, slashing at the shadow of her wings. The blade did little more than graze her feathers, but it was enough to provoke her fury. Väinämöinen raised his voice, chanting an ancient spell, his words weaving through the chaos like threads of light. His magic met hers, colliding in the air with a burst of energy that sent sparks raining down. Louhi shrieked in frustration, retreating momentarily, but it was clear she would not give up so easily. The waves grew even more violent, the sea becoming a battlefield of elemental forces. Louhi's transformations were relentless. As soon as her eagle form faded, she became a massive serpent, her coils wrapping around the ship like a vice. Her scales were cold and wet against the wood, squeezing with a strength that threatened to snap the vessel in half. Ilmarinen, desperate and resourceful, grabbed a hammer from his belt and struck one of her coils with all his might. The serpent hissed, loosening its grip just enough for the ship to break free. Louhi's head reared back, her fangs bared as she prepared to strike again. But Väinämöinen was ready. With a commanding gesture, he called upon the winds to shift, propelling the ship forward with a speed that caught even Louhi off guard. The serpent lunged, but her jaws snapped down on empty air as the heroes raced ahead. The chase continued through the night, a relentless pursuit across the endless sea. Louhi shifted forms again and again, a towering ice giant, hurling shards of frozen water at the ship, a monstrous storm cloud, pelting them with rain and lightning. Each time, the heroes fought back with every ounce of strength and wit they possessed. But as dawn began to break, the first rays of sunlight piercing the dark horizon, the tide began to turn. Louhi, though powerful, could not match the resolve of the heroes, nor the magic of Väinämöinen's song. The Sampo's light grew brighter with the dawn, its power amplifying their efforts, and for the first time, Louhi's attacks began to falter. She transformed one final time, her form now a massive raven, her wings black as the abyss. She dove toward the ship, her talons outstretched, aiming for the Sampo itself. But this time, the heroes were ready. Väinämöinen raised his hands, his voice ringing out with the most powerful chant he had ever sung. The air shimmered with golden light, a barrier forming around the ship. Louhi's talons struck the barrier with a deafening crash, but the light held firm, repelling her attack. She screeched in rage, circling the ship, but each attempt to break through was met with the unyielding strength of the heroes' combined will. Finally, as the sun rose higher in the sky, Louhi let out one last, furious cry before retreating into the distance. The sea calmed, the storm fading with her departure. The heroes, battered but unbroken, stood together on the deck, their faces lit by the morning sun. They had faced the fury of a sorceress, the endless transformations of her rage, and they had prevailed. The ship rocked violently, the waves thrashing with a fury that matched the cries of Louhi's relentless pursuit. The Sampo sat at the heart of the deck, its brilliance casting shifting patterns of light against the storm-darkened sky. Each flicker of its glow seemed to carry a sense of foreboding, as if the treasure itself knew the cost of its existence. Väinämöinen gripped the rudder tightly, his weathered hands steady despite the chaos around him. Ilmarinen and Lemminkäinen stood ready, their eyes scanning the horizon, their breaths heavy with the weight of the chase. The wind howled, Louhi's voice threading through the storm like a curse. "You cannot keep what is not yours," her words boomed, low and menacing, carried by the icy gales that whipped across the deck. "The Sampo belongs to no mortal hands." A sharp crack split the air as a massive wave struck the ship, nearly tearing it apart. The heroes stumbled, their balance shaken but not lost. The Sampo's light pulsed as though alive, its power untamed and defiant even in the face of its impending fate. Without warning, Louhi's shadow loomed large against the sky. She descended in her raven form, her talons extended toward the Sampo. Väinämöinen shouted a command, his voice steady and resolute, and Ilmarinen rushed to secure the artifact. But as Louhi struck the ship's barrier, a shimmering dome of Väinämöinen's magic, the energy surged with a force neither side anticipated. The collision was catastrophic. A blinding flash erupted, throwing Louhi backward and sending the heroes tumbling across the deck. The ship groaned as if alive, its timbers straining under the force of the impact. In the midst of the chaos, the Sampo's glow intensified, its light breaking into fractured beams. Lemminkäinen scrambled to his feet, his hands gripping his sword. "We can't let her take it," he shouted, his voice fierce with desperation. But it was no longer about taking or keeping. The Sampo, ancient and bound by forces beyond mortal understanding, had reached its limit. Its radiance grew unbearable, the heat of its power searing the air around it. The waves seemed to recoil, and even Louhi, now circling the ship in her true form, hesitated as if sensing the unraveling of something sacred. A single, deafening crack split the heavens, louder than any thunder. The Sampo shattered. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The light from the Sampo exploded outward, engulfing everything in its brilliance. Väinämöinen shielded his eyes, his heart heavy with the realization of what had just occurred. Pieces of the Sampo, glowing shards of unimaginable beauty, scattered into the air like stars flung across the night. The ship shook violently, the force of the explosion creating a shockwave that rippled across the sea. Shards of the Sampo rained down, some sinking into the dark waters, others hurtling toward distant shores. Each fragment carried a spark of the Sampo's magic, its power now untethered and wild. Louhi let out a scream, a sound of rage and despair that pierced the air. She dove toward the water, chasing after the largest fragment of the Sampo, her form twisting as she attempted to reclaim what had been lost. But the sea, as if defying her will, swallowed the shard before she could reach it. Ilmarinen knelt on the deck, his hands trembling as he picked up a small, jagged piece of the Sampo. Its glow was faint but steady, a reminder of what had been sacrificed. His face, usually calm and thoughtful, was etched with a sorrow that words could not convey. Lemminkäinen stared at the sea, his fists clenched, his fiery spirit dampened for the first time. "All of this, for what?" he muttered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the waves. Väinämöinen rose slowly, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the largest pieces of the Sampo had vanished. He did not speak, but his presence was steady, a silent anchor for the others. He knew the cost of their struggle, and yet, there was a glimmer of something unspoken in his gaze, a recognition that the Sampo's power, though fractured, might yet bring something new to the world. The sea began to calm, the waves subsiding as the Sampo's light faded into the distance. The storm that had raged so fiercely moments before now softened into a mournful breeze, carrying with it the echoes of Louhi's retreating cries. As the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, the heroes stood together on the battered deck of their ship. The weight of what they had witnessed and endured hung heavy in the air, but there was also a quiet sense of resolve. The Sampo was gone, its pieces scattered across the land and sea, yet its essence remained, a reminder of the power and fragility of all things. The first fragment washed ashore at the edge of a quiet village, its glow faint against the early dawn light. A fisherman discovered it, his tired hands trembling as he pulled the strange shard from the sand. Its surface shimmered like a living star, casting soft golden hues that danced across his withered face. For a moment, he could only stare, mesmerized by its beauty, as a strange warmth spread through his chest. It felt as though the shard had whispered something, a promise, a possibility, and he held it close, unknowing of the chaos it would bring. Elsewhere, another fragment rested deep beneath the ocean's surface, nestled among rocks and coral. A school of fish swirled around it, their movements hypnotic, as though the shard had infused the water with its essence. The creatures seemed drawn to it, their vibrant scales reflecting its light, until even the depths began to glimmer like sunlight breaking through the waves. In the mountains, a shard found its way into the hands of a wandering shepherd. He stumbled upon it while tending his flock, its glow stark against the rugged, gray terrain. As he reached down, a surge of vitality coursed through him, his aches and fatigue melting away. He laughed, a sound rich with disbelief and wonder. But as the days passed, his small flock began to grow restless, their eyes gleaming unnaturally bright under the shard's influence. Each fragment of the Sampo carried with it a piece of its original power, magic that defied understanding, that bent the world around it. In the hands of those who found them, these pieces became sources of awe and strife, unlocking desires long hidden, fears long buried. In a bustling market, a merchant presented his fragment on a velvet cloth, its glow attracting a crowd. The people clamored, each desperate to possess it. "It brings fortune," the merchant declared, his voice ringing with conviction. "Crops flourish, gold flows like water, and health is restored." His words were not entirely lies. Those who had touched the shard felt their fortunes shift, their lives brighten. But soon enough, envy took root among the villagers. Friend turned against friend, whispers of deceit and theft poisoning the air. The shard gleamed brighter as the tensions grew, its influence feeding off the conflict it sowed. In the court of a distant king, a larger fragment was placed upon a throne-like pedestal. The king stared at it, his eyes wide with ambition. His advisors murmured of its potential, tales of invincibility and dominion swirling around the chamber. When the king reached out and let his fingers graze its surface, he felt a surge of strength, as though he could command the very heavens. But with the power came dreams of fire and ruin, shadows clawing at the edges of his thoughts. Still, he could not resist. He decreed wars to expand his borders, believing the shard would shield him. His armies marched, but the battles they fought left scars on the land, the cost of ambition paid in blood. In a secluded forest grove, a fragment nestled among the roots of an ancient tree. The animals of the wood grew unnervingly bold, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Travelers passing through reported strange encounters, a bear that spoke in riddles, a stag whose antlers shimmered with light, birds that sang haunting melodies. One day, a wandering bard stumbled upon the shard. As he plucked his lute, the fragment's magic wove into his music, enchanting all who heard. Villagers flocked to him, their hearts swayed by melodies that promised hope. But over time, the bard noticed something sinister. The people's adoration turned into obsession. They demanded more, their eyes hollow and desperate, until the music felt less like art and more like a curse. Even the smallest shards carried immense weight. In a forgotten corner of a windswept desert, a boy found a fragment while digging for water. He cradled it in his hands, its light a beacon against the endless sands. That night, he dreamed of lush oases, of rivers and green fields where his people could thrive. By morning, the desert had bloomed around him, flowers and grasses springing forth as though nature itself had been awakened. Word of the miracle spread quickly, drawing pilgrims and wanderers. But the land could not sustain the growing multitudes, and soon, the oases began to wither, leaving the boy alone, clutching the fragment as tears streaked his face. The pieces of the Sampo held infinite allure, yet their power came with a cost. Some who found them sought to wield their magic selflessly, to heal, to protect. A healer used her shard to cure an entire village of plague, the light of her fragment soothing fevers and mending broken bodies. But the villagers grew dependent, their gratitude giving way to expectation. The healer, drained by the shard's demands, withered under its weight. Others sought the fragments for darker purposes. A warlord, scarred by countless battles, harnessed his shard's magic to forge weapons that gleamed with unholy light. His enemies fell before him, their wills crushed by the shard's aura. Yet his victories left him hollow, the shard's whispers promising ever more conquest, until he could no longer distinguish his own desires from the artifacts. Across the land and sea, the fragments scattered their gifts and curses, each piece a reflection of its wielder's heart. Some shone with gentle warmth, fostering life and unity. Others burned with a fierce, unrelenting light, consuming all who dared approach. And somewhere, beneath the waves, in hidden groves, and atop distant peaks, fragments still waited to be found, their power untouched, their stories yet to unfold. The night hung heavy with silence, broken only by the distant murmur of waves and the labored breathing of the heroes. Väinämöinen leaned on his staff, his face etched with exhaustion and pain. His cloak, once pristine, was now torn and stained with the battle's toll. The faint light of the moon revealed Ilmarinen, his hands trembling as he clutched the remaining fragments of the Sampo to his chest. The shards glimmered faintly, their once blazing brilliance dulled, as though mourning their own destruction. Lemminkäinen stood a few paces away, his sword dangling loosely in his grip, his once bold eyes shadowed with regret. Blood streaked his cheek, a shallow cut that stung with every move. He turned toward the others, his voice rough. "How far can we go like this?" he asked, though no one answered. The weight of their wounds and the fragments they carried was almost too much to bear. The shore they had landed on felt foreign, cold, and unwelcoming. Each step inland felt like a struggle against unseen forces. Väinämöinen, ever the guide, raised his head and whispered, "We keep moving. Kalevala awaits." The path was uneven, strewn with jagged rocks and twisted roots. The forest loomed around them, its trees creaking softly in the wind. Shadows danced between the trunks, their shapes twisting into forms that felt too alive to be imagined. Every rustle of leaves made Lemminkäinen's hand tighten on his sword, his muscles taut as a drawn bowstring. As they pressed forward, the fragments of the Sampo seemed to grow heavier. Ilmarinen stumbled, nearly falling to his knees, and Väinämöinen was at his side in an instant, steadying him. "It's more than just their weight," Ilmarinen muttered, his voice thick with fatigue. "They pull at my thoughts, like they want to speak, but I don't understand their words." "They are alive," Väinämöinen said quietly. "Even in pieces, the Sampo holds its power. It will test us. We must not falter." But the forest did not care for their resolve. It grew darker, the canopy above thickening until even the moonlight was swallowed whole. The air turned colder, biting at their exposed skin. Lemminkäinen hissed as he felt something brush against his ankle, though when he looked, there was nothing there. "This place is cursed," he spat, his voice cutting through the oppressive quiet. "It is not the forest," Väinämöinen said. "It is Louhi's wrath." At that moment, the wind rose, howling through the trees like a chorus of tormented spirits. Branches snapped, and the ground beneath them shuddered as though alive. From the shadows emerged shapes, twisted, indistinct, but menacing. Louhi's magic lingered, her fury reaching out to snare them even from afar. "Keep moving," Väinämöinen commanded, his voice strong despite his weariness. He raised his staff, its tip glowing faintly with a protective light, and the shadows recoiled. But they did not retreat far, circling just beyond the light's reach, waiting for a moment of weakness. The heroes pushed on, their breaths ragged, their footsteps uneven. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, the forest swallowing any sense of distance. When dawn finally broke, it felt like a fragile miracle. Pale light filtered through the trees, revealing the edge of the woods and the rolling plains beyond. For the first time since the battle, they could see a horizon. But their respite was brief. The open plains brought their own challenges. The wind howled across the grasses, carrying whispers that pricked at their minds. The fragments of the Sampo began to hum softly, their resonance a haunting melody that none of them could ignore. "Do you hear it?" Lemminkäinen asked, his voice low. His usual bravado was gone, replaced by unease. "It's like, it's calling for something." Väinämöinen nodded grimly. It calls for what it has lost. The whole. We should have left them behind, Lemminkäinen muttered. They're more trouble than they're worth. Ilmarinen shot him a glare, his grip tightening on the fragments. And let them fall into the wrong hands? No. We bear this burden because no one else can. Their argument was cut short by a distant rumble. Turning back, they saw storm clouds gathering, darker and more violent than any natural tempest. Louhi's presence was palpable in the air, her rage driving the winds to unnatural fury. Lightning forked across the sky, illuminating the landscape with stark flashes. We're not far now, Väinämöinen said, urging them forward. His voice carried the faintest tremor, but his resolve remained unshaken. The plains gave way to hills, their slopes dotted with ancient stones and wildflowers. As they climbed, the fragments of the Sampo seemed to grow restless, their hum intensifying. Ilmarinen's face was pale, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. They're fighting me, he said through gritted teeth. As if they don't want to go any farther. They know what lies ahead, Väinämöinen said. But we press on. The final stretch was the hardest. The path to Kalevala was steep and treacherous, the wind clawing at them with icy fingers. The fragments pulsed in rhythm with their steps, their light flickering as though alive. Every step felt like a test, their strength and resolve pushed to their limits. At last, the familiar sight of Kalevala's gates came into view, their sturdy wood and iron standing strong against the elements. The villagers gathered as the heroes approached, their faces etched with a mixture of awe and concern. Murmurs spread through the crowd as they saw the state of their champions, wounded, weary, but unbroken. Väinämöinen stepped forward, his voice carrying over the crowd. We return with what remains of the Sampo. Its power, though fractured, still holds great peril. We must guard it well. The people parted to let them through, their eyes following the faint glow of the fragments cradled in Ilmarinen's arms. Whispers of reverence and fear rippled through the crowd. Some reached out to touch the air around the fragments, drawn by their allure, but Väinämöinen raised his staff, a clear warning in his gaze. Inside the hall, the heroes finally allowed themselves to rest. Väinämöinen leaned against his staff, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Ilmarinen carefully placed the fragments on a cloth-covered table, their glow casting long shadows across the room. Lemminkäinen sank onto a bench, his head in his hands. For a moment, silence reigned. Then Väinämöinen spoke, his voice low but steady. This is not the end. The Sampo's power, even in fragments, will shape the fate of this land. We must remain vigilant. Though their bodies were battered and their spirits weighed down, the heroes shared a look of quiet determination. The path ahead was uncertain, but their resolve burned brighter than the fragments themselves. They had returned home, scarred but unyielding, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. Golden light streamed across the fields of Kalevala, the morning sun touching every blade of grass with warmth and life. It was a light unlike any other, soft yet vibrant, carrying a sense of promise. The fragments of the Sampo had been carefully distributed among the village elders, each piece resting in a place of honor. Though broken, their power radiated outward, weaving into the fabric of the land itself. The first signs of change came subtly. The earth, long accustomed to its struggles, seemed to soften under the farmer's hands. Seeds, once hesitant to sprout, now pushed through the soil with eager vitality. Crops that had previously fought for survival grew tall and strong, their leaves lush and green. Grain swayed in the breeze, golden and plentiful, whispering secrets of abundance as it danced. Among the villagers, a new energy thrived. Children's laughter rang out as they ran barefoot through the fields, their cheeks flushed with the health gifted by the Sampo's lingering touch. The elderly, who had once hunched under the weight of age, found their steps lighter, their spirits renewed. People spoke of hope, not in hushed tones as they had before, but with joy ringing in their voices. Ilmarinen stood by the forge, his hands blackened with soot. He watched as the metal beneath his hammer bent easily, as if yielding to the fragment's influence even here. His creations had always been marvels, but now they glimmered with an otherworldly perfection. Tools made with this new metal worked faster, sharper, and longer, helping the people harvest the blessings their land now offered. Near the village square, Väinämöinen sat under the shade of an ancient tree. His staff rested beside him as he strummed his kantele, the notes winding through the air like threads of a tapestry. The music carried a sense of peace, echoing the harmony the fragments had brought to Kalevala. Villagers gathered to listen, their faces soft with contentment. The melodies told stories of what had been lost and what had been found, a reminder of the sacrifices that had brought this prosperity. Even Lemminkäinen, ever the restless spirit, found himself changed. He stood on the hill overlooking the village, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. The glow of the fragments reached even this far, the fields below shimmering in their light. He felt a quiet pride swell within him, not the reckless pride of youth, but something deeper. They had done this. Against all odds, they had brought this gift back to their people. But the fragment's power was not just seen in the land or the tools. The very air of Kalevala seemed lighter, humming with potential. A well of creativity bubbled up among the people. Artisans found their hands guided to create works of beauty, their fingers stitching patterns as if they held the threads of the universe itself. Singers lifted their voices, the harmonies woven with an unspoken magic that made even the hardest heart soften. The village itself transformed. Homes, once humble and worn, were rebuilt with new vigor. Walls rose higher, adorned with carvings and patterns that reflected the spirit of the land. The central hall became a gathering place, its beams polished and strong, its hearth burning with warmth that never seemed to fade. Yet amidst the abundance, there was reverence. The people understood the fragment's power was not infinite nor to be taken lightly. They guarded them with care, constructing shrines where the pieces were housed. Offerings of flowers, grain, and simple handmade treasures were left as tokens of gratitude. At night, the shrines glowed faintly, a soft reminder of the power they held. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in shades of amber and violet, Väinämöinen addressed the people. The entire village gathered in the square, their faces illuminated by the light of torches and the faint glow of the fragments. His voice, though gentle, carried the weight of wisdom. "Look around you," he began, gesturing to the fields, the homes, the faces of those who stood before him. "This is the blessing of the Sampo. It is a gift, born of sacrifice and struggle, and it must be cherished. Let us not grow complacent, but instead honor this gift with hard work and kindness." The crowd murmured their agreement, their hearts swelling with pride and purpose. That night, as the stars blanketed the sky, the villagers spoke of dreams they had long buried, dreams they now felt within reach. They spoke of new ventures, of journeys to share their blessings with others, of building a future that would honor the heroes who had brought the Sampo home. The power of the fragments did not come without challenges. With such abundance came the temptation to hoard, to use the fragments for selfish gain. But the people of Kalevala, guided by the wisdom of their elders and the strength of their heroes, stood united. They remembered the battles fought, the blood spilled, and the price paid to bring the Sampo back. Whenever discord threatened, Väinämöinen's songs or Ilmarinen's quiet resolve would bring them back to harmony. Seasons passed, and the land flourished. Spring brought blossoms so vibrant they seemed to rival the sun. Summer filled the air with the hum of bees and the scent of ripened fruit. Autumn painted the fields in shades of gold and crimson, the harvests so bountiful they could hardly store it all. Even winter, once harsh and unyielding, felt gentler under the fragment's watch. Kalevala became a beacon, its reputation spreading far and wide. Travelers came, drawn by tales of the village's transformation. Some sought to witness the blessings for themselves, while others came with offerings, hoping to share in the bounty. The people of Kalevala welcomed them with open arms, sharing their food, their stories, and their newfound joy. Through it all, the fragments remained at the heart of it all, a silent but powerful presence. They reminded the people of both the heights they could reach and the dangers of greed. The villagers often spoke of the fragments as if they were alive, calling them guardians, teachers, even friends. Years later, when the heroes gathered once more in the central hall, they shared a quiet moment of reflection. Väinämöinen, his hair now silver, looked at the faces of his companions, Ilmarinen, still sturdy and strong, and Lemminkäinen, his wild spirit tempered but undimmed. They did not need words to express their pride. The legacy of the Sampo's blessing was written in every field, every home, and every smiling face in Kalevala. Outside, the fragments glowed softly in their shrines, their light mingling with the stars. The land thrived, and so did the people, their lives forever intertwined with the magic that had come to them through courage, sacrifice, and an unbreakable bond. The first sign came with the wind. It swept through Kalevala with a sharp, biting edge, colder than any winter gust. It howled through the trees and over the fields, carrying a sound that wasn't quite natural, a low, guttural moan, as if the air itself mourned. Farmers paused in their work, their faces etched with unease. Children stopped their games, their laughter swallowed by the eerie sound. Even the animals, usually indifferent to the weather, huddled together, their eyes wide with fear. By the next morning, the sky had changed. It was not the soft gray of an overcast day or the violent darkness of an impending storm. It was sickly, bruised, with streaks of green and purple that didn't belong. A shiver ran through the village as people gathered in the square, murmuring prayers to ward off whatever evil was creeping into their land. Louhi's curse struck without mercy. The crops that had once thrived under the fragment's blessing began to wither. The golden stalks of grain turned brittle and gray overnight. Leaves curled and blackened, falling from the trees like ash. The air, once filled with the sweet scent of flowers and ripe fruit, grew heavy with the acrid smell of decay. But it wasn't just the land. The sickness came next, spreading like wildfire through the village. It began with a fever, small at first, a slight warmth that left people brushing it off as nothing. By nightfall, it was an inferno. Skin burned to the touch, and breath came in short, ragged gasps. Even the strongest men and women were brought to their knees, their faces slick with sweat, their eyes clouded with pain. Mothers wept as their children cried out in delirium, their small bodies trembling with chills despite the heat. No one was spared. Väinämöinen walked among the stricken, his heart heavy with the weight of their suffering. He tried every remedy he knew, herbs, salves, spells whispered under his breath, but nothing worked. The fever was relentless, cruel, and unstoppable. It felt alive, as if it had a will of its own, feeding on their despair. And then came the shadows. They crept into Kalevala under the cover of night, slithering through the streets and slipping under doors. At first, they were nothing more than fleeting shapes at the edge of one's vision, vanishing the moment they were noticed. But as the days wore on, they grew bolder. They gathered in corners, pooling like spilled ink. They whispered, their voices soft and insidious, promising relief to the desperate. Lemminkäinen was the first to confront them. Sword in hand, he stood in the middle of the square, his eyes scanning the darkness. He called out, his voice defiant, challenging whatever creature dared to torment his people. But the shadows did not answer. They only watched, their forms shifting and writhing, their silence more terrifying than any roar. When the attack came, it was swift and brutal. The shadows surged forward, coiling around Lemminkäinen like living chains. He slashed at them, his blade cutting through the air, but it was like fighting smoke. They tightened their grip, pulling him to his knees, their cold touch burning against his skin. It was only Väinämöinen's quick thinking that saved him. With a burst of light from his staff, he drove the shadows back, their shrieks echoing into the night as they fled. The village was shaken. If even Lemminkäinen, the boldest among them, could be overpowered, what hope did they have? Fear settled over Kalevala like a heavy fog. The people whispered of Louhi's revenge, of her wrath reaching out to punish them for what they had taken. Ilmarinen worked tirelessly at his forge, crafting charms and talismans to protect the village. His hands moved with a desperation he had never felt before, the glow of the molten metal illuminating the sweat on his brow. But even as he poured his heart into his work, he knew it might not be enough. Louhi's magic was ancient and vast, and the fragments of the Sampo, though powerful, could not shield them from everything. The nights grew longer, the darkness stretching like a living thing. The whispers of the shadows became louder, more insistent. They spoke of surrender, of giving the fragments back to Louhi to end the suffering. The villagers began to waver, their faith cracking under the weight of their fear. Some even gathered at the shrines, their hands trembling as they reached for the fragments, ready to offer them up. But Väinämöinen stopped them. He stood before the shrines, his voice steady and strong despite the exhaustion etched into his face. "The Sampo is our hope," he said. "It is what we fought for, what we bled for. We will not give it back. We will endure." His words reignited a spark in the hearts of the people, though it was fragile and flickering. They clung to it, holding on to the belief that they could survive this storm. They worked together, tending to the sick, fortifying their homes, and standing watch for the shadows. The bonds between them grew stronger, forged in the fires of their shared suffering. But Louhi's curse was relentless. Swarms of insects descended on the village, their buzzing a deafening roar that filled the air. They devoured what little remained of the crops, leaving nothing but husks behind. The wells ran dry, the water turning to sludge that reeked of rot. The villagers were pushed to their limits, their resilience tested again and again. Through it all, Väinämöinen, Ilmarinen, and Lemminkäinen stood as pillars of strength. They fought not just against Louhi's magic, but against the despair that threatened to consume the people. They sang songs of hope, their voices rising above the chaos, reminding everyone of what they were fighting for. As the days turned into weeks, the village began to adapt. They learned to navigate the darkness, to resist the whispers, to find strength in one another. The fragments of the Sampo, though diminished, offered small miracles, healing a wound here, guiding a lost child there. These moments, though fleeting, kept the spark of hope alive. And so, Kalevala endured. Louhi's revenge was a storm, fierce and unyielding, but the people weathered it, their spirits unbroken. The shadows might haunt them, the plagues might test them, but they held on to the light of the Sampo and the strength of their unity. Together, they faced the darkness, defying it with every breath, every step, and every act of defiance. The first warning came with the tremors. Barely noticeable at first, the ground seemed to shiver beneath the villagers' feet, as if something vast and unseen stirred deep within the earth. Farmers glanced at one another with worried expressions, their hands gripping tools now useless against an enemy they couldn't yet see. The tremors grew stronger with each passing day, the earth groaning under an unspoken weight. By the time the sky began to change, there was no longer any doubt. Thick clouds rolled in, heavy and bruised, hanging low enough to smother the rooftops. A strange hum filled the air, not the melody of wind or rain, but something darker, an undercurrent of power that seeped into the bones. It was not a question of if Louhi would strike, but when. In the heart of the village, Väinämöinen stood with Ilmarinen and Lemminkäinen, their faces drawn but determined. Around them, the people of Kalevala gathered in hushed circles, their murmurs laced with fear. Men and women alike clutched makeshift weapons, spears, axes, and scythes, anything that might offer protection against what was coming. Children peeked out from behind their mothers, their wide eyes mirroring the unease that hung thick in the air. "It's not just the storm," Väinämöinen said quietly, his voice carrying an edge that made the others fall silent. "Louhi will come herself. She will bring her magic, her beasts, her fury. We must be ready." Lemminkäinen stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "We'll fight," he said, his voice defiant. "We've faced her before and survived. We'll do it again." But it was Ilmarinen who spoke the truth they all felt but dared not say. "This is different," he murmured, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. "She's not coming to bargain or to scare us. She's coming to destroy us." The silence that followed was deafening. The weight of his words settled over the crowd like a suffocating blanket. But it was broken by Väinämöinen's steady voice. "Then we prepare." The village came alive with urgency. The forge burned day and night as Ilmarinen worked tirelessly, crafting weapons and shields imbued with whatever strength the fragments of the Sampo could spare. Sparks flew, lighting his face with a fiery determination as he hammered steel with rhythmic precision. Every clang of his hammer was a promise, a vow to protect what they had left. The warriors gathered in the square, honing their skills under Lemminkäinen's watchful eye. His commands were sharp, his movements precise, a man shaped by battles and bound to his people. He fought alongside them, teaching them not just how to strike, but how to stand firm in the face of fear. Even those who could not fight found ways to contribute. Women wove nets to trap Louhi's beasts, their fingers moving with a frantic grace. Elders whispered old prayers, their voices low and steady as they called upon the ancient spirits to guide and protect them. Children carried water and supplies, their small hands trembling but resolute. But preparation was not enough to banish the fear. At night, the village was cloaked in an uneasy stillness. Shadows stretched long and dark, and the air seemed to pulse with a silent warning. Families huddled together, their homes fortified but fragile against the unknown. Whispers of doubt spread like wildfire. Would their efforts be enough? Could they truly stand against the mistress of the north? Väinämöinen walked among them, his presence a quiet reassurance. He spoke to the frightened, his words measured and calm, weaving strength into their hearts. "It is not the strength of our arms that will see us through," he said to a gathered crowd. "It is the strength of our spirit. Louhi may bring her storm, but we will stand as one." Yet even he was not immune to the weight of the coming battle. In the dead of night, he climbed the hill overlooking Kalevala, his staff glowing faintly in his hand. He gazed out at the darkened landscape, his mind heavy with the burden of what lay ahead. The stars above seemed dim, their light swallowed by the growing storm. "She's coming," he whispered to the night. "And we are not ready." The storm began to take shape the following morning. The wind roared through the village, tearing at roofs and scattering debris. The air crackled with electricity, the scent of ozone sharp and unnatural. Thunder rolled, not in the distant sky but from somewhere deeper, a sound that resonated in the chest and rattled the soul. The animals were the first to sense it. They brayed and howled, their panic filling the air as they pulled at their tethers. Some broke free, fleeing into the woods in a frenzy, while others cowered in their pens, their eyes wide with terror. The villagers could feel it too, a presence, vast and oppressive, pressing down on them like an unseen hand. And then the tremors returned, stronger than before. The ground shook violently, sending people stumbling and dishes crashing to the floor. Cracks appeared in the earth, snaking their way through the fields and roads. From deep within the fissures came a sound, a low, guttural growl that made the hair on the back of every neck stand on end. "She's near," Väinämöinen said, his voice grim. "Hold fast." The people gathered in the square, their makeshift weapons at the ready. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their fear overshadowed by their determination. This was their home, their land, and they would not surrender it. The fragments of the Sampo, now enshrined in protective wards, glowed faintly, their light a fragile beacon in the gathering darkness. And then it began. The sky erupted with a blinding light, and from the clouds came a sound like 1,000 voices crying out in anguish. A figure appeared on the horizon, cloaked in shadow and radiating an aura of raw power. Louhi. She moved with an otherworldly grace, her steps sending ripples through the air. Behind her came her forces, beasts of nightmare, shapes that defied reason, and a storm that raged with her fury. The people of Kalevala tightened their grip on their weapons, their breath hitching in unison. This was the moment they had prepared for, the moment they had feared. And yet, as the first bolt of lightning struck the earth, they stood firm. For though Louhi's wrath was vast, their resolve was greater still. The forest was silent, unnervingly so. Even the usual hum of life, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of birds, seemed to hold its breath. Lemminkäinen stood at the edge of the trees, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. The air was thick, heavy with something unseen but undeniably present. His jaw tightened. This was no ordinary forest. It was a threshold, a place of testing, and he knew that beyond these trees lay challenges that could break even the strongest of men. The whispers of Louhi's minions reached his ears as soon as he took the first step. Soft at first, like the murmurs of the wind, they grew louder, more insistent, twisting into cruel taunts and promises of doom. They spoke of his fears, his failures, and his weaknesses in voices that seemed to come from every direction. Lemminkäinen set his shoulders and pressed on, his boots crunching against the dry underbrush. He would not be swayed by shadows and words. The first trial came suddenly. The ground beneath his feet shifted, and before he could react, it gave way entirely. He plunged into darkness, landing in a cavern lit only by the faint, eerie glow of moss-covered walls. A creature stirred in the shadows, a serpent, its body coiled like a living nightmare. Its eyes glinted with malice as it slithered forward, its hiss echoing in the confined space. "You dare enter my domain, mortal," the serpent sneered, its voice dripping with venom. Lemminkäinen drew his sword, the blade catching the faint light. "I dare," he replied, his voice steady despite the cold sweat trickling down his back. The serpent lunged, its massive form striking with terrifying speed. Lemminkäinen dodged, his movements precise and deliberate. He struck back, his blade slicing through the air. The clash was brutal, each blow reverberating through the cavern like thunder. The serpent's tail lashed out, knocking him to the ground. Pain shot through his body, but he refused to stay down. With a roar, he surged forward, driving his sword into the beast's heart. The serpent writhed, its body twisting violently before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Breathing heavily, Lemminkäinen climbed out of the cavern, his muscles aching but his resolve unshaken. He knew this was only the beginning. The forest shifted around him, the trees seeming to close in as he continued forward. He came to a clearing where a figure waited, a woman cloaked in black, her face obscured by a veil. She held a mirror in her hands, its surface rippling like water. Without a word, she raised it, and Lemminkäinen saw his reflection twist and distort. The mirror showed him visions of despair, his home in ruins, his loved ones lost, and himself alone, broken, defeated. "You cannot win," the woman said, her voice soft but relentless. "Turn back before it is too late." Lemminkäinen's heart pounded as the images pressed down on him, each one more devastating than the last. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms. "This is not my fate," he said, his voice low but firm. The woman tilted her head. "Are you so certain?" He stepped forward, his gaze never leaving hers. "I am." With a sharp motion, he drew his sword and shattered the mirror. The pieces fell to the ground, the images vanishing into nothingness. The woman let out a piercing scream before dissolving into the air, leaving only silence behind. Lemminkäinen pressed on, his determination burning brighter with each step. But the trials grew more harrowing. He faced a pack of shadow wolves, their eyes glowing like embers as they circled him with predatory intent. He fought them with every ounce of strength he had, his sword a blur of motion as he struck them down one by one. Their howls echoed long after the last of them fell, a haunting reminder of the battle. Next came the river, its waters black and churning with an unnatural fury. A bridge spanned its width, but it was guarded by a monstrous troll, its skin as rough and jagged as stone. The troll blocked his path, its massive club resting on its shoulder. "None shall pass," it growled, its voice like grinding rocks. Lemminkäinen didn't hesitate. He charged, his sword raised high. The troll swung its club with devastating force, but Lemminkäinen was quick, ducking and weaving as he delivered swift, calculated strikes. The battle was relentless, each blow shaking the very ground. Finally, with a mighty leap, he drove his sword into the troll's chest. The creature let out a bellowing cry before toppling into the river, its body swept away by the raging current. Exhausted but unyielding, Lemminkäinen reached the edge of the forest. The final trial awaited him there, a figure cloaked in shadow, its form shifting and indistinct. It spoke with a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, its tone cold and mocking. "You have come far," it said, "but you will not go further." The figure raised a hand, and the ground trembled as dark tendrils erupted, snaking toward Lemminkäinen with terrifying speed. He fought them off, his sword slashing through the darkness, but the figure was relentless. It conjured illusions of his worst fears, his deepest regrets, and his most painful memories, each one striking like a dagger to the heart. But Lemminkäinen refused to falter. He drew upon every ounce of courage, every shred of resolve, and focused on the light within himself, a light that no shadow could extinguish. With a cry that shook the very air, he charged, his sword blazing with a brilliance that cut through the darkness like the dawn. The figure let out a shriek as Lemminkäinen struck, the light consuming it entirely. The shadows dissipated, and the forest seemed to breathe again, its oppressive weight lifting. Lemminkäinen stood alone, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. The trials had tested him in every way, his strength, his courage, his very soul. But he had prevailed. He sheathed his sword and took a step forward, the path before him clear. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of quiet triumph. Lemminkäinen allowed himself a brief smile before continuing on, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The sky hung heavy over Kalevala, cloaked in swirling gray clouds that blocked the light of the sun. The air was thick with despair, a tangible weight that pressed on the villagers as they moved through the ruined fields and broken homes. Crops lay blackened, livestock sickened and dying, and the once vibrant forests stood eerily silent. Louhi's curse had seeped into every corner of the land, leaving it gasping for life. In the midst of this desolation, Väinämöinen stood atop a small hill overlooking the stricken village. His staff was planted firmly in the ground, his face etched with lines of sorrow and determination. The wind carried whispers of fear from the people below, and their pain pierced his heart. He closed his eyes, his hand tightening on the staff. This was his burden to bear, his song to sing. The first note rose softly, a single thread of sound carried on the wind. It was a gentle, mournful note, one that spoke of loss and longing. The air around him seemed to quiver, the curse recoiling at the sound. Väinämöinen's voice deepened, resonating with the power of ancient wisdom, each word weaving together the fragments of hope scattered among the people. The earth beneath his feet trembled as the psalm grew. It was not just music, it was a force that reached into the soil, the rivers, the trees. The melody wrapped around the cursed land, caressing it with the promise of healing. The clouds above churned, their darkness cracking to reveal slivers of light. A faint hum began to rise from the ground, a response to his song, as if the land itself was stirring from a deep, tormented sleep. In the village below, the people paused, their eyes turning toward the hill. They could feel it, a shift, a breath, a flicker of warmth in the cold grip of the curse. Children clutched their mothers' hands, their wide eyes reflecting the faint glimmers of hope. The elderly whispered prayers, their voices trembling as they dared to believe in the power of the ancient singer. Väinämöinen's song shifted, taking on a stronger rhythm. He sang of life, of renewal, of the unyielding spirit of the land and its people. His words painted vivid pictures in the air, golden fields swaying in the breeze, rivers flowing with crystal-clear water, forests alive with the hum of creatures great and small. The melody surged like a river breaking through a dam, unstoppable and fierce. The ground began to change. Blackened fields softened, green shoots pushing through the ash. Trees that had stood lifeless started to stir, their leaves unfurling like the wings of a butterfly. Streams that had run dry filled with water once more, their surfaces sparkling like diamonds. The air filled with the scent of blossoms and fresh earth, and the oppressive heaviness began to lift. Louhi's curse fought back, resisting the power of the song. The winds howled, carrying with them a biting cold that sought to snuff out the warmth spreading across the land. Shadows rose from the edges of the forest, dark tendrils snaking toward the hill. But Väinämöinen did not falter. His song grew louder, fiercer, each note a shield against the darkness. The staff in his hand began to glow, its light piercing through the encroaching shadows. The battle between the curse and the song raged on, the air crackling with tension. Every word Väinämöinen sang carried the weight of his soul, his voice unwavering even as the strain threatened to break him. Sweat dripped from his brow, his body trembling under the effort, but his resolve burned brighter than ever. The villagers watched in awe and fear, their hearts caught between despair and hope. They could see the struggle playing out before them, the clash of light and darkness that mirrored their own lives. And then, something remarkable happened. A young boy stepped forward, his small voice rising in harmony with Väinämöinen's song. Then another voice joined, and another. One by one, the villagers began to sing, their voices weaving together in a chorus that echoed across the land. Their song was not perfect. It was rough, broken in places, but it was real. It carried their pain, their love, their unyielding spirit. It was a song of survival, of unity, of belief in a brighter tomorrow. The curse faltered, its grip loosening under the weight of their collective strength. Väinämöinen felt their voices join his, and his heart swelled with pride and gratitude. He channeled their energy into his song, his voice rising to a crescendo that shook the heavens. The light from his staff blazed brighter than the sun, a beacon that cut through the darkness like a sword. The curse shattered. It broke apart like shards of glass, dissolving into the air and leaving behind only the gentle hum of life. The clouds above dispersed, revealing a sky so blue it brought tears to the eyes of those who saw it. The sun bathed the land in its golden light, its warmth chasing away the lingering chill. The villagers wept openly, their tears falling onto the now fertile ground. They embraced one another, their joy and relief overflowing in laughter and song. Children ran through the fields, their laughter like music, while elders knelt to touch the grass, their hands trembling with gratitude. Väinämöinen stood silently, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion but his spirit alight with triumph. The land was healing, but more importantly, the people had found their strength. His song had been the spark, but their voices had carried the flame. As he looked out over the revitalized land, Väinämöinen felt a deep sense of peace. The curse was gone, and Kalevala would thrive once more. But the true power, he knew, lay not in his song alone, but in the hearts of the people who had sung alongside him. Together, they had reclaimed their home. The air was electric with the thrill of hope, and the sky, painted in hues of gold and azure, seemed to hum with an unspoken promise. In the village square of Kalevala, the people gathered, their faces lit with newfound pride. Among the crowd, a boy barely on the cusp of manhood stood at the edge of the throng, his heart pounding like a drum. His name was Ilmarinen, and though his stature was slight and his hands still bore the softness of youth, his eyes burned with a fire that belied his years. He had watched it all, the battles waged, the songs sung, the triumph wrested from the clutches of despair. Väinämöinen's voice, deep and resonant, had lingered in Ilmarinen's soul long after the winds had carried it away. The courage of the heroes, their scars borne with pride, spoke to something dormant within him, something that now stirred, restless and aching. A hush fell over the crowd as Väinämöinen, weary but dignified, stepped forward. His voice carried authority but also a quiet humility as he thanked the villagers for their resilience. Ilmarinen's chest swelled with admiration, but beneath it lay a gnawing thought. What happens next? The curse had been broken, but scars remained, both on the land and in the hearts of the people. Who would stand guard when the shadows returned? Who would rise when danger reared its head again? The answer came not as a declaration, not even as a conscious decision, but as a quiet, unwavering certainty. It would be him. That night, Ilmarinen lay beneath a canopy of stars, the warmth of the earth beneath him a reminder of the life that had been restored. He thought of the heroes, Lemminkäinen's daring, Väinämöinen's wisdom, Louhi's dark power that had been vanquished. He traced their stories in his mind, not as distant legends, but as calls to action. He could almost feel the weight of their legacy resting on his shoulders. His fists clenched with determination. He would not let it falter. The days that followed were filled with quiet preparation. Ilmarinen sought out the elders, asking for tales of past battles and the wisdom they carried. He studied the land, learning its strengths and vulnerabilities. He trained his body, his muscles hardening under the strain of relentless practice. He practiced with the sword, the bow, and the spear, though none felt as natural to him as the staff, a weapon that required precision and balance, qualities he found mirrored in his own nature. Word of his efforts spread, and whispers filled the village. Some saw his resolve as youthful folly, others as the spark of something extraordinary. Ilmarinen paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed firmly on the horizon, where the sun set each night in a blaze of orange and red, a reminder that even the brightest days could end in fire. One morning, as he trained in a clearing at the edge of the forest, a shadow fell across him. He turned to find Väinämöinen watching him, his expression unreadable. Ilmarik's heart stuttered in his chest, but he stood his ground, meeting the elder's gaze with steady resolve. "You seek to protect what we have fought for," Väinämöinen said, his voice as steady as the earth beneath their feet. "Yes," Ilmarik replied, his voice firm despite the storm of emotions raging within him. "I must." Väinämöinen studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Show me." What followed was a test of will and skill. Väinämöinen pushed Ilmarik to his limits, testing his reflexes, his strength, his strategy. The elder's staff moved like a serpent, swift and unyielding, and Ilmarik found himself driven to the brink of exhaustion. But he did not falter. Each strike, each block, was fueled by something deeper than the desire to win. It was the need to prove, not to Väinämöinen, but to himself, that he was ready. When at last they stopped, Ilmarik was on his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Väinämöinen extended a hand, pulling him to his feet. "You have the heart of a protector," he said. "But remember, strength alone does not make a champion. You must carry wisdom, compassion, and the courage to stand even when the odds are against you." Ilmarik nodded, the weight of those words settling into his soul. From that day on, Väinämöinen became his mentor, guiding him not just in combat, but in the ways of leadership and responsibility. Ilmarik absorbed it all, his resolve growing with each passing day. The village began to notice the change in him. The boy who had once been quiet and unsure now walked with purpose, his presence steadying those around him. When disputes arose, it was Ilmarik who mediated with fairness and understanding. When storms threatened, it was his voice that calmed the frightened and rallied the strong. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Ilmarik stood at the edge of the village, his staff in hand. He looked out over the land, its fields and forests glowing in the fading light. A breeze stirred, carrying with it the faint scent of blossoms and the whispers of the ancestors. He felt a presence beside him and turned to find Väinämöinen there, his expression serene. "You are ready," the elder said simply. Ilmarik's grip tightened on his staff, not out of fear, but with the quiet understanding that the path ahead would not be easy. He thought of the stories, the sacrifices, the lives that had been saved and lost. He thought of the faces of the villagers, their trust and hope resting on him. "I will protect them," he said, his voice steady and sure. "Whatever it takes." And as the stars began to appear in the night sky, Ilmarik stood tall, the weight of his promise settling around him like a mantle. He was no longer just a boy on the edge of a crowd. He was a champion, the protector of Kalevala, and he would not let the light falter again. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a silver glow over the still waters of the lake. A thin mist rose from the surface, curling and twisting like a veil that sought to hide the secrets of the night. In the distance, the faint sound of a lone wolf's howl pierced the silence, a reminder of the wild and untamed forces that still lingered in the world. But it was not the howl of the wolf that filled the air with tension. It was something far older, far more mysterious, a presence that hovered just beyond the edge of perception. The fragments of the Sampo had scattered across the land, each piece carrying its own magic, its own story. And now, something stirred within them, something that had been waiting, hidden, for far too long. Väinämöinen was the first to sense it. The winds had shifted, carrying with them a strange energy. He had seen many things in his time, storms, magic, life and death, but nothing had ever felt quite like this. It was as if the very earth itself was holding its breath. He stood alone at the edge of the lake, his gaze fixed on the shimmering water, waiting. And then, just as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, it happened. The water stirred. At first, it was only a ripple, a slight disturbance in the surface that could easily have been dismissed as the wind. But then it grew, spreading outwards in perfect circles. Slowly, cautiously, the ripples began to form a shape that rose from the water, fluid and graceful, as though it were made of the very mist itself. It was an entity, neither man nor beast, but something in between. Its form shimmered and shifted, like a dream that refused to settle into reality. It had no face, only an overwhelming presence, like a force that could not be contained. The heroes watched from the shore, a mixture of awe and unease in their hearts. They had come to seek answers, to find a way to restore the balance that had been shattered when the Sampo was broken. But this was something else. They had no name for it, no understanding of what it was, yet they could not deny that it was real, and it was waiting for them. Väinämöinen stepped forward, his voice steady but full of wonder. "Who are you?" he asked. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, like a whisper on the wind, the entity spoke. Its voice was not one, but many, a chorus of voices, soft and haunting, like the echoes of the earth itself. "I am the spirit of the Sampo," it said, each word carrying a weight of ancient knowledge. "Born of its fragments, I exist to restore what was broken." The heroes felt the words deep within their bones, as though the very essence of the spirit was speaking to something that resonated within them all. It was as if the spirit had reached into the depths of their souls and awakened something long forgotten. "You are the keeper of the fragments?" Lemminkäinen asked, his voice wary, yet full of curiosity. "What do you seek from us?" The spirit's form flickered, as though it were unsure how to respond, before settling once again into a shape that was both beautiful and terrifying in its fluidity. "I seek balance," it replied, "the balance that was lost when the Sampo was broken. The power of the fragments is not for one to wield, but for all to protect. I am here to guide you, to help you restore the world that has been torn asunder." A murmur of disbelief rippled through the group. How could this strange being, born from the very fragments they had sought to reclaim, now offer them guidance? How could they trust something so unfamiliar, so untouchable? But as they looked into the spirit's shimmering form, they felt the truth of its words. This was no mere illusion, no trick of the mind. This was something real, something ancient, and it was offering them a chance to heal the world. "We will follow you," Väinämöinen said at last, his voice calm but firm. "Show us the way." And so the spirit led them, its form flickering like the light of a distant star, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the land. The path was not easy. The broken pieces of the Sampo had scattered far and wide, and the journey to collect them was fraught with danger. Yet with each step, the heroes felt the presence of the spirit guiding them, its voice a quiet but constant presence in their minds. At times, the spirit would show them visions, glimpses of what had been, and what could be. It spoke of the Sampo's power, its ability to bring prosperity, to heal the land and sky. It spoke of the curse that had been placed upon the world, and how only by restoring the Sampo could the balance be returned. But more than anything, it spoke of hope. In its voice was the promise that all was not lost, that the broken pieces could be made whole again. But the path was not without its trials. As they traveled, they encountered dark forces, remnants of Louhi's wrath that still lingered in the shadows. Creatures of darkness, twisted and corrupted, would rise up to challenge them, testing their strength and resolve. Yet each time, the spirit was there, guiding them through the storm, its presence a steadying force that kept them moving forward. It was during one such battle, when the heroes were surrounded by the dark creatures, that the spirit revealed its true power. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air crackled with energy. The spirit stretched out its form, and the pieces of the Sampo, glowing with an inner light, began to circle around it. In that moment, the heroes felt the power of the Sampo surge through them, as if they too were part of something greater than themselves. With a mighty cry, the spirit released the power contained within the fragments. A brilliant light erupted, blinding the creatures of darkness and scattering them like dust in the wind. The heroes, their strength renewed by the spirit's magic, pressed on, knowing that they were no longer alone. They had an ally, one that would not rest until the balance was restored. As they continued their journey, the heroes knew that the spirit of the Sampo was not just a guide, it was a part of them now, a force that had been born from the very heart of their quest. And though they did not understand all that the spirit was or could become, they knew that without it, their mission would be impossible. The fragments of the Sampo held more than power. They held the promise of a new beginning. And with the spirit at their side, the heroes felt certain that no darkness could stand against them. The sky grew darker, and the winds began to howl. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that pressed down on the people of Kalevala. A storm was coming, but it wasn't the kind that could be seen in the clouds or heard in the gusts of wind. No, this storm was far more dangerous. It was a storm born of vengeance and hatred, a storm that would bring nothing but destruction. Louhi, the Witch Queen, had finally gathered her forces. Her long shadow stretched across the land, and with every step, the earth seemed to tremble beneath her. The once proud halls of her dark fortress now teemed with her army, an army of creatures twisted by her magic. The creatures, once innocent, were now little more than extensions of her will, monsters of shadow, beasts of nightmare, and beings that defied nature itself. Her heart burned with fury, her eyes glinting with hatred. She had been humiliated. The Sampo, the source of her power, had been stolen, its fragments scattered. Her world had been shattered, and now it was time to make Kalevala pay. She would tear the land apart, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but ashes and ruin. Her army, a vast and terrible force, moved like a dark wave, sweeping across the land, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Each step they took seemed to crack the earth, each roar of the beasts echoing like thunder. The sky above Kalevala had turned black, and the winds howled louder than ever, as though nature itself was bracing for the coming battle. In the heart of Kalevala, the people gathered, watching the horizon with a mixture of dread and defiance. They could see the dark cloud on the edge of the world, creeping ever closer. They knew the battle was coming. They knew Louhi would not stop until she had brought ruin to their home. But they also knew something else. They could not stand idly by. They would fight, no matter the cost. Väinämöinen stood among them, his eyes narrowed, scanning the distance. He could feel the pull of Louhi's magic in the air, the weight of her curse pressing down like a stone on his chest. He had faced many dangers in his long life, but this, the coming onslaught of Louhi's full fury, was something different. His heart was heavy with the knowledge of the battle that awaited them. The heroes stood by his side, their faces grim but determined. They had fought for the Sampo, and they had fought to protect the world from Louhi's wrath. Now, they would fight once more. But the stakes had never been higher. This battle would not just determine the fate of Kalevala, it would determine the future of the world itself. As Louhi's forces drew closer, the ground beneath the people of Kalevala seemed to shake with each step. The air grew thick, heavy with the presence of dark magic. The first wave of Louhi's army crested the hill, and with it came a chilling sight, hundreds of shadowy figures, their eyes glowing with malice. Monsters from nightmares, twisted creatures that seemed to defy all logic. Some were half beast, half man, their forms contorted into grotesque shapes. Others were mere shadows, barely visible yet as dangerous as the storm itself. The people of Kalevala did not flinch. They stood tall, their swords and shields at the ready. They knew that Louhi's army was unlike any they had faced before, but they had something the Witch Queen could never take from them: courage. The courage to stand and fight, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The battle began with a deafening roar. Louhi's army surged forward, filling the air with the sound of monstrous growls and the clash of steel. The earth shook with each blow, and the very sky seemed to darken as the storm of battle raged on. Väinämöinen's voice rang out over the chaos, a song of power, a call to arms that lifted the spirits of the defenders. His voice, ancient and strong, echoed through the battlefield like a beacon of hope, rallying the people of Kalevala to stand firm. The heroes charged into battle, their swords flashing in the dim light, cutting down the twisted creatures that came at them. Lemminkäinen fought with wild abandon, his movements a blur as he cleaved through the enemy ranks. The force of his blows sent enemies flying, but he didn't stop, he couldn't. Every enemy he struck down was one less that could harm his people. He was their shield, and he would fight until his last breath. The battle raged on, and the air grew thick with the scent of blood and smoke. But despite their courage, the people of Kalevala were being pushed back. Louhi's magic was too strong. Her army was too vast. With each passing moment, her forces grew stronger, their dark power overwhelming the defenders. And then, Just when it seemed as though all hope was lost, there was a sudden shift, a strange, almost imperceptible change in the air. The ground trembled, and the sky above Kalevala flickered with a flash of light. It was as though something had stirred, something powerful and ancient, ready to join the fight. From the heart of the battlefield, the spirit of the Sampo rose. The fragments of the Sampo, now united and glowing with an ethereal light, began to hum with energy. The spirit, born from the very power of the Sampo, surged forward, casting a radiant glow that pushed back the darkness. Louhi, standing at the front of her army, felt the shift. Her eyes narrowed, her lips curling into a snarl as she sensed the change in the tide. The Sampo's power was returning, and it would not be long before it was fully restored. "Fools!" Louhi screamed, her voice rising above the roar of the battle. "You cannot stop me. The power of darkness will consume you all." But the people of Kalevala did not falter. They had seen the light, and they knew that with the spirit of the Sampo on their side, victory was within reach. The battle was far from over, but with each passing moment, Louhi's grip on the land began to loosen. Her army, once so vast and terrible, was now facing a force they could not comprehend, a force born from the very magic they had sought to destroy. The final assault had begun, but it was clear that Louhi's wrath, though fierce, was not invincible. The heroes of Kalevala stood together, ready to face whatever came next. The wind howled through the trees, its eerie whistle cutting across the stillness of the land. The battle had faded to a hushed murmur, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting. It was then, in that heavy silence, that Väinämöinen stood tall, his weary body aching from the weight of the struggle. His eyes, once sharp with youthful vigor, now reflected the burden of countless battles fought, victories won, and sacrifices made. He had lived through centuries, seen the rise and fall of kings, the birth of new worlds, and the fading of old ones. But this moment felt different. This was not just a battle, this was the end. The air around him crackled with power, an electric charge that hummed beneath his skin. He could feel it, Louhi's curse still lingered like a dark shadow, pressing in on him from all sides. Her magic was strong, powerful, and it would take everything he had to destroy it. The people of Kalevala, gathered at the edge of the battlefield, looked on with a mixture of fear and hope. They had seen their land torn asunder by Louhi's wrath, her dark magic spreading like a sickness through the very earth. But they had also seen Väinämöinen, the ancient, wise hero who had led them through countless trials, standing firm, ready to fight until the end. They knew that this final battle was his to fight. And they knew, deep in their hearts, that if he fell, there would be no one left to save them. Väinämöinen's voice, though worn and tired, rose above the battlefield. It was soft at first, a whisper that seemed to float on the wind, but soon it grew louder, stronger, filled with the weight of centuries. His song was the same one he had sung 1,000 times before, his lullaby to the world, the song that had soothed the restless sea, calmed the winds, and healed the earth. But this time, there was a difference. This time, the song was no longer just a melody. It was a weapon, a force of nature, an unstoppable tide of power that would wash away the darkness forever. Väinämöinen's hands trembled as he raised his staff, the ancient instrument of his power, and with a deep breath, he began to sing. The song was haunting, a mournful tune that seemed to reach back through time itself. The notes echoed through the land, stirring the air, making the very earth tremble beneath his feet. It was as if the world itself recognized the power of his voice, the depth of his magic, and the weight of the sacrifice he was about to make. As he sang, the ground beneath him seemed to shift, the earth cracking and groaning in response. Louhi, standing at the far end of the battlefield, felt the change before she saw it. She had summoned every last ounce of her dark power, but she could feel it slipping away, like sand through her fingers. The Sampo's fragments had been scattered, its power lost. And now, the one thing she had feared most, the ancient magic of Väinämöinen, was rising again, stronger than ever. Her eyes widened in panic. She could feel the magic of Väinämöinen's song wrapping around her, binding her, locking her in place. Her attempts to fight back were futile. Her dark powers no longer surged with the same strength they once had. The very land seemed to reject her presence, the winds blowing her away, the shadows retreating from her grasp. Väinämöinen's voice grew stronger with each passing second, and as the song reached its crescendo, he could feel the last of his strength draining away. His body, once strong and vibrant, was now frail and worn. He had given so much already, but now, he was giving the last of himself, the final piece of his soul. With each note, he felt himself slipping further into the darkness. His heart beat slower, his breath more shallow, but still, his voice never faltered. The sky above Kalevala darkened as Louhi's power began to crumble. The storm clouds that had gathered above the land, dark and menacing, began to dissipate, their blackened forms retreating as if afraid of the song's power. The land itself seemed to respond, the trees straightening, the rivers flowing once more with life. The earth, poisoned by Louhi's curse, began to heal, slowly but surely, as if the very soul of the world was awakening. And then, with one final, powerful note, Väinämöinen's song shattered the darkness. The sound reverberated through the very core of the earth, a shockwave of light and power that sent Louhi's army reeling. The dark clouds parted, the winds died down, and for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the sun peeked through the sky, casting its golden light over the battlefield. But Väinämöinen, the ancient hero, was not standing anymore. He had fallen to his knees, his hand still clutching his staff, his voice trailing off into silence. His body was still, and the light in his eyes had dimmed, his strength now gone. The song had taken everything from him, the very life force that had once made him a legend. The people of Kalevala watched in stunned silence. They had seen the battle fought, they had seen Louhi's forces retreat, but they had not expected this. Väinämöinen, the hero they had relied on for so long, had given everything to save them. His sacrifice was the final act of a lifetime spent in service to his people. And in that moment, the weight of his loss was felt by every heart in Kalevala. But even in his final moments, Väinämöinen's spirit seemed to linger, as if his presence still filled the air. The land was healed, the curse was broken, and Louhi's power was sealed away forever. The darkness that had threatened to consume the world was gone, and with it, the shadow of Louhi's wrath. The people of Kalevala were safe, not because of any grand army or magical weapon, but because one hero had given his all to protect them. And though Väinämöinen was gone, his song, the last song of Väinämöinen, lived on. It echoed in the hearts of those who remained, a song of hope, of sacrifice, and of love for a land that had been saved through the ultimate price. His memory would never fade, for his story was now a part of the very soul of Kalevala. The sun rose over the horizon, painting the sky with warm hues of gold and crimson. The land of Kalevala, once ravaged by dark magic and cursed forces, now lay bathed in the soft, gentle light of a new dawn. The storm clouds had vanished, and the winds, which had once howled with fury, now whispered through the trees like a lullaby. The earth, once poisoned and broken, seemed to breathe once more. It was as if the very land itself had been reborn, rising from the ashes of its suffering, ready to flourish again. In the heart of Kalevala, the people began to stir. They emerged from their homes, stepping cautiously at first, as though testing the air for remnants of the darkness that had threatened to swallow them. But there was no fear in their hearts anymore. No shadow lurking at the edges of their thoughts. The curse that Louhi had cast upon their land had been lifted, and peace had returned. The fields, once barren and withered, now bloomed with life. Flowers of every color stretched toward the sun, their petals opening wide as if they, too, had been waiting for this moment. The rivers, which had been choked with darkness, now ran clear and bright, their waters sparkling as they flowed freely once more. The trees stood tall and strong, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. All around, the world seemed to breathe with new life. But it wasn't just the land that had been reborn. The people of Kalevala had been transformed as well. Their faces, once weary from the hardships of war, now shone with hope and joy. They laughed and sang, their voices carrying across the fields, as children ran through the meadows, their laughter echoing through the hills. The darkness had been pushed back, and now, in its place, there was only light, only life. Väinämöinen, though no longer among them, was remembered with reverence. His sacrifice had sealed Louhi's power forever, ensuring that her curse would never return. The people knew that they owed their peace to him, to the hero who had given everything for their future. His memory lived in every corner of Kalevala, and every flower that bloomed, and every tree that reached toward the sky. His legacy was etched into the very earth, and it would never be forgotten. The Sampo, too, had left its mark. Though its fragments had been scattered across the land and sea, they were no longer objects of power that could bring ruin. Instead, they had become symbols of hope. They were reminders of the journey that had been undertaken, of the sacrifices made, and of the strength of the people who had fought to protect their land. The fragments had a new purpose now, to inspire, to remind the people that they were capable of overcoming anything, that even in the darkest of times, light could prevail. The people of Kalevala gathered in the center of their land, where the fields met the forest, where the rivers converged. They built a great monument, not just to honor Väinämöinen, but to honor all those who had fought, to honor the land itself. They carved the image of the Sampo into stone, not as a weapon, but as a symbol of unity, a reminder that their strength came from their unity, their love for each other, and their connection to the land. And as they worked, they sang. Their voices rose in a song of gratitude, of joy, of remembrance. The song echoed through the land, a song that would live on for generations, passed down from parent to child, from grandparent to grandchild. It was a song of peace, of hope, of a world that had been reborn. In the years that followed, Kalevala flourished. The people thrived, their lives filled with laughter and love. They knew the taste of freedom, the warmth of peace, and they cherished it with every breath. They had learned the true power of unity, of standing together against the darkness, and they would never forget the cost of that peace. The spirit of Väinämöinen lived on in the hearts of the people, and though the hero himself was gone, his wisdom, his strength, and his love for Kalevala endured. And the Sampo, though its magic had faded, still held a place of reverence in the hearts of the people. It had brought them to the edge of destruction, but it had also brought them to the brink of salvation. It had been a symbol of everything they had fought for, and in the end, it had been a symbol of everything they had won. Kalevala had been reborn, not just in the land, but in the hearts of its people. They had been tested, torn apart by forces they could not control, but they had survived. And in surviving, they had become stronger, wiser, more connected than ever before. They knew that peace was not something that could be taken for granted. They knew that the world could change in an instant, that darkness could rise at any moment. But they also knew that they were stronger than any force that sought to tear them apart. And with that knowledge, they faced the future with hope, ready for whatever came next. The sun, now high in the sky, bathed Kalevala in its warm light, casting long shadows over the land. The world had been reborn, and as the people of Kalevala looked out over their fields, their rivers, their forests, they knew that this peace, this new beginning, would endure. It would endure because they had fought for it, because they had loved for it, and because they had learned that, in the end, it was love and unity that held the power to heal, to restore, and to make a world whole again. And as the days passed, as the seasons turned and the years flowed like the rivers that ran through their land, the legacy of the Sampo endured. Its story lived on in every song, in every tale told by the fireside, and every smile exchanged between friends and strangers. It was a story of hope, of courage, and of the unbreakable bond between the people and the land they called home. The moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light spilling over the rugged landscape where the first of the fragment keepers stood watch. Alone atop a craggy hill, an elderly man with a weathered face clutched a shard of the Sampo close to his chest. The fragment pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat, its glow barely illuminating his lined features. He muttered a quiet prayer, not for himself, but for the safety of the treasure he guarded and the people it protected. It wasn't just a piece of the Sampo he held, it was a piece of the land's spirit, a fragment of hope, of power, of unimaginable potential. And it was a burden, one he carried with quiet determination, knowing that enemies still lurked, hungry for what the Sampo once was. He wasn't the only one. Across Kalevala and beyond, others had been entrusted with fragments. Each keeper was chosen not for their strength alone, but for their unwavering dedication. Each faced challenges that tested not only their resolve but the very essence of who they were. In the dense woods where the trees whispered secrets to one another, a young woman named Ilma crouched near a hidden hollow. Her fragment lay buried beneath an ancient oak, its roots coiled protectively around the shard. She had learned to listen to the forest, to trust its rhythms, and to follow its warnings. She knew when the wolves howled not out of hunger but to signal danger, when the rustle of leaves carried more than the breeze. Tonight, the forest was uneasy. Shadows moved where they shouldn't. Ilma tightened her grip on her hunting bow, her knuckles white. She had promised her dying father, the fragment's previous keeper, that she would protect it with her life. But as the shadows grew closer, she wondered if her promise would be enough. The air grew colder, the kind of cold that seeped into bones and silenced courage. And then, through the mist, eyes gleamed, hungry, unnatural eyes. She knew the time had come to prove herself. Far to the north, where the mountains pierced the clouds, another keeper faced a different challenge. Tarmo, a blacksmith with arms as strong as iron, had encased his fragment within a protective shell of metal. The shard sat in the heart of his forge, where he toiled each day to create tools and weapons for Kalevala's defenders. But he wasn't alone in the mountains. Bandits had learned of the fragment's presence, their greed drawing them like moths to flame. They came not as raiders in the night, but as a whispering threat, slowly encircling Tarmo's forge, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Tarmo knew they were out there. He could hear their laughter in the distance, see the faint trails of their campfires. He worked by day, hammering steel to calm his nerves, and at night, he kept a sleepless vigil, his massive hands gripping the hilt of a sword he had forged himself. The bandits came one night as he had known they would. They surrounded his home, their torches lighting up the dark. Tarmo stood at the entrance to his forge, his shadow cast long by the flames behind him. The fragment pulsed faintly within its metal casing, as if sensing the danger. Tarmo's voice boomed into the night, warning the intruders to turn back. But they laughed, their leader stepping forward with a sneer. "You're just one man," he spat. "You can't stop us all." Tarmo didn't answer. He didn't need to. The mountain itself seemed to roar as he charged forward, his sword flashing like lightning in the torchlight. Elsewhere, in a small fishing village by the sea, a young boy named Kano tended to a fragment his family had hidden for generations. Unlike the other keepers, Kano had no training, no weapons, and no great strength. He was just a child. The fragment lay buried in the sand beneath a great boulder, far from prying eyes. His parents had told him stories of its importance, but he didn't truly understand its significance until the storm came. The sea, calm and serene one moment, turned violent the next. Waves rose like mountains, crashing against the shore, and the sky blackened with fury. Kano watched from the safety of his home as the water clawed at the land, as though trying to rip something away. The villagers cried out, their homes flooding, their boats breaking apart. Kano's mother grabbed his arm and shouted for him to stay inside, but something pulled at him, a whisper, faint but insistent. The fragment was calling to him. It needed him. Without thinking, Kano ran into the storm, the wind tearing at his small frame, the rain blinding him. He reached the boulder, which now seemed smaller, almost vulnerable, against the raging sea. Falling to his knees, he dug into the sand with trembling hands, feeling the fragment's warmth even as the cold water surged around him. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the storm stopped. The sea fell silent, retreating as though in fear. Kano cradled the fragment in his hands, its light dim but steady. He didn't know how, but he had saved his village. The fragment keepers were ordinary people, chosen for extraordinary tasks. They faced challenges that tested every part of them, their courage, their strength, their faith. They lived lives of quiet vigilance, often alone, often afraid. But they carried on, driven by a purpose greater than themselves. Some keepers never saw battle, their lives spent in uneasy peace. Others faced dangers that left scars, both visible and unseen. And still, they persevered. They became legends in their own right, their stories told in hushed tones around firesides, their names remembered alongside the heroes of old. But the fragments were not merely objects to guard. They were alive in their way, resonating with the hearts of their keepers. They chose who could hold them, who could protect them. And when a keeper's time was done, the fragment always found another, as though guided by an unseen hand. Each keeper was a link in a chain, a part of a greater whole. Together, they ensured that the Sampo's fragments would never again fall into the wrong hands. They bore the weight of the past, the hope of the present, and the promise of the future. They were guardians, not just of the fragments, but of the spirit of Kalevala itself. And though their trials were many and their burdens heavy, they stood firm, their hearts as unyielding as the land they loved. The fire crackled in the heart of the village square, its warm glow casting flickering shadows on the faces gathered around. A hush fell over the crowd as a lone bard stepped forward, his lute slung across his shoulder and a story in his eyes. The children edged closer, their small faces alight with anticipation, while the elders leaned back, their hearts ready to travel through time. The bard's voice rose, clear and rich, carrying the weight of countless generations. In the time of heroes, he began, his fingers plucking a haunting melody. There was a wonder called the Sampo, a gift so great it touched the soul of the land itself. The first notes of the song were low and sorrowful, like a lament whispered by the wind. It was a sound that made hearts ache without knowing why, a sound that spoke of sacrifice and loss. But the melody shifted, brightening like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The bard's voice soared, and the crowd felt it lift them, carrying them to the peaks of Kalevala's mountains, the depths of its forests, and the shores of its restless seas. He sang of Väinämöinen, whose wisdom was as vast as the sky, of Lemminkäinen's fire and Ilmarinen's unyielding strength. He wove their deeds into verses that pulsed with life, each word a thread connecting the listeners to the heroes of old. In a small village near the coast, a girl named Sani sat at the edge of the circle, clutching her grandmother's hand. She had heard this song many times before, but tonight, it felt different. The bard's voice seemed to speak directly to her, painting vivid images in her mind. She saw the Sampo glowing with an inner light, its fragments scattered like stars across the land. She felt the weight of the heroes' sacrifices, the echo of battles fought for a future they would never see. Tears welled in her eyes as the bard sang of Väinämöinen's final song, the one that sealed Louhi's power forever. His voice softened, trembling with emotion, and the crowd leaned in, holding their breath. Sani could almost hear the echoes of that ancient song, as if it still lingered in the air, a faint hum just beyond hearing. She realized then that this wasn't just a story, it was a legacy, a part of her and everyone else gathered there. Far away, in the bustling market of a great city, another bard played to a different audience. Merchants paused their haggling, and travelers set down their burdens to listen. The bard's instrument was a lyre, its notes sharp and clear, cutting through the noise of the marketplace. His voice was steady and bold, carrying the strength of the heroes he sang of. Here, the story of the Sampo was not just a tale of wonder but a rallying cry, a reminder of resilience in the face of darkness. The bard's eyes sparkled as he sang of the fragment keepers, ordinary people who became extraordinary through their courage. He described the blacksmith who fought off bandits with a blade of his own making, the young boy who faced the wrath of the sea to save his village, and the forest guardian who stood against shadows with nothing but her bow and her will. The crowd murmured with awe, and some stood taller, as if inspired by the deeds of those who had come before. In a quiet hall where the walls were lined with books and the scent of ink and parchment filled the air, a scholar bard sang softly to a small group of students. Her voice was gentle, her song laced with wonder and reverence. She sang not just of the Sampo's power but of its spirit, the way it bound the people of Kalevala together, generation after generation. One of the students, a boy named Eero, sat with his chin resting on his hand, his mind alive with questions. When the bard finished, he approached her hesitantly. "Do you think the Sampo's fragments still hold their magic?" he asked. The bard smiled, her eyes wise and kind. "What do you think?" she replied, placing her hand lightly on the boy's shoulder. "Every time a song like this is sung, the Sampo lives on. Its magic is not just in the fragments but in the hearts of those who remember." Eero nodded slowly, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose he didn't yet fully understand. The bards of Kalevala were more than mere storytellers. They were keepers of memory, protectors of a legacy too important to be forgotten. Through their songs, they kept the spirit of the Sampo alive, ensuring that its lessons would endure. Each bard had their own way of telling the tale, their own melodies and words, but the essence was always the same: hope, sacrifice, and the unbreakable bond between people and their land. Even in the most distant corners of the world, where the story of the Sampo was little more than a whisper, it found its way into the hearts of those who needed it. In a windswept desert, a wandering bard sang the tale to a group of nomads huddled around a fire. In a frozen tundra, a lone traveler hummed its melody as he trudged through the snow, the song giving him strength to carry on. The Sampo's legend was not confined to Kalevala. It was a light that reached across borders and through time. It reminded people of what they were capable of the beauty and power that lay within them. And so, the song lived on, passed from bard to bard, from parent to child, from friend to friend. It was sung in times of celebration and whispered in moments of despair. It was a thread that connected all who heard it, weaving them into a tapestry of shared history and shared hope. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world seemed still, the echoes of the song could be heard, faint but undeniable, a reminder that the spirit of the Sampo, and the people who had fought for it, would never be forgotten. The first snowflakes of winter fell silently, blanketing the northern lands in a pristine stillness. Beneath the endless sky, a boy stood on the edge of a frozen lake, the crisp air biting at his cheeks. His breath came in visible puffs, and his hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of the ancient fragment he held in his palm. The shard of the Sampo glimmered faintly, its light like the distant stars overhead. He didn't know why he'd been drawn here tonight, only that he couldn't resist the pull. As he gazed at the fragment, he felt a presence, a whisper of something older than the mountains, as vast as the ocean. It was neither voice nor thought, but a feeling that wrapped around his soul, filling him with an unshakable certainty: he was not alone. Generations passed, countless hands had cradled this same fragment, their dreams and fears now woven into its magic. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, he could feel them: farmers, warriors, healers, and poets, each leaving a trace of themselves in the Sampo's legacy. The fragment warmed in his hand, and suddenly, visions surged through his mind. He saw a woman standing in a dense forest, her bow drawn as she protected her people from shadows lurking in the trees. He felt the heartbeat of a child born under the northern lights, their cries echoing with a power too great to be contained. He heard the hum of a smithy as a young blacksmith crafted a blade with fire that danced like the Sampo's light. Every vision was a thread connecting the past to the present, reminding him that the Sampo's magic was not just a relic of history. It was alive, a force that shaped the future as much as it had defined the past. Far from the boy and his frozen lake, a young woman knelt in a village square, her hands buried in the soil. The land here had been barren for years, cursed by drought and neglect, but she refused to give up. She pressed her palms to the ground, her lips moving in a song taught to her by her grandmother, a melody passed down from the time of Väinämöinen. Her voice was soft at first, barely audible over the harsh winds, but as she sang, the fragment around her neck began to glow. A soft green light rippled through the earth, spreading outwards like veins of life. She gasped as tiny shoots broke through the frozen ground, their leaves trembling in the icy wind. The villagers who had gathered around watched in stunned silence as the desolation transformed before their eyes. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she realized the truth: she wasn't the one healing the land. The Sampo's magic was. She was merely its vessel, chosen not for her strength, but for her unshakable faith in what could be. In a bustling city to the south, where the Sampo's name was little more than a forgotten legend, its magic still found a way. A young engineer worked tirelessly in his workshop, crafting machines that would harness the power of the wind and sun. He didn't know that his innovative mind was the result of the same magic that once inspired Ilmarinen's forge. The fragment that hung from a chain on his wall, a gift from his grandmother, had always felt like a good luck charm. He would often touch it absent-mindedly, drawing comfort from its presence. What he didn't realize was that its light, though invisible, guided his hands, filling his mind with ideas that seemed to come from nowhere. Each invention he created carried the spirit of the Sampo, a promise that progress need not come at the cost of the earth or its people. His work inspired others, sparking a movement that would ripple through the generations. Though he never spoke of the fragment's magic, he felt it, a quiet force that pushed him to dream bigger, to create not for himself, but for the good of all. Even in the farthest reaches of the north, where the world seemed untouched by time, the Sampo's influence could be felt. An elder sat by the fire, telling stories to the children of her clan. Her voice was steady, each word carefully chosen, as she wove tales of the Sampo's fragments and the protectors who guarded them. The children listened with wide eyes, their imaginations alight with the heroes she described. They didn't know that her stories were more than mere entertainment, they were seeds, planted deep in their hearts. One boy in particular, a quiet child with a knack for finding beauty in the simplest things, felt a spark ignite within him. As the elder spoke of the Sampo's light guiding lost souls, he made a silent promise to himself: one day, he would find the fragments and keep them safe. He didn't know how or when, but the certainty of his purpose burned brighter than the fire before him. The Sampo's magic had always been subtle, manifesting not in grand displays of power but in the quiet moments that shaped lives. It was the courage of a mother protecting her child, the determination of a farmer tilling barren soil, the creativity of an artist painting the auroras on canvas. It lived in the songs sung around campfires, in the hands that built homes from stone and timber, and in the hearts of those who dared to hope. As the years turned into centuries, the fragments became more than relics of the past. They were symbols of resilience, reminders that even in the darkest times, light could endure. Each generation found its own way to connect with the Sampo's spirit, adding their stories to the ever-growing tapestry of its legend. And so, the magic of the Sampo continued to shape the North, not as an artifact of power but as a living force that inspired those who carried its memory. It wasn't the fragments themselves that mattered most, it was the spirit they represented. The Sampo's legacy was a promise, whispered through time, that even in the harshest winters, spring would always come. The torches lit the edge of the forest like a wall of flickering fire. Men in armor, their breath steaming in the cold night, stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes fixed on the unseen depths of Kalevala's lands. At their helm was a figure draped in black and silver, his voice sharp as he issued commands. The neighboring kingdom of Tukka had waited long enough. They believed the Sampo's fragments belonged to them, symbols of power, a birthright stolen by Kalevala in the chaos of years past. Further into the woods, hidden among the ancient trees, the people of Kalevala watched the invaders with wary eyes. They were farmers, hunters, and artisans, hardly soldiers, but each one carried a weapon, a fragment of the Sampo's magic coursing through their resolve. The air between the two groups crackled with tension. It was more than mere territory at stake, it was identity, survival, and the weight of generations who had sacrificed everything to protect the shards. By the first light of dawn, the stalemate broke. A scout from Tukka stumbled across a lone child, a shepherd boy clutching a glowing shard close to his chest. The soldier's shout drew the attention of his comrades, and they advanced, their swords glinting in the rising sun. But the boy did not run. His trembling hands lifted the shard, and as the soldiers drew near, an explosion of light erupted from it. The air rippled like a wave, forcing the attackers to their knees. The child's face was pale, tears streaking his cheeks, but he stood firm, staring at his enemies with eyes that burned brighter than the shard itself. In the aftermath of the failed ambush, rumors spread like wildfire. Some claimed the boy was a vessel for the Sampo's spirit, a protector chosen by the fragments themselves. Others whispered that the shards had grown too powerful, dangerous even to their own people. These whispers reached the ears of neighboring rulers, each eager to stake their claim. The allure of the fragments, artifacts of untold potential, became too tempting to resist. Alliances were forged in shadowed halls, promises exchanged with the weight of steel and coin. The Sampo's legacy, once a symbol of hope, was now a prize in a contest of greed. In the icy halls of Pohjola, a queen known for her cunning and cruelty sat upon her throne, her mind working through the tangled threads of intrigue. Louhi's defeat had left her bitter, her power diminished, but the Sampo's fragments were the key to her resurgence. She sent emissaries south to the kingdom of Varas, offering them riches if they would raid Kalevala's borders and bring her even a single shard. Varas, always hungry for new conquests, agreed without hesitation. The first skirmishes were chaotic and brutal. Varas' forces stormed the villages of Kalevala, their soldiers wielding weapons tempered in fire and sharpened by ambition. But Kalevala's defenders had something more, a bond with the land and the fragments. Even without formal training, they fought with a fierceness that bordered on desperation. When a young woman named Maya, barely more than a healer, used her fragment to call forth a shield of ice that repelled an entire battalion, the invaders were forced to retreat, their stories of Kalevala's protectors sowing fear among their ranks. Yet victory came at a cost. Homes were burned, fields trampled, and families torn apart. The people of Kalevala mourned their losses, their grief heavy as stone, but they refused to bow. In a solemn ceremony, the village elders gathered, their voices rising in an ancient song. They pledged to protect the fragments, no matter the cost, knowing that the magic they guarded was both a gift and a curse. Meanwhile, in the rival kingdoms, tempers flared. Accusations of betrayal and broken deals led to infighting among those who sought the Sampo's power. Ambushes on Kalevala's borders turned into battles between former allies, the fragments' influence sowing discord among their pursuers. In one such clash, a Tuken general faced off against a Varas captain, both men convinced their claim to the shards was just. Their duel, fought under the crimson sky of dusk, ended with neither emerging victorious, their bodies lying in the dirt as their armies watched in stunned silence. Amid the chaos, a shadowed figure moved unnoticed. Known only as the Wanderer, he bore no allegiance to any crown or land. His purpose was singular, to find the fragments before they fell into the wrong hands. He carried with him a map marked with cryptic symbols, the result of years spent piecing together the fragments' locations. It was said he could slip through walls unseen, his steps leaving no trace. When he finally came upon a hidden fragment deep in a cave of crystal and frost, he knelt before it, his expression a mix of reverence and sorrow. "You're worth more than this," he whispered to the glowing shard, his voice barely audible over the sound of his heartbeat. But even the Wanderer could not escape the pull of power. As his fingers closed around the fragment, he felt its warmth seep into his skin, its magic coursing through him like fire. For a moment, he was not himself, but something greater, a conduit for the Sampo's will. Visions flooded his mind, of kingdoms rising and falling, of battles fought for glory and greed, and of a world where the fragment's power could heal or destroy with equal ease. Shaken, he withdrew his hand, vowing to protect the shard, even if it meant standing against the tide of war alone. Back in Kalevala, the elders prepared for what they feared was an inevitable escalation. The rival kingdom's desperation was growing, and the defenders knew their strength could only hold for so long. One night, as the stars shimmered above, a council was held in the heart of the forest. Leaders from every corner of Kalevala gathered, their voices filled with both hope and despair. They spoke of unity, of standing together against the encroaching darkness, but their words were tempered by the harsh reality of their situation. As the meeting drew to a close, a young warrior named Ilka rose to speak. He was scarred from previous battles, his voice steady despite the weight of his words. "The fragments are not ours to own," he said, his eyes sweeping over the gathered faces. "They are pieces of something greater, something that belongs to all of us. If we let greed or fear divide us, we will lose not just the fragments but everything they stand for." His words hung in the air, resonating with those who listened. Though they knew the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, a spark of determination ignited in their hearts. The people of Kalevala would not falter, no matter how many rival kingdoms sought to tear them apart. They would fight, not for power, but for the spirit of the Sampo, the spirit that lived within each of them. The air grew colder, sharper, as though winter itself had found a way to crawl inside the bones of Kalevala. It began subtly, an unnatural frost on the warmest summer mornings, crops wilting under a sun that seemed less willing to shine. At first, the people thought it was nature, a bitter echo of the hardships they had endured in years past. But soon, whispers began to swirl like the eerie winds that tugged at the edges of their homes. Louhi's name was spoken once more, not as a memory, but as a warning. In a remote village nestled by the lake, a shepherd's flock turned to stone overnight. The boy, trembling, described hearing a voice on the wind, low and melodic, promising to steal his soul if he dared to close his eyes. He hadn't slept since. Elsewhere, children began to dream of shadowy figures moving through their homes, and when they woke, their laughter seemed quieter, their eyes duller. The land itself seemed to recoil, as if rejecting the fragile peace that had been hard-won. Väinämöinen's sacrifice had sealed Louhi's power, but it had not erased her presence. Her magic, dark and insidious, clung to the edges of the world like a scar that refused to fade. And now, as if sensing the cracks in the unity of Kalevala, it began to stir. One evening, as twilight draped its veil over the forest, an elder named Kaivo sat by his hearth. His withered hands traced the patterns on a fragment of the Sampo he had sworn to protect. The shard glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat, but tonight its light flickered erratically, as though gasping for air. A shiver crawled down Kaivo's spine, and he whispered a prayer. Before he could finish, the flame in his lantern extinguished, leaving the room drenched in darkness. From the silence came a sound, a low, guttural growl, neither beast nor man. Kaivo rose slowly, clutching the shard close to his chest. "Who's there?" he called, his voice steady but thin. The growl turned to laughter, soft at first, then swelling into a cacophony that seemed to come from all directions. Shadows writhed along the walls, shapes that stretched and twisted, their forms impossible to comprehend. It was never gone, the voice hissed, sharp as broken glass. It only waited. By morning, Kaivo was found sitting by his cold hearth, the shard dull and lifeless in his hand. His face was pale, his lips moving in whispers no one could understand. News of Kaivo's fate spread quickly, and fear took root in Kalevala. The elders convened in secret, their faces lined with worry. The curse was broken, one of them muttered, his voice cracking. How could it return? Another elder, a woman with eyes that seemed to see beyond the physical, spoke softly. Magic like hers doesn't vanish. It clings, waiting for weakness. We must act before it spreads further. But how do you fight an enemy who is everywhere and nowhere at once? In the days that followed, strange phenomena became more frequent. The rivers, once clear and shimmering, turned black and sluggish, their surfaces reflecting faces that weren't there. Birds fell silent, their absence more unsettling than any cry could be. And in the dead of night, a faint, mournful song echoed through the valleys, a song no one dared to follow, but everyone could feel deep in their chest, as though it were pulling at their very souls. A young girl named Eva, known for her courage, decided she could no longer stand by while her village lived in fear. Armed with nothing but her mother's old knife and a shard of the Sampo she had found by the river years ago, she ventured into the forest. Her steps were deliberate, her breath steady, but her heart pounded against her ribs like a drumbeat of doubt. The deeper she went, the heavier the air became, thick with an unspoken threat. Trees loomed over her, their branches twisted like clawed hands. Eva gripped the shard tightly, its faint warmth the only thing keeping her grounded. She had no plan, only a determination to face whatever awaited her. And then she saw it. In a clearing bathed in an unnatural glow, a figure stood. Draped in tattered robes that seemed to shift like smoke, it was neither fully human nor fully shadow. Its eyes, burning embers in a void-like face, locked onto Eva. Child of Kalevala, it spoke, its voice layered with echoes, you hold a piece of what was stolen. Eva's breath caught. What are you? She managed to whisper. The figure tilted its head, a motion both curious and predatory. I am what remains. The shadow of her will. The curse given form. It stretched out a hand, skeletal and blackened, as if burned by an eternal fire. Give me the shard, and I shall spare your village. Refuse, and they will know suffering unlike any before. Eva's grip on the shard tightened. Her mind raced, fear and defiance warring within her. You think you can scare me into giving up what protects us, she said, her voice trembling but strong. You won't win. The figure's laughter rang out, a sound that seemed to make the very ground quake. "Child," it said, "this is not about winning. This is about ensuring that Kalevala remembers it is never safe." Without warning, the figure lunged, its form dissolving into a swirling mass of shadows. Eva raised the shard instinctively, and its light flared to life, brighter and fiercer than she had ever seen. The shadows recoiled, screeching, as the shard's glow expanded, pushing them back into the trees. The figure's form reassembled at the edge of the clearing, its ember eyes narrowed. "You think this light will save you," it hissed. "It is but a flicker in an ocean of darkness." And with that, it vanished, leaving Eva alone in the clearing, the shard dimming in her hand. When Eva returned to her village, she told the elders what she had seen. They listened in silence, their faces grim. The curse was no longer just a lingering presence, it had taken shape, and it was hungry. Though fear gripped the hearts of the people, Eva's defiance became a rallying cry. The villagers began to fortify their homes, not with walls or weapons, but with the fragments of the Sampo and the unyielding strength of their community. Songs were sung, not of despair, but of resistance. Fires were lit, their flames symbols of hope against the encroaching shadows. The curse was not gone, but neither was the spirit of Kalevala. And though the dark magic lingered, feeding on fear, it could not break the will of a people who refused to surrender. The wind howled through the ancient trees, carrying whispers of stories long forgotten. At the edge of a quiet village, under a sky heavy with stars, a young man knelt by the river, his hands trembling as they cupped the cold water. His name was Ilmarinen, and though he was barely more than a boy, his heart carried the weight of an inheritance he did not fully understand. Tonight, he had seen the shard for the first time. It had been kept hidden in his family's care, wrapped in cloth and buried deep beneath the hearthstone. His grandmother, frail and shadowed by age, had beckoned him close as the fire crackled low. "The time has come," she whispered, her voice thin as spider silk. Her hands, knotted with years of toil, had placed the fragment in his palm. The glow from the shard was faint, but it pulsed like a heartbeat, warming his skin. "You carry his blood," she said, her gaze piercing. "And with it, his burden." He had always known the stories of Väinämöinen, the great bard and hero of Kalevala. But knowing was not the same as feeling the sharp, undeniable pull of destiny. As the shard's light danced against the walls, Ilmarinen felt a stirring in his soul, as though a long-closed door had creaked open. Now, by the river, he stared at the shard, its glow reflected in the rippling water. He didn't know where to start, only that he had to. The fragments of the Sampo, scattered and guarded, were more than relics of the past, they were keys to a future free of the shadows that had plagued Kalevala for generations. The first step was the hardest. Leaving the familiar behind, stepping into a world that seemed too vast and too dangerous, Ilmarinen felt like a single thread unraveling from a tightly woven tapestry. But as he walked the winding path out of the village, the shard in his pouch seemed to hum, a faint vibration that guided his feet when doubt threatened to stall him. The journey led him to places he had only heard of in hushed stories. The marshes of Noitaruaho were said to be haunted by the spirits of the lost, their cries carried on the wind. As Ilmarinen approached, the air grew thick, heavy with the scent of decay and stagnant water. The ground squelched beneath his boots, and every step felt as though it might sink him deeper into the mire. He was not alone. From the reeds, shapes began to emerge, thin, pale figures with hollow eyes that glowed faintly in the mist. They did not speak, but their presence was suffocating, their gaze unrelenting. Ilmarinen clutched the shard in his hand, its warmth a small beacon against the cold fear that crept into his chest. The figures circled him, their movements slow and deliberate, as if testing his resolve. One of them, taller than the rest, stepped forward, its bony fingers reaching out. "The shard calls to us," it hissed, its voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. Ilmarinen stood his ground, though his knees threatened to buckle. "It is not for you," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. The figure tilted its head, steadying him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "You seek the fragments," it said, the words more accusation than question. "But do you know what they cost?" "I know enough," Ilmarinen replied, gripping the shard tighter. The figure's hollow eyes seemed to burn brighter for a moment before it stepped back, dissolving into the mist. The others followed, their forms fading like smoke on the wind. The marsh grew still, and the shard in Ilmaris's hand pulsed faintly, as though approving his resolve. The path led him next to the cliffs of Ilkorva, where the sea crashed against jagged rocks far below. Here, an old hermit guarded the next fragment, a man whose beard was as white as the foam on the waves and whose eyes held the weight of years beyond counting. "You think you're worthy of this?" the hermit asked, his voice gravelly. "It isn't about worth," Ilmaris said, standing tall despite the ache in his legs and the salt-laden wind that whipped at his face. "It's about what must be done." The hermit studied him for a long moment before nodding. "The fragment tests the soul," he said, reaching into his cloak. "You will face your own darkness before it will yield." He placed the shard in Ilmaris's hand, and the young man gasped as a surge of cold shot through him. The world around him seemed to dissolve, and he was suddenly standing in a place that was both nowhere and everywhere. Shadows swirled, forming shapes that whispered his deepest fears. He saw himself failing, the fragments slipping from his grasp, Kalevala falling into ruin. He saw the faces of those he loved, their eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. The weight of it all threatened to crush him, but somewhere in the darkness, the light of his shard began to glow, steady and unwavering. "This is not my end," he said aloud, his voice echoing. "I will not falter." The shadows recoiled, shattering like glass. The cold receded, and Ilmaris found himself back on the cliff, the hermit watching him with a faint smile. "You have passed," the old man said simply. "The fragment is yours." Ilmaris tucked the shard into his pouch, feeling its warmth join with the first. The journey was far from over, but he felt a spark of hope take root in his heart. As he continued, each step carried him closer to the fragments and further into the unknown. The challenges grew fiercer, the trials more harrowing, but with every shard he reclaimed, Ilmaris felt the weight of his ancestors' legacy settle more firmly on his shoulders. The fragments, each unique, seemed to hum in harmony when brought together, their light brighter with every reunion. They whispered of power, of unity, and of the sacrifices made to protect them. Ilmaris did not yet know if he would succeed in fully reuniting the Sampo, but he knew one thing with unwavering certainty: he would give everything he had to try. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and ancient wood, each breath carrying the weight of years long past. Ilmaris stood at the threshold of the temple, its entrance half hidden by a cascade of vines and moss that clung to the stone like a protective shroud. This place had been forgotten, erased from maps and stories, yet here he was, drawn by the faintest whisper of the shard's energy. It thrummed faintly in his pouch, urging him forward. The first step inside was like stepping into another world. The temperature dropped sharply, and the sunlight filtering through the cracks above seemed hesitant to reach too far into the gloom. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the faint drip of water somewhere deep within the temple's belly. Ilmaris's heart raced as he took another step, the floor beneath his boots uneven and littered with fragments of carved stone. He could feel the shard in his pouch growing warmer, almost guiding him through the maze of crumbled walls and collapsed arches. The deeper he went, the heavier the air became, as though the very atmosphere held its breath in anticipation. Then came the carvings. Faded and worn with time, they lined the walls like silent sentinels. Figures etched in stone, their faces both haunting and familiar, seemed to follow his every move. Their outstretched hands pointed toward the darkness ahead, where the corridor narrowed and twisted into shadow. He reached out to touch one of the carvings, his fingers brushing over the grooves. Dust fell away, revealing an image of a great wheel surrounded by swirling flames and stars. The Sampo. The carvings told a fragmented story, one of creation and destruction, of power both revered and feared. Ilmaris felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. He pressed onward, his breath echoing softly in the confined space. The shard in his pouch pulsed stronger now, like a heartbeat in tune with his own. A faint glow appeared ahead, flickering and unsteady like the flame of a dying candle. Ilmaris slowed his pace, every instinct screaming caution. As he approached, the corridor opened into a chamber, its ceiling soaring high above into shadow. The source of the glow was unmistakable. In the center of the room, perched upon an altar of black stone, was a fragment of the Sampo. It gleamed faintly, its light illuminating the intricate patterns carved into the altar's surface. The shard was larger than the ones Ilmaris already carried, its edges sharp and irregular, as though torn from the whole with violence. But the room was not empty. A low growl rumbled from the darkness, and Ilmaris froze. From the shadows emerged a figure unlike anything he had encountered before. Its form was twisted and grotesque, its limbs too long, its face a mask of jagged bone and hollow eyes that burned with an otherworldly light. It moved with unsettling grace, circling the altar as though guarding it. Ilmaris's hand instinctively went to his pouch, fingers brushing against the shards he already carried. The warmth they radiated seemed to steady him, a reminder of the power they held. He stepped into the room, his movements deliberate, careful not to provoke the creature. The guardian hissed, its voice like the scrape of metal on stone. It spoke no words, but its intent was clear. This fragment was not to be taken. Ilmaris tightened his grip on the shards, their energy merging with his own resolve. "I don't wish to harm you," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his chest. "But this doesn't belong here." The creature lunged, faster than Ilmaris expected. He barely had time to dive aside, the swipe of its clawed hand grazing the air where he had stood. He rolled to his feet, his breath coming in sharp bursts. The shard on the altar flickered, its light growing dimmer, as though responding to the violence in the air. The guardian came at him again, its movements erratic and unpredictable. Ilmaris ducked and weaved, his mind racing. He couldn't match this creature's strength or speed, but he didn't need to. The shards in his pouch hummed louder now, their warmth intensifying. He realized with a surge of clarity that they were reacting to the presence of the fragment. Drawing one of the shards, he held it aloft. Its light blazed suddenly, filling the chamber with a brilliance that momentarily blinded both him and the guardian. The creature shrieked, its form recoiling as though burned. Ilmaris seized the moment, rushing toward the altar. The air around the fragment was heavy, almost tangible, resisting his approach. Every step felt like wading through a storm, the energy crackling and raw. He reached out, his hand trembling as it closed around the shard. The moment his fingers touched its surface, a surge of power coursed through him, a connection that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The guardian roared, its cry filled with fury and despair. It charged one final time, but Ilmaris, now holding the fragment, felt a newfound strength. The shards in his grasp resonated together, their combined light creating a barrier that the creature could not breach. It clawed at the light, its form unraveling with each desperate strike, until it dissolved into nothing more than a wisp of shadow. Silence fell over the chamber, heavy and absolute. Ilmaris stood there, the new fragment cradled in his hands. It was warm, almost alive, its light steady now as though acknowledging him as its rightful keeper. He sank to his knees, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. The shards, united, felt more potent than ever, their combined energy a reminder of the responsibility he bore. The carvings on the walls seemed to shimmer in the light, their silent story bearing witness to his triumph. Rising to his feet, Ilmaris slipped the new fragment into his pouch. The temple, once foreboding, now felt lighter, as though the removal of the fragment had lifted a lingering curse. He retraced his steps, the path out seeming clearer than before. The vines and moss at the entrance swayed gently in the wind, welcoming him back into the world. The shard's hum was louder now, a melody of hope and purpose that resonated with every step he took. The temple faded into the distance, its secrets no longer hidden, its fragment no longer forgotten. The night was quiet, save for the gentle crackle of the fire in the great hall. A circle of young faces surrounded the flames, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and trepidation. At the center of the gathering sat Väinämöinen's grandson, Risto, his voice low and steady as he began to recite the ancient teachings passed down through his bloodline. "The Sampo is not just a treasure," he said, his gaze sweeping over the eager crowd. "It is a force, one that can bring prosperity or ruin. Its power does not discriminate. It reflects the intentions of those who wield it. The flickering light danced across the carved walls of the hall, where scenes of Väinämöinen's great deeds had been immortalized in wood and stone. The young listeners, most barely old enough to lift a sword, leaned in closer. They had heard the stories before, sung by bards and whispered in fireside tales, but tonight was different. This was not a story for entertainment. It was a lesson, one that could shape their lives and the fate of their land. Risto's voice softened. My grandfather once told me that true power lies not in the Sampo, but in the wisdom to understand it. Without wisdom, power consumes. With wisdom, it can heal. A young boy with bright, curious eyes raised his hand hesitantly. But how do we know what's right? How do we make sure we don't misuse it? Risto smiled, the kind of smile that carried both pride and sorrow. That's why we remember. That's why we teach. He reached into a satchel by his side and withdrew a worn, leather-bound book. Its pages were yellowed with age, and its cover bore the mark of Väinämöinen's sigil. Opening it carefully, Risto began to read aloud. When the Sampo was first forged, it was with pure intention. It was meant to bring peace, abundance, and unity. But even the best intentions can falter when greed and fear take hold. My grandfather wrote of this often. He said, to control the Sampo is to control oneself. The room fell silent, the weight of those words sinking in. The fire crackled louder now, as if echoing the gravity of the lesson. One of the older listeners, a girl with a determined expression, broke the silence. Did Väinämöinen ever doubt himself? She asked, her voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. Did he ever fear he couldn't handle the power? Risto's gaze softened as he looked at her. Of course he did. Greatness does not come without doubt. But it is what we do in the face of that doubt that defines us. He told me once, it is not the absence of fear that makes a hero, but the choice to act despite it. The girl nodded, her expression thoughtful. Around her, the others seemed to sit a little straighter, as if emboldened by the words. Risto closed the book gently and set it aside. Now, he said, his voice gaining a spark of energy, let me tell you of the Psalm of Temperance. He began to sing, his deep voice filling the hall with a melody so ancient and powerful it seemed to vibrate in the very walls. The Psalm of Temperance was a tale woven in music, recounting the moment Väinämöinen stood before the Sampo, torn between his desire to use its power and his fear of what it could unleash. It was a battle not fought with swords, but within his soul, a battle between pride and humility. The melody swelled, and the young listeners found themselves drawn into the story, their imaginations painting vivid scenes of the bard standing alone on a windswept cliff, the Sampo glowing before him like a captured star. They felt his struggle, his yearning, his eventual choice to sacrifice his personal ambitions for the greater good. The song ended on a note of quiet triumph, leaving the room in a reverent hush. Risto let the silence linger before he spoke again. That song is more than a story. It is a guide. It reminds us that the Sampo is not ours to own, but ours to safeguard. One of the younger boys, barely more than a child, whispered, but what if someone tries to take it again? What if they're stronger than us? Risto's expression grew serious. There will always be those who seek the Sampo for selfish reasons. That is why it is up to us, up to you, to protect it. Not with force alone, but with wisdom. By remembering what it stands for. By ensuring that its power is never used to harm. He reached into his satchel once more and retrieved a small, glowing shard. The room gasped as the shard's light filled the space, soft and golden, yet undeniably powerful. Risto held it up, the firelight mingling with its glow. This, he said, his voice almost a whisper, is a fragment of the Sampo. It carries its essence, its potential. But it is nothing without the hands that hold it, the heart that guides it. The shard seemed to pulse gently, as if responding to his words. The young listeners stared at it, their faces a mix of wonder and determination. They could feel its pull, its promise, but also its weight. It was not just an artifact. It was a responsibility. Risto lowered the shard and looked each of them in the eye. You will face challenges, he said. You will be tested. But remember this, the Sampo does not define you. You define the Sampo. The fire crackled softly as his words settled over them. One by one, the young listeners nodded, their expressions resolute. They might not have fully understood the magnitude of what lay ahead, but they understood enough. They understood that they were part of something greater than themselves, a legacy that stretched back to Väinämöinen and beyond. Risto leaned back, his face thoughtful. He could see his grandfather's wisdom reflected in their eager faces, the same wisdom that had shaped him. The cycle continued, the teachings passed from one generation to the next like a song that never ended. As the night wore on, the young listeners began to drift away, their minds buzzing with thoughts of the lessons they had learned. Risto remained by the fire, the shard resting in his palm. Its light seemed to flicker in time with the crackling flames, a quiet reminder of the power it held, and the wisdom required to wield it. The air was heavy with anticipation as the final fragment of the Sampo was placed into the ancient pedestal. A brilliant, golden light erupted from the center, illuminating the faces of those gathered around. They stood in awe, their breaths caught in their throats, as the fractured pieces of the mythical relic began to meld into one. For years, the land had borne the scars of conflict and division. Rivers once clear had turned murky, forests once teeming with life had grown dark and silent. The people had learned to live with the brokenness, but the pain of what had been lost lingered in every heart. Now, as the Sampo was made whole, there was a faint glimmer of hope that the world might heal. The elder who had guided the quest stood closest to the light, his staff trembling in his withered hand. His voice, rough with age and emotion, broke the silence. "It is done," he whispered. "The Sampo lives again." The light pulsed, gentle yet powerful, and with each pulse, it sent waves of warmth that rippled through the air. The earth beneath their feet seemed to sigh in relief, its deep wounds beginning to close. The crowd, a mix of villagers, warriors, and the weary travelers who had risked everything to recover the fragments, fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what was unfolding before them. A young woman stepped forward, her hand clutching a simple wooden charm that had been her talisman throughout the journey. She had been among the first to find one of the fragments, buried beneath the roots of an ancient tree. Her voice wavered as she asked, "Will it forgive us? For everything we've done to each other, to the land?" The elder turned to her, his eyes kind but burdened. "The Sampo does not judge. It only restores. But it is we who must learn from this." The golden light intensified, reaching out like tendrils of sunlight to touch the ground, the trees, and the sky. Grass began to sprout where there had been barren soil. A nearby stream, which had run dry for years, started to gurgle with fresh water. The gathered crowd watched in stunned silence as the world around them came alive, vibrant and whole. A child's laugh broke the stillness, pure and bright. Everyone turned to see a little boy standing at the edge of the clearing, his hands cupped around a butterfly that had landed on his palm. It was a small, fragile creature, its wings shimmering with colors that seemed to reflect the Sampo's glow. The boy released it, and as it fluttered upward, it became a symbol of the renewal they were witnessing. But the work was not yet done. The elder stepped forward, his voice rising above the murmurs of the crowd. "The Sampo has the power to heal, but it needs us to guide it. We must ask it to mend what has been broken." The leaders of the neighboring villages, once bitter rivals, exchanged hesitant glances. For years, their people had fought over the fragments, blaming each other for the hardships they faced. Now, standing in the presence of something far greater than their divisions, they felt the weight of their choices. One by one, they approached the pedestal, their hands outstretched. The Sampo responded, its light wrapping around them like a warm embrace. A hush fell over the crowd as the leaders knelt together, their voices low and solemn as they spoke words of unity and reconciliation. The ground beneath them shifted, not with violence, but with a gentle hum, as if the earth itself acknowledged their pledge. A farmer in the crowd let out a cry of joy as he saw the once dry fields in the distance begin to shimmer with the promise of crops. "Look," he shouted, pointing toward the horizon. "The land is waking up." The people surged forward, their faces alight with wonder. Some wept openly, overcome by the beauty of what was unfolding. Others clasped hands, strangers becoming allies in the face of this shared miracle. The tension that had hung over them for so long began to lift, replaced by a fragile but growing sense of peace. As the Sampo's light continued to spread, it reached the sea, where fishing boats had long been grounded by foul waters and poor harvests. Fishermen on the shore stared in disbelief as the waves began to sparkle, and fish leaped joyously from the depths. The salty air, once heavy with despair, now carried a sense of possibility. In the mountains, where forests had been reduced to skeletal remains, green shoots pushed through the ash. Birds returned, their songs filling the air with melodies that seemed to harmonize with the Sampo's hum. Even the wind carried a note of renewal, rustling the leaves as if whispering secrets of hope to the world. Back at the pedestal, the elder placed his hands on the edge, his voice breaking as he addressed the crowd. "This is not the end of our work. The Sampo has given us a gift, but it is up to us to honor it, to nurture what has been restored, to protect it." The young woman with the wooden charm stepped forward again, her voice steady this time. "We will," she said, and the crowd echoed her promise. As the night fell, the light of the Sampo did not dim. It bathed the land in a golden glow, a constant reminder of what had been achieved and what was still to come. Fires were lit around the clearing, and the people began to sing. The songs were old, passed down through generations, but tonight they carried new meaning. They were no longer songs of longing or loss, but of gratitude and renewal. Children danced in the flickering light, their laughter mingling with the music. Elders shared stories of the past, their voices filled with hope for the future. Warriors who had once fought against each other now sat side by side, sharing food and drink as if they had always been friends. Amidst the celebration, the elder stood quietly, watching the scene unfold. A tear slipped down his cheek, not from sorrow, but from the overwhelming sense of fulfillment. He turned to the pedestal, placing his hand on the now whole Sampo. Its light seemed to pulse in acknowledgement, a silent understanding between the ancient relic and the one who had guided its restoration. The world was healing, and so were its people. The Sampo had given them a second chance, but the elder knew that the true test lay ahead. It would be up to this generation, and the ones that followed, to ensure that the harmony they had fought so hard to achieve would endure. The first light of dawn spilled across the horizon, painting the skies in hues of gold and rose. The Sampo, now whole and resting in its sacred cradle, seemed to hum in tune with the awakening world. Its glow, no longer confined to the pedestal where it stood, had spread across the land, threading through rivers, mountains, and forests. It wasn't just a relic anymore, it was a heartbeat. In the quiet of the morning, a farmer knelt in his field, his hands brushing over the fresh shoots that had sprung overnight. His eyes filled with tears as he whispered a prayer of thanks, not just for the bounty but for the sense of peace he felt in the soil beneath his fingers. The Sampo's power had seeped into the earth itself, weaving life into every corner of the land. It was no longer a distant myth. It was here, everywhere, alive. A child stood by a stream, staring into the water as sunlight danced across its surface. The boy had heard the tales of the Sampo from his grandmother, who had always spoken of it as something far away, almost unreachable. Now, as he dipped his fingers into the cool, sparkling current, he felt as though he could touch the essence of the legend. Fish darted around his hand, their scales shimmering like tiny mirrors of the sun. For the first time, the child understood what his grandmother had meant when she said the Sampo was a gift to all. In a quiet forest glade, a young woman held a lute in her hands, strumming it softly as the morning breeze played with her hair. She had spent years learning the old songs, the ones that spoke of battles fought and dreams lost. But today, her music carried a new note, a melody of hope. As her voice rose with the notes of the lute, the birds joined her, their trills harmonizing with her song. The sound carried through the trees, a celebration of a world renewed. The Sampo's essence had not only healed the land, but had found its way into the hearts of the people. It moved like a silent current, weaving them together in a way that words could not. The rivalries that had once torn villages apart seemed small now, insignificant in the face of what they had gained. Families who had been divided by conflict now sat together, sharing meals and laughter. The scars of the past were still there, but they were no longer raw. They were reminders of what had been overcome. In the mountains, where snow capped the highest peaks, the wind carried a strange warmth. It whispered through the caves and across the cliffs, its song soft yet powerful. Shepherds tending their flocks paused to listen, their faces lifted toward the sky. They didn't know the words, but they felt them, words of resilience, of unity, of a promise fulfilled. The Sampo's power was everywhere, not in a way that dominated but in a way that nurtured. In the great hall of a distant village, elders gathered around a fire, their faces lined with years of wisdom and hardship. One of them, a woman whose voice had long been the thread holding her people together, spoke softly. The Sampo is no longer something we must fight over. It has become a part of us, of everything. It binds us, not in chains, but in love. The others nodded, their silence filled with understanding. But even as the world breathed in this new harmony, there was an unspoken awareness of responsibility. The Sampo had given freely, but it was fragile in its own way. Not because it could break again, but because it depended on the choices of those who now lived under its light. The people knew they had been entrusted with something greater than themselves, something that demanded care and respect. At the edge of a lake, a lone figure stood watching the ripples spread across the water. It was the bard who had helped guide the fragments back to their rightful place. He was older now, his hair streaked with silver, but his presence was as steady as the mountains behind him. He placed a hand on his heart and closed his eyes, listening, not to the world around him, but to the quiet within. He could feel the Sampo there, in the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. He began to sing, his voice low and rich, a melody that rose and fell like waves. It was a new song, one born of this moment, but it carried echoes of the old stories. As he sang, the wind picked up his words and carried them far, across the lake, over the hills, and into the valleys. It wasn't long before others joined him, their voices blending into a tapestry of sound that filled the air. The song wasn't just for the Sampo or for the people who had fought to restore it. It was for the land itself, for the rivers that flowed and the trees that reached skyward. It was for the mountains that had stood witness to centuries of change and for the skies that had seen it all. The song was a promise, a vow that this unity, this resilience, would be honored. As the day wore on, the light of the Sampo began to change. It no longer radiated from a single point. Instead, it spread outward, becoming less distinct but more present. It was in the glow of the sun, the glimmer of a dew-kissed leaf, the sparkle of a child's laughter. The Sampo was no longer an artifact to be guarded. It had become part of the very fabric of existence. In the quiet of the night, as the world settled into a peaceful slumber, the elder who had overseen the restoration sat alone by the pedestal. His fingers traced the smooth surface where the Sampo had once rested. There was no sadness in his eyes, only a profound sense of gratitude. The relic was gone, but its spirit remained, more alive than ever. The stars above seemed brighter, their light twinkling like 1,000 tiny reflections of the Sampo's essence. The elder smiled, his heart full. The world had changed, not just for him but for everyone. And though he would not live to see all the days to come, he felt certain of one thing: the Sampo's gift would endure.